You're all wrong. All of you. All of you have the worst takes I've ever seen about the iDubbbz versus Froggy Fresh and Sam Hyde situation. I am the only one with a good take, and that's a fact, all right? I don't want to hear any of this, opinions are subjective. Nah, nah, nah. None of that garbage, all right? All right? All of you are wrong. Yes, yes, even you. Yeah, I see you. Now, for those of you who are new here, as soon as this becomes a past live stream slash episode of the podcast that's not currently live, I always try to leave timestamps in the description as quickly as possible after I end stream, because I obviously want this to be watchable, even as like a not stream. Yeah, as a not stream. That's crazy. Yeah, it's almost like my goal is to be as entertaining as possible. That's like, that's like sort of almost like the goal of content creation as a whole. But enough of me rambling on. Obviously, you're here to watch me talk about the iDubbbz situation and explain why everybody except for me is wrong, because I am right. Now, the reason as to why I am objectively right here isn't just because I'm always right. Now, don't get me wrong. That's obviously a part of it. Can you name a single time in which I was wrong? Obviously, you cannot, because there is no such thing. It simply doesn't exist, right? So, as a result of it, that not exist, I don't even know where I'm going with this. Either way, yeah, so I'm just gonna be, I'm gonna be dunking on people from both sides. Now, I'm not your stereotypical cringe centrist, okay? I'm not here to give you garbage centrist takes, okay? That's not what I'm about. I'm not like, "Oh, why don't both sides just learn to understand each other's differences, LOL?" It's like, nah, I'm not about that, all right? That's complete cringe. Okay, I am against that, all right? My stance is everybody except for me is an idiot. And I think that ultimately is the objectively correct stance that you should be taking. But anyways, yeah, so basically, yeah, I don't know, I have an entire playlist, actually, um, where I've compiled some garbage takes, about the iDubbbz situation, and we're gonna be getting through it, alright? There's both small and big creators, in this playlist. And if I mention you in the description, after the fact, you're probably one of them. You probably have a terrible opinion, I'll bet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned you in the description, yeah. Anyways, that's a whole another side tangent, of course. When have I said something that isn't a side tangent? I would love to know. Uh, Darubi says you need to take a break from the internet. I disagree. Hello, Pancake Panic. Welcome to the stream. I think it just took a hot minute for people to get the notification. But now that people are starting to tune in, I think I can end the rambly intro, because we're gonna get right into the meat of the topic as quickly as possible, but not really, just kind of, all right? This is why I always put timestamps in the description, so people can skip around if they want, or they can watch the whole thing. I mean, you're supposed to be able to watch the whole thing and have it be entertaining, but I understand that not everybody has a billion hours of free time, so yeah. Anyways, so I would say that, before I get on to into what my take is, I would like to mention the fact that I already did a completely separate stream where I reacted to iDubbbz's video, where he talked about the Froggy Fresh drama, where he addressed that, and ultimately, I ended up agreeing with him on some points, but disagreeing with him on others, and I also thought that his rhetorical approach was complete and utter garbage. He said some things that were very ineffective and had the opposite effect of what he was going for, and, well, let's just say people aren't very happy about it. Now, I'm somebody who can look past bad rhetorical approach, right? But I can also look past good rhetorical approach and dishonest communication, right? I can notice those things. So I guess it goes both ways. Now, I'm somebody who You know, I'm a longtime iDubbbz fan. You know, for those of you who don't know, when I was 13, I think it was when I was 13, I found out about him because of the Leafy content comp. Still my favorite video that was on his channel before it got removed by YouTube. But just because I'm still kind of an iDubbbz fan, I don't know if I would consider myself an iDubbbz fan. I don't know. I don't dislike iDubbbz, you know? I still look up to him in a weird way. But I'm not going to let that bias get in the way, all right? And if you don't believe me, go watch my other stream where I was talking about iDubbbz and I was being very critical. You know, I was being very, I don't want to say harsh because I think it was warranted, but I was definitely giving him a lot of criticism and I wasn't holding back punches or trying to be nice. Like, oh, if you just did this teensy little thing different, it would have been like, okay, no, fuck that, no, I was pretty clear with what my opinions were. I like the outfit today. Thank you, Honey Buns, #1 bussy cum sumer. I'm gonna steal cat ears. You're not gonna steal these cat ears. They're my. Oh wait, wrong button. They're my cat ears. Don't you just love when I'm like trying to like zoom in for a dramatic effect and I press this button instead of this button? Yeah, it's really good. I like when that happens. And for those of you who are interested in seeing the entire outfit, I'm streaming earlier than usual, so it's like kind of bright in the background because it's natural lighting, you know. But woo. As you can see, we've got the we got the skirt, the thigh highs. You can see the thigh highs actually match the arm thingies. So anyways, I'm sorry. This is a mess. Let me drink some water and then we'll get started, all right? You guys have been waiting long enough. I've been blue balling you guys for 7 minutes now. All right. Anyways, time to yeah, all right. So let's I'm going to so before we start, I'm just going to play the video and just test the audio, make sure it's level and whatnot, and then we'll actually start. I think I have an ad blocker now, but it may or may not work. I'm not sure entirely. It should. I don't know if it's going to, but I'm hoping that
How am I the simp?
I think, okay, yeah, there was no ad. That's good. All right, now I'm gonna let this play, and then we'll see if the audio is level. I'm sorry.
I want to know.
Are you being serious right now? Like, what sort of paradigm are you living in?
Your
wife has been posting naked pictures of herself on the internet for other people to see for over 3 years with your consent. That map of the United States...
I might turn him down a little bit, but okay. Just a tad bit down. Sorry, guys. All right. Anyways, so yeah, and I'm sorry. I'm really good at this, okay, guys? It's crazy, I know. So, anyways, I'm sorry. Okay, so the first video we're gonna be watching is from this guy named Acheeto. For those of you who don't know, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like Acheeto very much. But you know, if he gives a good take, you know, I'll acknowledge it. But let's be real, he's probably not going to. Now, he recently uploaded a video called "Watch This Before He Deletes It." Oh boy, we better watch this as quickly as possible. I mean, that is why it is the first video we're gonna be watching. 'Cause you know, iDubbbz might delete something. I don't know, man. It's crazy. But yeah, without further ado, let's see what Acheeto's opinion on the situation is. I'm so excited.
How am I the simp? I want to know.
Are you being serious right now? Like, what sort of paradigm are you living in? Your wife has been posting naked pictures of herself on the internet for other people to see for over 3 years with your consent. That map of the United States that you have
So right off the bat, we're already going back to the fucking OnlyFans thing. Wow. I mean, are we surprised here? You know, out of all of the actually valid criticisms that you could make of iDubbbz, you had to go for the OnlyFans. And not only that, but he's also taking this clip out of context. The reason why iDubbbz was saying this was because Froggy Fresh was basically suckling on the teat of his idol, Sam Hyde. Now, obviously, Acheeto doesn't include that context. Now, maybe he does later, because, I mean, this is the intro, so maybe it's just, like, the middle of his video, and he was like, oh, yeah, this is the best part of the video, let me include it first. Well, if that's the case, then I don't even want to know what the worst part of the video is, because we're already off to a god-awful start. Literally, it's OnlyFans. Who the fuck cares? Oh no, iDubbbz's wife has an OnlyFans, and is making extra money. Oh god, how dare iDubbbz, my internet father figure, do such a thing? Literally, who gives a shit? I don't understand what the issue is. If it's consensual, then why does it matter? No one who thinks logically actually cares. I'm sorry.
Hanging behind you, put your finger anywhere on that map, and wherever your finger lands, somebody in that area has seen your wife naked, and you're okay with that. Does that...
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. And what is your point? Yeah, yes, there are people that pay money to see explicit photos of people. Are you against people dating sex workers? Are sex workers not supposed to date people because, you know, heaven forbid you date a sex worker, right? Because then that makes you a simp. Or is it only not okay when iDubbbz does it? But it's fine if other people do it. But iDubbbz, well, you see, iDubbbz is my internet father figure. So it's not okay when he does that, because he needs to continue being a good role model for me. He needs to be a masculine father figure, okay? What the fuck? I mean, come on.
Does that answer your question, or do you need me to keep going? Because I can keep going. I can go rapid fire mode. Right.
I mean, you can keep going, but let's be real. You'll just look more stupid than you already do somehow, which is pretty difficult to do, I can't lie.
So iDubbbz posted this video finally responding to the Froggy Fresh drama, and this video is so garbage, dude.
I mean, I agree with that. You know what they say, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Dude, it is so scuffed. If you're not up to speed, let me quickly catch you up. iDubbbz hosted a boxing event last month, which went pretty well according to what I've heard, but there was one of the fighters that was supposed to be involved in the event who was kicked out over some BS.
Alright, I actually agree with this so far. Good job, Acheeto. Aside from what you said in the intro, you haven't even said anything stupid yet. Congratulations.
People believe that this fighter, whose name is Froggy Fresh, should have been allowed to fight in this boxing event, and was only kicked out because he A, made jokes about iDubbbz's wife's OnlyFans, and B, was training with somebody for the fight that
Acheeto, my guy, did you even watch the response video before recording this? Because in the response video, he very explicitly states that it wasn't the OnlyFans thing. Now, do I think that his justification was any better than that? No, not really. His reasoning was because of the Sam Hyde thing. Now, I don't think that that's a very good reason. In fact, I think that if anything, it might actually be a worse reason. You know, I'm not somebody that is very fond of the idea of guilt by association, because that is very illogical, and it can go infinitely, because if you deem someone to be guilty of being a bad person, and then you implement guilt by association, well, then anybody associated with that person is also guilty, and then anybody associated with the people associated with that person are guilty. It goes infinitely until every single human being on the planet is guilty. Now, obviously, there's almost like an arbitrary cutoff, or you know, but that's sort of just a testament to how idiotic it is to give a shit about something like, I don't know, Froggy Fresh being friends with somebody that you don't like.
iDubbbz just didn't like. Now, iDubbbz has taken the time today to respond to this entire situation in this video, and I thought we'd watch it together because I've seen it myself and it's really bad, so why not watch it with you guys today, you know, spread the love, spread the
Oh boy, I'm so excited.
garbage. But yeah, before we do, please be sure to leave a like on this video, show the
Alright, you know what? Nah, fuck that. Hold on. Okay, we can continue now, alright? We can continue. Sorry.
like button some love, you know, show it some love the same way that white people show love to Cotton Eye Joe, and let's
Acheeto, you funny bastard! Now that's the type of shit that has me rolling on the floor laughing.
get into it.
You guys are here for the juice and the grease. So I'm going to give you guys the grease and the juice. And that all has to do with Froggy Fresh. The reason I didn't address any of this sooner is because I was terrified of jeopardizing the success of the event.
Shiver me timbers.
Because there are a lot more people involved in this than just Anissa and I didn't want to f it up for them. These are people that I really care about, and I felt like it would be very selfish if I was like, I understand public perception right now, guys. I'm just gonna make a quick 10-minute video and I'll squash all the rumors, I'll squash all the beef. I have no idea what public perception for this video is going to be.
I still think that this is one of the stupidest lines. Even though it's not one that I think is that important, I still think it's incredibly stupid for him to sit here and say, oh, you know, I have no idea, absolutely none, as to what the public perception is going to be. You already know what the public perception is going to be, okay? If people are already bitching about the whole OnlyFans thing from years ago, I mean, if you go to the comment section on that video, there are still people whining about it because their internet father figure has a wife that has an OnlyFans. So people still care about that for whatever reason. So if people are willing to harp on something as inconsequential as that, when you actually do something as fucking stupid as kicking out Froggy Fresh, then yeah, you're gonna get a negative response. You fucking idiot.
That's why I'm doing it now, right?
I mean, yeah.
Ooh, you hate to see it, my friend. I really do think there's something to be said when a video like this has more dislikes than likes. While simultaneously, iDubbbz wants to act like he's a big boy now, he's no longer doing edgy humor, and that he's overall just changed for the better. And you just...
Well, I think the issue there isn't whether or not he changes. It's more of oh, I'm above this type of attitude that I personally don't like. So me and Acheeto might actually agree on that. However, and maybe this will be apparent in a different video I make, Acheeto is just as fucking sensitive, if not more sensitive. I think that the Weast situation, which I'm not going to get into right now, is a perfect example of that. Stick around if you wanna hear about that, as in like stick around on the channel, not this. Well, stick around on the stream too, but yeah.
Just see the raw numbers, and it should tell you, maybe it's a tough pill to swallow, but people don't like the new iDubbbz. People don't...
Well, I don't think that whether or not people like the new iDubbbz is very relevant. Like, who gives a shit? That is not what determines whether or not what he's doing is correct. Literally, who fucking cares about that? Okay, it's not about numbers. It's about him doing something that is wrong. And him doubling down on that thing that is wrong. That is the issue. I don't think that he should care about what the numbers say. I mean, that just seems dishonest. I mean, if he genuinely believes something, he shouldn't just decide to go against it because it's the unpopular thing to do and he wants to be more popular. That would arguably be worse than what he's doing. I would rather him actually become a better person and fix his mistakes for the right reasons, because then he won't make those types of mistakes in the future. I know I'm getting a little bit rambly, but I'm sorry. It's one of those days, alright?
People don't like the way that you're behaving. People don't like this new version of you. And it's not just in this video where he has to defend himself in a situation where he's clearly in the wrong. It's been like this ever since 2020 when he announced that his wife started an OnlyFans. Like,
Oh my, you were about to make a good point, and then you decided to ruin it. Why? I don't know. Because you seem so obsessed with something that doesn't affect you or anybody who chooses not to buy the OnlyFans. Like, I don't understand why people feel the need to continue harping on this. It's been 3 years since then. Even Diesel Patches, who made one of the cringiest responses to that whole situation, has actually recently come back just to say, oh yeah, my opinion was kind of shit. Sorry guys, LOL. And then I think he dipped again. I mean, he still has his fair share of criticisms of iDubbbz, which is fine, but it's not nearly as fucking pathetic as what it was before. So, I'm just saying.
He's just been going downhill. I mean, at this point, he's just running down the hill, right? Hopefully, dude's got his Fitbit on. He can get some good steps in there. But it's been happening.
Damn, bro. You got the whole squad laughing with that one.
For a while now. I mean, look, like a few months ago, he made this video where he makes like a fidget toy or something.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I constantly make fun of that video, and I haven't even seen it. Just because of the title and thumbnail.
Which I...
Also, why? Okay, I feel like it is kind of petty to dislike this video. I mean, come on. It's a fidget toy video. What did you expect when you clicked on it? Did you expect it to be anything worth watching? Fuck no. That's why it only has 754,000 views, which is way less than what iDubbbz normally gets. It's not a coincidence that video didn't get very many views, relative to the rest of his channel.
I have not even a single clue as to why he did this, but he did, and even this video where he's making like a fidget toy, a popper or something, it's got like almost 8,000 dislikes.
Okay, this is a bit of a stretch. That's not a terrible like to dislike ratio. My guy. He has 52,000 likes as well. That might be more dislikes than what he would normally get, but I don't think that that's anything too unusual. But I don't know.
The event is now over with. I can risk it, you know? I can air my grievances and we can see where it goes. I need to bring you guys up to speed on where I'm at as a person and as a content creator. My philosophy for a while was, well, people will figure it out through the videos I make. But the problem is the videos I make, I mean, I sort of avoid speaking from the heart. I'm just gonna focus on a thing, on a piece of content. I think I have bad associations with sharing my life on the internet. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be my thing. Like, leave that up to the vloggers.
Is Acheeto just gonna show the video in its entirety and then pause it and then react to it? I mean, he may as well just format it as a live stream at that point. I don't know why he would need to release an entire video. I mean, I guess if he wants his videos, like the videos themselves, to be long-form content, I mean, fair enough, I guess. I've almost gone down that route, but I don't know. It seems like the audience retention isn't that good in comparison to my highly edited content, right? It's hard to get good audience retention. It's harder than you would think, getting a high percentage for that. Because there are going to be people that either accidentally click on the video or, like, they have the attention span of a goldfish because they've been watching too much TikTok, so they watch a video for, like, 5 seconds and then they change their mind and watch something else. You know, it is hard to keep people's attention at the end of the day. So I don't even know how Acheeto manages to have an audience as large as he does. I mean, he's not particularly entertaining. I would argue he's less entertaining than me. I think that my live stream segments, which obviously I'm doing live, are more entertaining, despite not being edited, than anything Acheeto makes as like a full-on video.
But I think it's important to share where I'm at. So none of what I'm talking about in this Froggy Fresh video feels like I'm being hypocritical or, you know, I'm misleading you in any way.
Okay, sick, we got a new little character arc update, some DLC just came in. But iDubbbz, my friend, let's get into the drama, let's get into the juice. I'm getting tired over here, this is boring, my body...
Well, okay, if it's boring, which I don't even necessarily disagree with, why did you show the entire clip? I don't understand. Do you think this is good for audience retention? I mean, apparently he seems to think so. I'm pretty sure that the percentage of the video watched matters, though. Now, if you're doing a live stream, I get it. At that point, if you're watching something for the first time, that's understandable. That's why I didn't skip through it. Okay, I have an excuse, though. I'm doing this live. I haven't seen this video yet, so I don't know what parts are going to be boring or worth watching.
Body's producing melatonin. I feel an incoming yawn in approximately T-minus 5 seconds. Let's get...
Then cut it out of your video if it's boring. Isn't the goal to make points?
Into the juice.
I think a lot...
You do realize that by you spending, 30 seconds complaining about how boring iDubbbz is and how he's not getting into the juice, you are prolonging it, right? Your audience has to sit through 30 more seconds of nothing.
A lot of the content I've made has been irresponsible and misguided. And I think I've hurt a lot of people with the content I've made. Despite many people being entertained by it, I'm not trying to take that away from you. If you feel like you've learned important lessons or you have grown as a person because of the content I've made, I don't want to take that away from you. With some good can come a lot of bad. And I think I've done a lot of bad. And, at the bare minimum, I've just put a lot of negativity out there in the world.
I've already explained why I fundamentally disagree with iDubbbz here. I think he's brought mostly positivity, even if the framing of his arguments in Content Cop or the way he jokes might seem negative on the surface. I mean, sure, he might be tearing into somebody, but he does it in a way that's funny and lighthearted and comedic. And he does it in a way that ultimately is entertaining. And entertainment, especially laughter, brings people joy. I mean, sure, it might be easy for iDubbbz to, knowing the thought process behind making his content, maybe he didn't enjoy it as much as people enjoyed watching it. But that's not to say that the content wasn't funny or positive in some way. I mean, I thought it impacted me positively. Okay, laughter is a powerful thing. And it's something that makes people happier, right? It can even inspire people to become comedians. I mean, for the longest time, I was an iDubbbz clone on YouTube. The only issue was I wasn't very good at it, and it was kind of obvious. So everyone just thought it was cringy, because I was like this 13-year-old trying too hard to be like iDubbbz, and copying his jokes, but then making them slightly different so that I could pretend like they were my own jokes. Yeah, I mean...
world, and I'm working on not doing that.
Dude, when did you get neutered, okay? This is just so sad to watch. You were on the Mount Rushmore of good YouTubers back in 2017, making banger on banger on banger. Everybody liked your stuff. Everybody thought it was funny.
I agree with this, but I also want to clarify that nobody is obligated to make any type of content. And I can understand why iDubbbz, despite the positive reception he gets, would want to move away from it. Not because he's spreading negativity necessarily, but because, well, it's a fuck ton of pressure, is it not? I mean, imagine being considered the god of YouTube. Well, if you're going to be considered the god of YouTube, that creates, well, an ungodly level of expectation that you otherwise wouldn't have. You are now going to be held to such a high standard that ultimately you're never going to be able to meet it at some point, because if every content cop becomes more big and more grandiose and a bigger project than the last one, ultimately the expectations are going to be through the roofs when he's not able to improve anything anymore. I mean, he's going to reach a ceiling, right, in terms of what he can and can't provide content-wise, unless he becomes a corporation or some shit, right? I mean, he could do that. He could go Mr. Beast mode, but I don't think that that's in his character to do. And I could understand why he would want to tone it down, why he would want to lower the expectations. In fact, it might be self-sabotage of some form. That really wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that's not that uncommon, frankly. As somebody who personally struggles with accepting the fact that there are expectations that come along with certain things that give me anticipatory anxiety. That's something that I have to deal with, right? Even on my old channel, when it came to the content I was making, when I was playing a character and whatnot, there was always more and more anticipatory anxiety every single time I made a new video. That's why my uploads were dwindling over time until I just stopped uploading for like 2 years. And every video had to be better than the last one. And the longer I waited, the better the video had to be, because it's like, well, I don't want them to wait for a dog shit video that they don't enjoy. But then I never got anything done.
You were getting multiple millions of likes per video, and in retrospect...
Yeah, but that means that the expectations become higher, right? If you're considered YouTube God, that is an ungodly expectation. I don't think that anybody, not even iDubbbz, would be able to meet those expectations forever, right? It's not like me, where you can upload one mediocre or experimental video and see what happens. He can't do that. Or he couldn't. He could now. He has more creative freedom now that the expectations are lower than he did back then, whether you realize it or not.
You're like upset because what? Like you said slurs to be funny? Oh my.
Yeah, no. There's no good reason to give a shit about that. I've never been one to care.
God. Dude said I hurt a lot of people. You told jokes on the internet and people get offended on the internet. Like, yeah.
I agree, but this applies to jokes about religion, Acheeto, something that you don't seem to understand, because when it comes to jokes about religion, you throw a temper tantrum, which again, I'll include an entire explanation in a separate video just dedicated to Acheeto exclusively. So don't you worry. If you want all the attention in the world, you better believe I'll be willing to I'll provide you with the attention your father never gave you. And yes, that's coming from me, a literal fucking femboy. Yeah, I know. That's how you know it's bad.
Yes, that's correct. You're now realizing that there are people that are snowflakes that are going to complain when you push comedic boundaries. How?
You mean like the ones with religion that Weast pushed?
How did this happen? What took place in order to inspire this bizarre change? Was this man psyoped? Was he just taken somewhere and brainwashed, like lobotomized or something? Literally, something had to have happened.
I mean, people can change, whether it be for the worse, for the better, or just change to become different altogether. I mean, ultimately, it's up to him. I don't think it's a positive change necessarily. I will say that something I do appreciate from iDubbbz is he is, I think it's very apparent now, at least, that he at least seems to be more left-leaning. I think that that's a good thing. But what I mean by left-leaning isn't aesthetically left-leaning. I mean in terms of the actual ideas and policy positions that you believe in. For instance, while I might, in terms of humor, take the old iDubbbz approach still, I mean, if you see some of the shit I say, it becomes very apparent. Maybe not in this stream, because I'm feeling a little bit more chill today, but in other streams, I say some shit that would be regrettable if anybody else said it, okay? I can get away with a lot, alright? Because I'm me, and I just don't give a shit. Same way iDubbbz used to get away with a whole bunch of shit, right? He just didn't care. But I do have very left-leaning positions. You know, I'm very in favor of trans rights and trans healthcare. And when it comes to the nitty-gritties, you'll understand that, yeah, I take the most left-leaning positions possible, not because they're the most left-leaning, but because they're the most right, and just so happen to be left-leaning. But that's a whole side tangent, all right? I'm sorry.
In order to inspire this quantity of change. And you could say, oh, bro, but people change over the years. Right. Roger that, copy that, hearing you loud and clear, but at the same time, this sort of change is stupid.
I plan on expanding on all of this in a further video. I think there's a lot of content from over the years and some behind the scenes that I'd love to share with you guys. I think it would give clarity to where I'm at. But in this video, that's probably about all I can say on any of it. I don't want to detract from what the focus is. And the focus is kicking Froggy Fresh from the Craetor Clash card. The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde.
So yeah, as it turns out, the content cop has actually turned into the friendship police, and honestly, at this point in time, I'm saying ACAB, okay? I don't like this. All cops are cringe if this is true. Basically, Sam Hyde is this guy who has a lot of beef with iDubbbz, and I guess he's like really controversial or something, and like actually controversial, not just like, oh, people find him offensive or something, but he's like actually super controversial. I don't know.
Yeah, I would actually agree with this. Sam Hyde, okay, look, I want to hate Sam Hyde, because, I mean, objectively, I don't think he's a good person, but, like, it's Sam fucking Hyde, alright? There's something about him, I can't bring myself to hate him. There's, like, this, even though he says, like, some of, like, the nastiest shit, it's, like, I just can't hate the guy. I don't know why. You would think that me, as a staunch leftist, would absolutely despise him. I mean, he did donate to a Nazi organization. But I in theory, I would hate him, but I just can't bring myself to hate the dude. It's like, I hate him, but then it's like, oh, you know, I see, you know, content he makes, and it's like, oh, but that is pretty funny, and it's like, he is kind of likable in a weird way, and it's like, ooh, I don't know what it is about him. And I think he's, like, the only one, he's the only person I can think of that's like this. You know, most Nazis I just hate, right? I hate Nick Fuentes, for instance. I have no problem shitting all over him. I have zero empathy for that guy, because he's a piece of shit, alright? But Sam Hyde is just different. I don't know what it is.
What he believes or what he's done, because apparently there's like almost a decade of lore involving this guy, and I'm not gonna get caught up to that because I don't really care. But basically, Froggy Fresh was going to the same gym as this one individual, and that really upset iDubbbz, which eventually, I guess, domino affected into him getting kicked from the card, which is...
I don't agree with him kicking him from the card, but this is a dishonest framing of the situation. What happened, if you actually watched the video, you would know that what happened is not, it was because they were training at the same gym. What iDubbbz had an issue with was they were training together and making content. However, iDubbbz, when he referred to content, was referring to any and all content, even retweeting Sam Hyde on Twitter. He didn't even want that shit. Okay, so that would be a very easy thing to criticize him for. But no, it's, oh, no, iDubbbz kicked them from the event because, like, you see, they went to the same gym as Sam Hyde. No, they were making content together. It's just that he wasn't even releasing the video. He was not going to release the video until after the event, and he retweeted, like, 4 tweets about Sam Hyde and posted, like, 3 pictures with Sam Hyde, and that was it. I wouldn't consider that content. And then iDubbbz was like, I guess he thought that was a loophole in the system to post Twitter content. Oh, he must have thought it was a loophole that he wasn't posting it on YouTube. It's like, no, it's not a loophole. It's just him teasing content that he's going to post in the future. And it was very obvious.
So lame. Like, okay, yes, if I'm running a boxing event and one of my fighters is training with somebody who I don't like, I'm not gonna kick him out for that. I mean, unless
yeah, fair enough.
This guy's like actually touched little kids or is like a terrorist or something, then of course, you know, yeah, we have a case on our hands. But
Agreed.
This guy, I'm pretty sure he's not like actually a criminal or anything. But maybe
wait, are you talking about Sam Hyde or Froggy Fresh? If Froggy Fresh was friends with, I don't know, Onision, yeah, I guess then I could sort of understand. But even then, it's like, I feel like iDubbbz wasn't wrong simply because he banned him from the event. It's because there was no communication between the two of them. I mean, it was just really bad, piss-poor communication. All iDubbbz had to do was clarify, if you make content and post it, anything, even retweeting anything that has to do with Sam Hyde, you'll get banned from the event, so don't do any of that shit from this point forward until after the event. That's all he had to say. But no, he had to vaguely allude to it, but, like, not really, and just be like, oh, well, and then Froggy Fresh was like, well, this is a yes or no question. Will you ban me from the event for this? And then iDubbbz would weasel and be like, well, you see, I personally wouldn't like it if you did that. And it's like, that's not a yes or a no, you stupid bitch.
There's something I'm missing. Let's let iDubbbz talk.
And, for anyone who's been following the story, that's, fairly obvious. Froggy has explained, his side of the story multiple times. And unfortunately, he's been perpetuating a narrative that it's about OnlyFans or that it's about Anissa's mom. And that's extremely deceptive because he knows why he was kicked from the card. The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that.
Yeah, we already read those texts, and he let's just say he was pretty unclear. All right, he he was clear that he preferred it if Froggy Fresh didn't hang out with Sam Hyde, but at the same time, he didn't say whether or not it was a bannable offense. That is the distinction. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, there's what, like a little under 13 more minutes. There's like a little over 12 more minutes of this video. All right, but I'm not gonna watch the entire thing. It's complete garbage. I feel like everything Acheeto says is either obvious, as in, yeah, no shit, you fucking idiot, or it's just him being like, OnlyFans bad. OnlyFans bad. There is no value. There's nothing of substance here, so I see no need to get any further into this because he's just reiterating the same point. So the next video we're going to be watching is actually a different opinion, where somebody defends iDubbbz. I've actually seen this video in particular. It's a little bit shorter. It's by somebody named Haldyn, alright? So, this video is called A Huge Update on iDubbbz versus Froggy Fresh. Now, in this video, wait, there was supposed to be no ads.
Hey everyone, it's your favorite.
I'm sorry, hold on. I guess the ad blocker didn't work properly? I don't know. Whatever. Either way. But yeah, no. This video is called A Huge Update on iDubbbz versus Froggy Fresh by a relatively small channel. Larger than mine, obviously, but still relatively small in the grand scheme of things, named Haldyn. And his opinion is garbage for the opposite reason behind Acheeto's opinion being garbage. But I'm not gonna just say it's garbage. I mean, if I'm gonna make a claim like that, I bet it better be true. I better have some evidence. Well, this video is evidence of him having a bad opinion. He posted a massive L here. All right. Again, no hate to the people I'm watching, except for Acheeto because he's a loser. But no hate to Haldyn, for instance, right?
Hey everyone, it's your favorite boring Aussie commentator. So iDubbbz is a YouTube commentator with at this point well over 7.5 million subscribers on his channel. And over the past couple of weeks, he's found himself in a bit of drama for not including a creator by the name of Froggy Fresh inside one of his boxing events. And just recently, he released a response video to the entire situation. Now this video is called Addressing the Froggy Fresh Drama, and it is about 26 minutes long, so without further ado, let's take a look at it. But real quick, before we take a look at it, go ahead and subscribe to the channel for absolutely nothing. It's a limited time offer, just go ahead.
I don't care.
As a person and as a content creator, my philosophy for a while was, well, people will figure it out through the videos I make. But the problem is, the videos I make, I mean, I sort of avoid speaking from the heart. I'm just gonna focus on a thing, on a piece of content. I think I have bad associations with sharing.
I also think that it's completely fine for him to be more open and vulnerable. I want to make that clear. There is nothing wrong with speaking from the heart or focusing less on comedy or doing whatever you want. I don't think that any reasonable person has an issue with that.
Sharing my life on the internet. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be my thing. Like, leave that up to the vloggers. But I think it's important to share where I'm at. So,
well, why does everyone have to include this part?
Froggy Fresh video.
This part is boring.
Like I'm being hypocritical.
I need to do something entertaining
I'm
now.
misleading you in any way.
To fill the void.
I think a lot of the content I've made has been irresponsible and misguided, and I think I've hurt a lot of.
Bro, what do people get out of leaving entire minute-long segments in like this? Okay, you have an editing software. This isn't a live stream. You don't have to watch the entire thing. You don't have to include I mean, you should watch the entire thing, but you shouldn't include the entire however long in the video, all right?
People with the content I've made. You know, despite many people being entertained by it, you know, I'm not trying to take that away from you.
Dude,
if you feel like you've
you
learned
could cut this
important
part out, by
lessons,
the way.
or
you can
have
condense
grown
it.
as a person,
Are you this
because of the
desperate for
content I've
watch
made,
time?
I don't want to take that away from you. With some good can come a lot of bad.
Oh my
God.
God.
I think I've done a lot of bad, and you know.
How long is
So
this?
right off the bat, iDubbbz has made
Right off the bat, within the first 1 minute and 53 seconds. Well, now we finally get an opinion. Come on, Haldyn. Nothing against you, but let's be real. This is fucking lazy. All right, just admit it.
a very smart move
I guess he never denied it.
here. He has said that he really values the overall performance of the event over the reception of this drama, and that's
Yes, Haldyn. I have ears, you know. I can hear the things that iDubbbz is saying. You don't need to repeat it, okay?
why he released this video long after the drama took place.
Yes, dipshit. That's what he said. You don't need to repeat what he was saying.
However, at the same time, it's also a bad move, as it has left a lot of room for him to be criticized for not responding quick enough.
You could have just said, you could have just included, all right, here's some editing advice, all right? Now, maybe this isn't good in terms of getting all the watch time you need or whatever the fuck, but I think ultimately if you have a higher percentage of the video being watched, I think that's better than having a longer video that's over 8 minutes. All you had to do was include a few seconds of iDubbbz, like a very condensed version where he's like, I didn't release this video because of the fact that I wanted the event to perform as well. And then Haldyn could have interjected and said, yeah, but, okay, not reiterating what iDubbbz said, just, yeah, but, and then this point where that he just made of, yeah, but people were mad because you didn't respond fast enough. So it doesn't matter that you're responding now.
The general narrative around this has been that he is somehow in the wrong for not responding to the situation quick enough, and
Is that the narrative? I haven't really seen anybody say that. That's not what people are criticizing him for. People are criticizing him for kicking Froggy Fresh out of the event. I mean, I guess I've seen a few people make jokes about it, or you know, use it as like a, yeah, this is stupid. I don't know why you would post this L. I mean, everyone kind of forgot about it. You're just reminding people of the situation. It doesn't help you, Mr. iDubbbz, okay? It only hurts you. I've seen people make that point, but I don't think they're mad at him for bringing it back up or anything. They just think he looks stupid.
And I think this has, generally speaking, made it a pretty negative situation for him, because if you look at the like to dislike ratio in this video, it is 47,000 likes to 48,000 dislikes.
Yeah, I didn't like or dislike it, alright? I hate to be a cringe centrist, okay? I shit on centrism all the time. But when the centrist position just so happens to be the correct one, then it's based, alright?
Now, I know this is going to be a very controversial take, but I kind of side with iDubbbz here on what he is saying. His content was pretty good back in the day. In my opinion, it was very entertaining. However, at the same time, it was racist.
And this is why this is a bad opinion. His content had nothing to do with race. That's what a lot of people who are defending him now fail to understand. His content wasn't racist. You could say it was offensive and I didn't like it. That's perfectly fine. Maybe the content wasn't for you, but there was nothing inherently racist about it because it never had anything to do with race. He just liked to say the N-word because it was edgy, and edgy can, well, be funny sometimes. But it's no different from using any other slur or whatever for the sake of comedy, and I still don't have an issue with that. And the only reason I wouldn't do it is not because I have a moral opposition to it, but it's because, you know, I want my channel to get monetized when I hit 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. You know, I can only say so many, you know, questionable things, I guess you could say. before the application to the to the YouTube partnership program inevitably gets rejected if I go too far, right?
It was homophobic, it was sexist.
It wasn't. It really wasn't, okay? As somebody who, maybe, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm not the straightest person in the world. I did not take any issue with any of the so-called homophobia you're describing. If I watched that type of content today and it was being released today, I still wouldn't have an issue with it, because nothing about saying a mean word with no context attached to it and it not being said derogatorily is inherently hateful. That is what you are failing to understand here. I think that this should be obvious, but apparently it's not.
There was a lot of aspects to his content that were irrefutably offensive to groups of people.
As somebody who's a part of multiple minority groups, no. If you want to appeal to the, oh, well, this is offensive to minority groups, ooh woo, if that's the approach you want to take, if you care so much about minority groups and what they have to say, okay, fine. I'll engage in your retarded game of idpol, alright? So the minority groups that I'm a part of, I guess would be that I'm basically, yeah, I think it's safe to say, yeah, I'm trans at this point, right? And also, I'm definitely not straight. So, that being said, oh, and I also have the big autism, but I don't find the words faggot or retard offensive. And now, frankly, I should say them a little bit less often because, again, I want to get monetized. Ultimately, my dream job is this, so I have to have some limitations, right? But I don't think that there is anything wrong with other people who aren't a part of those groups saying those words in the context of them just being funny words to say that are funny because they're offensive and nothing else. It has nothing to do with him having any hatred towards any particular group. Absolutely nothing to do with that.
To masses of people that would otherwise enjoy his content. And I believe
I enjoyed it anyways, and I would still enjoy it.
over the years, iDubbbz's political opinions have changed, and his
Have they really changed that much? I mean, I'm sure that he's become more left, but I don't think he was ever a right-winger. This idea of edgy equals right-wing is fucking stupid, okay? You can be as edgy as iDubbbz was in 2016 and still be a staunch leftist, okay? I might not be as edgy as that necessarily, but I'm not opposed to it either, and I'm fairly edgy compared to other leftists. So I guess I would be an example of that. Vosh is another example of that. Somebody that doesn't really fit the mold of being aesthetically leftist or whatever the fuck.
has become more left-leaning. People have criticized him a lot for this, but I believe it is okay. I believe that people change over time.
Well, yeah, I would argue that him becoming more left-leaning is a good thing, because that means that his opinions are better, but that doesn't mean that his approach to shit is better. Just because he has better opinions and holds better policy positions, let's just say, maybe he used to be against trans healthcare, but now he's in favor of it. That's great, and that's an improvement. But what isn't an improvement is becoming more, morally grandstandy, all right? That's not an improvement. That is a massive downgrade.
Their opinions change, and it is really stupid to try and pin this as if iDubbbz is changing in a way that is bad.
I mean, in some regards, I suppose it's not necessarily he's this evil person now. I think it's stupid to say that this one situation means that he's completely changed and now he's irredeemable and now he's evil and he's not even the same person. Like, that's fucking stupid, right? It's okay, yeah, he did one wrong thing, okay? It's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, right? I don't think that this should ruin his career. I think that that's fucking stupid, all right? When I say that I'm against cancel culture, I mean it, all right? I'm not just saying it whenever it's convenient for an argument, right? I'm against cancel culture in general, all right? Canceling someone because they made one bad decision and didn't apologize for it, I think is fucking stupid, all right? People are flawed. People do shitty things sometimes. Okay? The world moves on, all right? I don't think it's that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things.
Opinions are inherently subjective, and
Yeah, sure. I guess. But this isn't even a matter of opinions. This is a matter of rhetorical approach and the way he frames certain ideas and positions and whatnot. That's what it really boils down to. At its core, one of the main reasons why iDubbbz's newer shit isn't very well received is because he doesn't give a fuck about his rhetorical approach. That is one of the main issues. And I don't know why people are overlooking that. But ultimately, a combination of both good rhetorical approach and intellectual honesty is the most ideal approach you can take as a content creator. That's what I try to do.
iDubbbz is allowed to change if he wants to, and is allowed to disavow his previous content.
Did anyone say he was? I guess, yeah, there probably are some people that are saying that, but I don't think that that's a good argument that many people have made, I don't think. I think people have cried about the OnlyFans thing for ages, right? So he had already changed or whatever, right? It's like, and by that, people don't mean he actually changed. It means that they realized that he's not the big, strong, masculine father figure they always thought he was, you know? It's almost like he metaphorically left for the milk the same way their actual biological fathers did, right?
And if anything, it's a lot more mature than the people who are trying to force him to go back to his old edgy self.
I don't think anybody is trying to force him into anything. Maybe not anybody, I'm sure there's some people, but for instance, my criticism isn't, oh, you need to start saying the N-word more often. No, I don't give a shit. Nobody is obligated to say the N-word a certain number of times. That's obviously fucking stupid. However, I don't think it is fair for iDubbbz to say or do things that are fucking stupid and, you know, be exempt from all criticism because, oh, well, you see, he's just changing. Yes, people can change, but that doesn't mean that they are suddenly exempt of all criticism or that they're never gonna, you know, oh, you can't criticize them for being hypocritical ever or contradicting themselves. Oh, because they're just in the process of changing. It's like, yeah, but you can still criticize them. They are a public figure at the end of the day. Now, whether or not certain criticisms are warranted is a different discussion. I think in this case, a lot of it is. A lot of it isn't as well. I mean, it goes both ways, right?
Is on the daily insulting my wife. I think it's pretty fair to, you know, not want to associate with him in any way.
Again, this whole guilt by association thing is fucking stupid. I can understand you not wanting to associate with Sam Hyde personally, but not wanting to associate with anyone who associates with Sam Hyde sometimes is fucking stupid, alright? It's not like Froggy Fresh was bringing Sam Hyde to the event with him, alright? Sam Hyde was going to have nothing to do with the event. What iDubbbz fails to realize, and the reason why he looks fucking stupid here, is because by banning Froggy Fresh from the event, what he is doing, whether he realizes it or not, is he is not only blowing the drama out of proportion, but he is giving Sam Hyde a massive W. By making this video, he is basically shouting into a megaphone saying, "Yes, Sam Hyde, you live rent-free in my head." That is what he is saying here, whether he realizes it or not. Alright, that is what he is saying. Now, I can understand not liking Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde is an asshole. I don't dispute that. I think Sam Hyde has said some really shitty things about Ian's wife, and went way too far. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But I don't think that this guilt by association thing is very logical, or something that was worth it, right? If Froggy Fresh had just, you know, trained with Sam Hyde, whatever, made a video with him, even if it was before the event, it would have given less publicity to Sam Hyde than this shit, okay? Now everybody is talking about Froggy Fresh, Sam Hyde, and iDubbbz, okay? That is what everybody is talking about. People wouldn't be talking about it as much if you would just let it slide and then just don't invite Froggy Fresh to Craetor Clash 3. It's very fucking simple. It's really not hard.
We did ban Sam from the first event, so it's not as if he's confused about where he stands in all this.
No, but what was confusing was whether or not he was going to get banned for associating with Sam Hyde, because if you actually read the text messages, iDubbbz is actually very weaselly when it comes to the way he was communicating this information. He never said that something would or wouldn't get Froggy Fresh banned. He didn't set up any clear guidelines. He just said, I personally would prefer if you don't do this, is basically what he was saying, which doesn't answer any of the questions Froggy Fresh was asking. When Froggy Fresh was like, hey, can you just say yes or no? And when somebody is asking for clear guidelines, you should give them clear guidelines. I'm not saying that you should be super strict or anything. I just believe that if you're going to enforce certain rules or ideas, you should make it very fucking clear before you enforce them, not after.
I don't like him. And
I don't like him is also not a good reason.
Froggy knows that. Froggy knows that I don't like him. Of
So are you not allowed to associate with anyone you don't like? I already addressed this on a different stream.
course, that's why he was banned. You know, none of this is like news to Froggy.
Yes, we know. Your reasoning is, I banned him because I don't like him. We know, iDubbbz. We know. You could have provided a better reason, but...
Froggy knew all of this going into it. For anyone who's under the impression that Froggy has been like reasonable and chill and respectful through this whole process, he hasn't been.
I think that Froggy Fresh is kind of retarded, yeah. I don't disagree with that. He does come across as not a very intelligent person, and he does seem like kind of a loser. But I don't think he did anything worth getting banned over. I just think that, oh yeah, he seems like he's kind of a dick and a bit of a loser and probably has a room temperature IQ. But having a room temperature IQ is not something that I think should warrant getting banned from a charity event that you spent months preparing for.
He's been a piece of shit. I'm not happy with how he's behaved. He's talked mad shit about me.
Oh, and by the way, for those of you who aren't aware, most of the clips that Ian shows here are clips of Froggy Fresh talking shit after getting banned. Like, yeah, no fucking shit, Ian. Yes, he is going to talk shit after getting banned, but that's not why you banned him. You didn't use your fucking time-traveling machine to see how he would respond, okay? For all you knew, he could have just not cared and been like, yeah, I guess I'm banned, lol, and moved on.
Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's also fucking stupid. Yeah, Froggy Fresh says stupid shit in these clips, but that doesn't mean that him saying stupid shit was the reason he got banned. It wasn't. He said this after getting banned.
It is.
Anissa.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
That was after he was banned.
Participants of the event.
This is really a lot of weird,
This clip was also after being banned.
tender, soft people.
Now, what he's saying in these clips, don't get me wrong, it makes him sound retarded because it's Froggy Fresh and he's a retard. But, sorry, I need to stop saying that word so much. Not that I have any moral opposition to it or that I think it's offensive. I don't want YouTube. I gotta, think about the YouTube algorithm gods sometimes. I gotta, my channel's getting close to being monetized.
People, Craetor Clash people, are real like these type of people. You know what I mean?
The event,
I mean, sure, you could say he's unfunny and cringy and doesn't come across as somebody who's very intelligent, but these aren't reasons for why he was banned. I mean, obviously, because these clips were taken after he was already banned. You didn't ban him for his reaction to getting banned, you fucking idiot. Like, why would you include this and then frame it as the reason why you were banning him? It's incredibly dishonest. Now, if you want to say, here's why this guy is a fucking loser, and why I don't like him. And then if you want to say, you know, he acted like this behind the scenes and then showed shit where he was acting like this behind the scenes and then, you know, showed instances of him being a piece of shit, I don't know, behind the scenes, then that would be a much better argument from Ian. I don't think it would even be that hard. It's not like Froggy Fresh is a very smart person either. I'm sure he said some stupid shit before getting banned.
Itself.
This is really like the patty cake league for like social media boxing. You know?
He doesn't like the culture of Craetor Clash, and he mentioned that.
And Chris Raygun and all these.
Well, yeah, this is after people at Craetor Clash had already sided with iDubbbz. Wait, you mean to tell me that Froggy doesn't like the culture of people that are defending iDubbbz's decision to ban Froggy Fresh? You mean Froggy Fresh doesn't like that? Wow, I can't possibly imagine why.
People, it's like some big ethot worshiping party at these things, and
I mean, yeah, you can say that, yeah, Froggy Fresh sounds like a fucking loser here, and you'd be damn right in saying so, but that's not why he was banned.
I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about, but everybody's there.
No, I think here it would be completely incorrect to say anything other than iDubbbz is 100% in the right.
Well, aside from the fact that, like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into philosophically into how, well, nothing is gonna, no one can be 100% in the right. I mean, well, I mean, I guess maybe sometimes they can. I don't know. Occasionally it might be something unambiguous, but usually situations like these are pretty, you know, complex. There's not oh yeah, this person's 100% in the right. But with all of that aside, semantic arguments aside, it's not even close. He's maybe like 50% in the right. Maybe you could argue. I don't think that's an inherently wrong statement to make. I mean, I think he's more wrong than right, but so are the people criticizing him. So are the people defending him. I think that people should criticize him, but a lot of the criticisms he's getting are complete dog shit and not warranted. You know, don't get me wrong, I was also pretty harsh on iDubbbz, but the criticisms I was giving were actually fucking reasonable. That's the difference, right?
I can 100% see why he is uncomfortable with Sam Hyde making these comments towards his life partner.
Okay, so that means that he should ban Froggy Fresh from the event for associating with Sam Hyde during times and places that aren't the event? Do you not see why this is fucking stupid?
His wife. Sure, he used to be edgy, sure, he used to be different back in the day, but now he's a little bit different, and
sure, but okay, your point?
He makes content and his opinions have changed to the point where he is no longer an edgy person and he
okay. That doesn't mean that it's suddenly bad to be edgy, okay? I think that you can still criticize him for banning somebody over a non-issue. That's still a fair criticism. I mean, I criticized him for multiple hours on my last live stream, okay? It was a very good stream. Go check it out after this.
Doesn't like this kind of stuff anymore. To add to this, Sam Hyde's rhetoric definitely stinks of seeing people as objects. More
sure, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to say because you don't even know what Sam Hyde is like as an actual person. Because he hides behind like 5 billion layers of irony. Do I think that his opinions are good? No, probably not. I think that he probably does have bad opinions when it comes to politics. Otherwise, I'd highly doubt he would otherwise donate a ton of money to a Nazi organization back in the day. I mean, he never disavowed it. He never went back on it and said, yeah, that was fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know, maybe he did it because he wanted to be more controversial, but ultimately he is endorsing something shitty. Whether his intentions were to be more controversial or to make people mad or not, he was doing something that consequentially was a bad thing, regardless of intent, right? So I think it's fair to say, yeah, he's probably not the best person. If nothing else, he doesn't give a shit about the well-being of other people. That's a fair point you could make. However, that point aside, I don't think it is, however, fair to say that because Ian doesn't like Sam Hyde that he should ban people for associating with Sam Hyde. Again, guilt by association is fucking stupid, because there can be plenty of people who, maybe they're chronically centrist, for instance, so they don't really care about politics, and maybe they believe that if someone's called a Nazi, they're like, well, they probably don't even mean it, okay? They don't know anything about the situation, they don't know what Sam Hyde believes politically, and they just see Sam Hyde as a funny man, okay? They don't care about politics on either side of the aisle, and they see it all as equal. That doesn't make them an inherently bad or controversial person, right? Not everybody views things through the lens of politics, right? And that's fine. I mean, that's why the culture war is sadly pretty relevant, even though I personally would rather it not be, right?
More specifically, women as objects, which is really messed up, and I can see why iDubbbz would not want to associate with this individual.
He doesn't have to associate with Sam Hyde, but he could not associate with Sam Hyde without banning Froggy Fresh from the event, which ultimately led to Sam Hyde getting more attention and giving Sam Hyde a W because clearly he's living rent-free in Ian's head. Okay, it's not a good look for Ian. Now, I'm not somebody who normally cares that much about optics, but this is one of those cases where it's clearly and unambiguously fucking stupid and unintelligent for Ian to do this on multiple levels. Nobody benefits from this, okay? Obviously, Froggy Fresh doesn't benefit from this, but also, I would say if anybody benefits from this, it would be none other than Sam Hyde, okay? Sam Hyde is the only person that benefits from this situation in terms of the way Ian handled it, because he is giving Sam Hyde the exact power that he so desperately wants Sam Hyde to not have over him. He is affirming that Sam Hyde lives rent-free in his eye. I don't know how many times I need to say it for it to become obvious. It's very obvious, though.
I'm not going to be the association police, but I definitely think that he is in the wrong for this situation.
I'm not going to be the association police, but also I think that iDubbbz should be the association police and is 100% right in doing so. If anybody was wondering why it's a bad idea to upload 5 videos a day, this is a perfect example as to why.
And Sam Hyde is funny, but he definitely isn't a great person based
Agreed.
on his actions here, and Froggy Fresh definitely perpetuated Sam Hyde's actions
By doing what exactly? Posting 4 pictures on Twitter with Sam Hyde? Oh god, the horror. I can't believe he's perpetuating such a horrible ideology. It's like, yeah, I don't disagree with Sam Hyde probably being a shitty person. I mean, again, you can't know what he's like behind the scenes even, because he plays a character 24/7. But associating with a bad person does not make you a bad person. What if you associate with a bad person, what if you associate with someone who associates with a bad person? Are you still a bad person then? I mean, if that's your standard, it goes infinitely, and then everybody's a bad person.
associating with and supporting him.
Bad. And I think I've done a lot of bad, and at the bare minimum, I've just put a lot of negativity out there in the world, and I'm working on not doing that. I plan on expanding on all of this in a further video. I think there's a lot of
Which I still want to see, by the way.
From over the years and some behind the scenes that I'd love to share with you guys.
Which I'd also love to see.
I think it would give clarity to where I'm at.
Yeah.
But in this video, that's probably about all I can say on
Fair
any
enough.
of it. I don't want to detract from what the focus is. And the focus is kicking Froggy Fresh from the Craetor Clash card.
What I find interesting is, okay, I would understand only watching like the first however many minutes of the video on a live stream, like what I'm doing. That's what I did with the Acheeto video, right? But if you're going to make a video, not on a live stream, but a video where you can edit it and cut things, why would you include the part where he doesn't even talk about the situation, the intro that is entirely tangential and not really that related to the actual situation? Why would you react to that and then be like, well, the video's 8 minutes now, fuck that shit, yeah, I'll just, I'll move on to my next video because I gotta upload my my 4th video today.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde.
Yeah, I already explained why this is stupid.
And, you know, for anyone who's been following the story, that's, you know, fairly obvious. Froggy has explained, you know, his side of the story multiple times. And unfortunately, he's been perpetuating a narrative that it's about OnlyFans or that it's about Anissa's mom. And that's
know how to edit?
Deceptive because he knows why he was kicked from the card.
Do you not know how to cut
the one indication I gave
properly?
him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that.
Haldyn.
Anyone who's mentioning the fact that Harley trained with Sam Hyde for the
you
year
can cut
previous,
footage out, right? It doesn't have to be 8 minutes long.
Sam was saying this about my wife.
I don't think so, Anissa. Bitch. Ho. Fucking.
Haldyn, you do realize that there's this cool thing you can do, called cutting footage out when that footage is unnecessary. All right, I know you want to get to the 8-minute mark for those sweet mid-roll ads, but this is why your view to subscriber ratio is complete dog shit. It's because you get low audience retention on most of your videos. This is why. Okay, I would wager that the majority of people watching this, not only this live stream but your video, have already seen Ian's video on it. Okay, if they don't care about the situation, then, you know, they're not going to watch your video. If they do care about the situation, the first video they're going to watch is going to be Ian's video. I mean, that's why it already has over, I think, what, it got 1 million views in a day?
Anissa. What an ugly piece of shit. But look how beat.
Compared to the 700,000 views that he got on the Thanos fidget toy video over the course of many months, by the way.
She is. Oh, nice jack-o'-lantern teeth.
That's like
I can't wait to see what she looks like when she's 32. Her teeth look like a pumpkin head. Like it's the Anissa Joma hole stretcher. I'm sending.
And the only good thing about these clips is him pronouncing Anissa as Anissa. Everything else I think is a little bit, I think that part is kind of funny, but I don't know. I think he goes too far with these jokes. I don't, like, Anissa hasn't really done anything to him to warrant that, so I don't know why he thinks it's a good idea to say those things. Like, who benefits from that? I don't understand why he attacks Anissa so much, right? It's like, what the fuck did she do to Sam Hyde? Literally nothing. So I do agree that, yeah, okay, Sam Hyde is a dickhead. I think a lot of people agree with that, though. Even people in the commentary community are, yeah, this guy's a fucking asshole. It's funny, though, because everybody also agrees that he is pretty funny, too. I think that a lot of people have mixed feelings about him. You know, myself included, I must say.
This to Anissa's OnlyFans, it goes directly into charity.
Yeah.
Everybody hates him and his wife's a slut.
So yeah, now that this guy is...
Now there's more on this video to take.
So yeah, now that this guy is, and then he cuts, this is just a testament to how lazy this motherfucker is, alright? My buddy, you realize that you can spend more time editing the video than the length of the video itself, alright? You don't need to spend only 8 minutes and 44 seconds making the video, alright? That is the length of the video, but you should be spending more time than that when it comes to actually making the oh my god, is that a donation? Thank you very much, Mutated Cutie, for the $3. I really appreciate it. To be fair, a lot of commentary videos are just showing the whole video with 3 seconds of talking. The problem is yes men saying those videos are good. Yeah, true. Well, I think one of the main issues with the way the commentary community handles this is they'll just play 1 minute, like they'll play an entire minute of iDubbbz's video, and then they'll say that iDubbbz is a cuck and that it was cringe that he banned him from the event, and then they'll play like another 3 minutes, and then they'll interject like once or twice, right? You know, these are the same people. These are the exact same people that will shit on Hassan for fucking whatever, like eating a sandwich as like the video is playing. But like, I don't blame Hassan for doing that. I mean, he's streaming multiple hours. Now, I make jokes about it as well, not because I'm a Hassan fan or hater. I just occasionally will tune in and make a joke about that because I think it's funny. It's not a serious argument point against him, right? I think I think I'm gonna read chat a little bit. In my opinion, Froggy's ban was 100% justified. He was clearly being a puppet for Sam by constantly making subtle comments about Anissa. His mask slipped when he got banned. That's why iDubbbz is showing clips. I agree to an extent. I think that I don't think Froggy Fresh is like a nice person. I don't think that he's not a dumbass, right? I think obviously, no shit. Yes, Froggy Fresh is a dumbass. But just because he's a dumbass and an asshole and has a room temperature IQ does not automatically mean that iDubbbz was in the right, okay? Just, you do realize that multiple people can be in the wrong at the same time. And I'm not saying this to be a centrist, okay? I shit on centrism all the time, right? The whole idea of, okay, well, if there are two worldviews that are like they obviously don't work together. There's no middle ground, right? It's called the law of exclusive middle, right? And that applies to a lot of politics, right? This is not one of those instances. This is an instance in which multiple people are in the wrong. The only person who has the correct opinion here is me, okay? I am the one who's right and nobody else. I don't think I've seen a single person give a good take on this yet. It's absurd. Every single person I've seen talk about this is just regurgitating the same garbage talking points over and over again and not actually addressing real criticism that is valid towards iDubbbz. Either people are saying he's completely right or completely wrong. Whereas it's like, what about the position of he's like wrong, but like also Froggy Fresh is also a dumbass and he's not right either, and they both kind of suck in this situation. Like, I don't know. I think that both of them are worthy of criticism for different reasons. You're all Spartan high school style. Hell yeah. Alright. Your criticism is invalid already for the fact you a degenerate with rape fantasies. Alright, enter whatever the fuck your name is. Get in the Discord and fucking debate me, alright? Add my Discord. It's in the description. And directly call me, alright? Fucking if you want to talk all this shit, you better be able. Oh shit, wrong button. I'm sorry. Fuck. Me trying to be dramatic and then pressing the wrong button. All right. As I was saying before I pressed the wrong button for dramatic effect, if you're gonna talk all this shit, you better be able to fucking debate me. You dumb piece of shit. All right, there we go. That was what I was looking for. I'm sorry. That was very underwhelming. Femyoz, please just say ooh woo. Ooh woo. Is that what you were looking for? There, I said ooh woo. Are you a commie? Me? No, I wouldn't say I'm a commie. I'd say I wouldn't say I'm a capitalist either. I don't know if I'd consider myself a socialist either. I mean, the easiest thing I can say is I'm a part of the mixed economy gang, because what that really says is I'm that's like a whole ass spectrum between capitalism and socialism, and it means I don't want to talk about the issue. So it's easier if I just say it's complicated. But generally speaking, I lean towards progressive ideas. Sure, iDubbbz could have been more clear, but we literally see him understanding what iDubbbz was asking him to do, and Froggy was just simply saying, but Sam Hyde is my friend. Yeah, I know that. But all iDubbbz had to do, and this is very easy, is say, yes, Froggy, if you do this, you will get banned. I don't know why iDubbbz felt the need to weasel his way around. That doesn't mean that Froggy Fresh was in the right. I think that Froggy Fresh was also in the wrong. I think that he's a bad friend to iDubbbz. I think he's an asshole. And I could see why iDubbbz would maybe perhaps not invite him to future events, but kicking him out of an event that he's already, trained for. is just not a smart move. If nothing else, it's just giving Sam Hyde more power. It's just affirming that, yes, Sam Hyde is living rent-free in my head, so much so that anyone who associates with him is banned from my event, right? Whereas he could have just handled this behind the scenes by being like, yeah, all right, fine. Do whatever the fuck you want, but don't get mad at me when you don't get invited to the next event. And then it would have gone under the radar, no one would have said anything, and no one would be thinking about Sam Hyde as much as they are now. Now, Sam Hyde is in the spotlight. Now everybody is talking about how iDubbbz is a cuck, and how Sam Hyde is either based or, well, at least relevant to the situation. Everyone is talking about him. Everyone is thinking about Sam Hyde now, when they think about iDubbbz, okay? Ian did this to himself, okay? I'm not saying that Ian has completely bad intent, but what I am saying is his decision to do certain things, like banning Froggy Fresh over the Sam Hyde thing, was not very intelligent, alright? At the very least, he could have had some sort of contract that explicitly states something where, or just explicitly say to Froggy, hey, if you do this, you're fucking banned, alright? Being ambiguous doesn't solve anything. That's the issue. He was being ambiguous. This is why people shit all over YouTube TOS. It's ambiguous because then it allows, YouTube to arbitrarily decide who they do and don't want on their platform, not according to any consistent standard, but based on who they like and who advertisers like. That's all there is to it. That's it. It's based on what makes them money, right? Now, I don't think that iDubbbz is doing what makes him money, because ultimately he would have his event would have made more money if he hadn't kicked the dude from the event, right? All it did was cause people to not buy tickets and to not go to the event, and that money would have otherwise gone to charity. Now, I don't think that the people that were like, oh, I'll give this money to charity if you let him back into the event, are innocent either. They're just as guilty because they're saying, I'm willing to donate, this money to charity, but only if you do this thing that I want you to do. Okay, that's not you being charitable. That's just you trying to bribe somebody into doing something so that they look like a bad person if they don't do what you want them to do, right? So I understand that there's a nuance to the situation. I'm not here to completely shit on iDubbbz and be like, well, you see, iDubbbz is cringe and Sam Hyde and Froggy Fresh are based. I'm not about that, and that's why I'm spending just as much time criticizing both sides, all right? The first side I criticized was the anti-iDubbbz side, all right? I subjected myself to an Acheeto video. Do you know how fucking painful that is? It's fucking painful, all right? And the next video we're going to be watching is a Grimsy video, all right? So, let me drink some water. Holy fuck. So the next video we're going to be watching that has a garbage take is from Grimsy. It's called The Final Nail in the Coffin. It's just a picture of iDubbbz's profile picture or channel or whatever in the thumbnail, because he couldn't be fucked to make an actual thumbnail, because that would require an hour of his time. I could understand if he made it like that, the temporary thumbnail, but whatever. And then Acheeto, of course, copied it, because he's Acheeto and he's also lazy. He's somehow even lazier. He's copying an already lazy thumbnail, but that's a whole nother tangent, alright? That's a whole nother tangent. But let's see how good Grimsy's take is, alright? Maybe, because,
I don't think Froggy...
I mean, sometimes Grimsy has a good take. I mean, he takes a similar approach to me. Sometimes the approach of literally who gives a shit. I mean, that's a good approach. I like that approach. I'm hoping that he takes that approach here.
He respects sex workers. I think he has some really old, tired opinions about people who...
Ooh, is that another donation? Holy shit. Mutated Cutie with another $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I actually agree with kicking him. iDubbbz was stupid to not be 100% clear about it. But the way Froggy acted after, I'm convinced if he was clear, he would still make drama out of it. Sam clearly loves the drama as well. Well, that's why I don't even agree with kicking him in general, is because they love drama. Sam Hyde benefits from this. That's the problem. I know it might be, it might feel good for iDubbbz to kick him out of the event. It might be something where in the heat of the moment, like, if he's doing it out of spite, it feels great, man. But he has to realize that this is exactly what Sam Hyde wants. Sam Hyde wants him to get kicked from the event, because then what Sam Hyde can do is he can be like, wow, I'm living so rent-free in Ian's head that he's kicking anybody from the event when they're associated with me. Not even talking about me, just posting 2 pictures of me on Twitter. And in a way, he does have kind of a point. But all Ian had to do was not invite Froggy Fresh to the next event. That's it. That's all he had to do. And it wouldn't have blown up as much as it did. I understand. I'm not arguing against Ian's intentions here, all right? I understand why he banned Froggy Fresh from the event. It's just that the consequences of his actions are not the consequences that he was intending. And I think it was very fucking obvious that this would happen. Anybody who has spent as long as iDubbbz has on the internet, all right? Let's not pretend like he was never terminally online, okay? He spent many years of his life being as terminally online as I am, all right? He knows exactly how the fuck the internet works. This isn't a new phenomenon, right? His intentions are fine, but at the same time, let's be real. I don't think that it was what he intended. Hey, yo, what have I missed? Hello, Olivia Bean. Welcome to the stream. Well, basically, Froggy Fresh was banned from the event, and then it caused drama. And we're talking about why everybody except for me is wrong. You could just, if you're lost, that's okay. You could either watch back at 2 times speed, or you could watch that later, or you could just sort of, figure it out along the way. It should be pretty clear what my position is, which is everybody else is wrong and I'm right and everybody is stupid except for me. Anyways, so the next video we're going to be watching is from Grimsy. It's called The Final Nail in the Coffin. Let's see how good this video is. I'm so excited to see what his position is. Maybe he's right. I don't know. Let's be real. He's not going to be, because it's going to be different from mine, and therefore it's going to be wrong. I mean, everybody who disagrees with me is wrong, and everybody who agrees with me is right.
Froggy respects sex workers. I think he has some really old, tired opinions about people.
I mean, I agree with this, at least, independent of the situation. iDubbbz is right here. It's just the framing of the argument is rhetorically ineffective. And I talked about this in the second half of the stream.
Who do sex work. I think he has a lot of weird opinions as well about masculinity and shit.
I agree with all of this. However, this is not a good enough reason for him to ban him from the event. Okay? Anybody who's been on the internet for as long as me or as long as iDubbbz knows that this is going to backfire. And guess fucking what? That is exactly what happened. Okay? I knew as soon as I saw the title and thumbnail of the video, without even seeing the like to dislike ratio, that iDubbbz was going to get a ton of shit if he doubles down on the position that he had. And he said, well, about what I expected him to say, which wasn't good. He should have just not made a huge deal out of it. Even if he had said nothing and just swept it under the rug, that would have been better than this response, in my opinion. Now, I'm not somebody who believes that, oh, well, you shouldn't be able to say something if it's unpopular or whatever the fuck. But if your goal is to not have Sam Hyde be in the limelight, you are failing miserably, my friend. That is the issue. Not the reason. I don't have an issue with his intent. I have an issue with him ignoring the outcome. Hey, thank you, I assume, Mutated Cutie, for donating, I'm guessing, another $3. Yes, true, but I think that the feeling, I think feeling comfortable is more important than not letting some troll win. This will blow over, and I think he kind of knew this would happen. He doesn't want his old fans And I think he's trying to get rid of them. Sorry for interrupting. Nah, you're good if I have a financial incentive to do so. I mean, I'm just saying. Also, somebody's saying, you know what? I'm only gonna read super chats, and then I'm gonna continue with the stream, and then I'll read chat afterwards. Okay? But yeah, yeah, no, don't worry about interrupting or anything. All right? Yeah, I understand why that would be, but here's the thing. All right, that would be a reason for not inviting Sam Hyde to the event. Okay, inviting someone who is associated with Sam Hyde, who isn't really going to do anything bad at the event, all right? He's not just going to start screaming about how great Sam Hyde is and how he worships the Lord and Savior Sam Hyde in the middle of the boxing match and ruin everything, okay? That's not going to happen, all right? But at the same time, you know, I understand where Ian is coming from, but also, come on, guilt by association doesn't look good. If nothing else, Ian is so rhetorically ineffective that it makes it so difficult for somebody like me to defend his reasoning. I actually agree with a lot of the reasons he's given. I agree that Froggy Fresh is a loser. I agree that his opinions are dog shit and that he's not very intelligent. But at the same time, Ian's the way Ian handled the situation is unintelligent. I'm sorry. We're gonna continue watching the Grimsy video. We've gotten 13 seconds into it so far. I'm sorry.
Shit. Say.
Well, I didn't expect to triple upload today, but I've watched a guy that I used to watch a lot of times because he bullied people and because he was mean and edgy and because I thought he actually stood for anything that he pretended to care about.
What did he pretend to care about it exactly? I don't think that the point of his content wasn't to be mean or edgy. I mean, sure, that was an integral part. That was an integral part of it, right? But at the same time, that wasn't all the content was. The point of his content wasn't just to, oh, let me write down a list of offensive things to say and just say all of them. If you actually listened to the points he made, right? If you actually paid attention to the things he said in Content Cop, the reason why Content Cop was so rhetorically effective was because rather than applying whatever arbitrary standards he believes in that, let's be real, the people watching him wouldn't start out with, you know, and obviously he doesn't live stream, so he doesn't have the same amount of time to convince his audience of certain things. Instead, he applies the other person's standards to them, okay? The reason he bullied Leafy wasn't because he goes out of his way to find people that don't have chins so that he can bully them for not having chins. That wasn't his goal there. His goal was to apply Leafy's standards to Leafy. That was the whole fucking point. Same thing with Keemstar. Same thing with Tana Mojo. Alright? All of those videos, same thing with Rice Gum. It was basically just giving them a taste of their own medicine. You know, for Tana, it was being extremely petty. For Keemstar, it was being a complete dick, right? And basically just shitting all over him. You know, the one of the main criticisms was, or one of the main things that Keemstar was known for before that is, oh, that dude's a savage. But that attitude was way more applicable to iDubbbz in that video. Same thing with Leafy. It's like, oh, Leafy, you think you're good at bullying people? Well, let me just tell you, I'm a million times fucking better, all right? Shut the fuck up and sit down, you little chinless bitch, all right? And then, you know, Rice Gum. It's like, oh, here, let me make a diss track that's a million times funnier than whatever generic bullshit Rice Gum makes, right? The reason it's rhetorically effective is Ian is doing what the other person is doing, but 10 times fucking better and 10 times funnier. That's why it was effective. It wasn't effective because he was edgy for the sake of being edgy, all right?
Cry for 30 minutes because Sam Hyde, somebody that he platformed, called his wife a whore. Have you guys...
On his platform or off of his platform? Now, I understand the argument of, yeah, maybe it wasn't very smart to make that documentary, okay? Yeah, realistically, if you try to do something like that, you're not beating Sam Hyde, okay? Regardless of how much you like or dislike Sam Hyde, you're not gonna win when he's going to hide behind a million layers of irony, okay? You just can't beat him, all right? You're not going to beat him if you try to make serious arguments against him, okay? You just can't win. It's not worth engaging with at the end of the day. That was the mistake Ian made.
You guys don't know, iDubbbz released this
amazing thumbnail.
piece of shit video today, and I don't know how long it's gonna last. I don't know if he's gonna delete it or not. He's already deleting comments, which is insane because
I don't know about that one. Maybe he is, but you have to remember that the YouTube filter automatically removes a lot of comments, okay? It automatically removes shit that doesn't even violate YouTube TOS, I don't think. It's like the most... I'll go to the held for review section of my comment section, and there'll be, like, the most tame shit imaginable, or someone, like, saying something, like, mildly bad that's not actually bad, and it's like, YouTube, I don't want you to delete these, okay? I want to see these comments, okay? These are people that might end up debating me.
Because it's iDubbbz, the guy that, it's killing me already. Basically, iDubbbz is becoming everything that he said was bad. He's
Okay.
deleting comments on his newest video.
You don't know that. You're just asserting that. You don't know whether or not it's YouTube's shitty comment filter automatically deleting them or not, okay? I see, comments that I leave that are perfectly reasonable, or mainly, like, there are a ton of times where in massive reply chains, people's comments, will show notifications, but then they won't show up. It's not that they're getting deleted by the creator. In a 500 reply, if something has 200 replies, the creator is not going to read all of them, right? They're not going to delete that many comments, okay? It is YouTube's shitty filter, all right? Come on. Just because iDubbbz did something you don't like does not mean you should be uncharitable.
He's being a complete and utter bitch and grandstanding about sexism, sex work, and, like, I don't know, like, jokes are sexist now, like...
And this is why I said that I have an issue with Ian's rhetorical approach, because it does come across that way. That is what it comes across as. And anyone who doesn't know what he's actually trying to articulate, or, who already has a nuanced take on the situation, is just going to think, oh, well, he's wrong about this. He's contradicting himself and shit. And it's like, even though a lot of what he was saying was correct, it's not a matter of whether or not he's correct. Being correct is the easy part, in my experience. I mean, I'm always right, so I would know, right? So that's not the hard part, The hard part is being rhetorically effective, which Ian has been failing to do, which is surprising because you would think that the man who made content cops on people would be rhetorically effective, but it seems he's only rhetorically effective at proving that other people are hypocrites. He's not good at defending himself. His rhetorical strategy there is fucking god-awful, right? Him applying other people's standards to them is easy, right? If somebody's a hypocrite, it's easy to prove that. But him having his own moral framework and defending it is a lot more difficult. And that's something that takes a lot more practice, right? It's easy to just be a commentator who is like, you're a hypocrite because 2 years ago you said this, but now you say this. That is the easiest shit imaginable, all right? It hardly requires any effort. You just have to have, like, a decent, a functioning memory, basically, right? And you had to kind of be there, maybe, but let's be real, every commentary YouTuber is terminally online. Having a moral framework and defending your positions is very difficult without coming across as preachy. But it's something that can be avoided. It's something that can be done, all right? If iDubbbz knew how to articulate certain points, it would not come across this way, right? It wouldn't come across as grandstandy. It would be more similar to how I articulate points. And again, I have critiqued Ian's rhetoric here. Fuck, I'll critique anyone's rhetoric. You would think that someone like Xanderhal, for instance, would have a better approach than me when it comes to, his rhetoric. But no. Sometimes his rhetorical approach is fucking awful. And it's like, who is he trying to convince? People that already agree with him or people that disagree with him? Because it seems like he's trying to convince people that already agree with him a lot of the time. And just, ostracizing people who disagree with him from his community, which is counterproductive because those are people that could have had their minds changed. But no, he just bans them from chat and doesn't engage with them anymore because, you know, I guess he's above debate now.
Like, if you make jokes about his wife, you're a sexist, but saying the hard R in every video you've ever made somehow isn't racist, like...
Well, I would argue that both of those things are fine in a certain context, but the main difference there, all right, is context is key. All right, Grimsy, if you watched the Tana Mongu content comp and you remember anything that Ian talked about, context matters, okay? One of the main points of contention, one of the reasons he was shitting on Tana, was because context matters. He was making fun of Tana for saying that it doesn't matter the context, it's still racist. He was making fun of that. But in the context of what Sam Hyde was saying about Ian's wife, that's not him just saying, women are property who belong in the kitchen, lol. You know, I think that those are fine jokes to make. It is him spewing very hateful shit about Ian's wife. You know, I don't know about you, but I can understand why Ian wouldn't like that very much. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but to me that seems like a completely false equivalency and complete bullshit. And it's not like and also not to mention the fact that you know, holding him to his old moral framework seems kind of silly if he is explicitly disavowed it, but then also if he disavows it, you get mad at him for shitting on his own fans. There's no winning, right?
Like, you gotta realize, too, is I'm not saying that him saying the N-word is racist. What I'm saying is that by taking this stance on if you talk shit or...
You do realize, Grimsy, that you are making the same argument as Tana right now, whether you realize it or not. You are inadvertently asserting that it doesn't matter the context, it's the same level of racist or bigoted no matter what the context is, okay? Just ignore the context of why these words are being used.
Or make jokes about my slut wife, then therefore you're sexist?
Notice how there's a difference between calling someone the N-word in a mean-spirited way and the way iDubbbz said it. You know, remember when he criticized Tana and said, but I never said it in a mean-spirited way like this, and then showed a clip of Tana calling somebody the N-word, which is different, and he made that distinction. So that distinction would also apply to Sam Hyde calling Anissa a slut. If Sam Hyde had just said the word slut or used a slur, I don't think Ian would even care.
You're racist as fuck, because everything that you've ever said about, like it's just insane, bro.
Well, he never said anything about black people. He never said that he hates black people, even, right? I don't even think he said that as a joke. Let alone, you know, calling somebody like the N-word, right? That you're failing to understand the context. I guess people like Grimsy and like this interpretation, this god-awful interpretation of Ian's old work might be one of the main reasons why Ian isn't an edgy content creator anymore, because of this shit. It is people clearly misinterpreting the shit that he used to say. And maybe that's why I'm still a fan of Ian, even though he's like, okay, this is one example where, okay, yeah, he's actually kind of fucking up. But before this, when it was just like the OnlyFans thing, it's like, who gives a shit? Nothing about the OnlyFans thing is contradicts his the old shit he used to say. But I guess that's when he sort of was starting to realize that, oh, yeah, people are misinterpreting what I'm saying. They don't actually understand the point of the content I make. They don't understand what my intent is.
Bro, it's insane! You are killing yourself on camera! And if it seems like I'm just autistically going on and not making many points in this video, that's because his video was 30 minutes of crying about nothing. Of crying about how he was an asshole to people on the internet for years, made millions of dollars off of it, literally just spent years of his fucking adult life bullying people, but can't take a—
Again, this is yet another example of you either you never watched Ian's content or you just don't remember it properly. But if you think that his goal was to just bully people and oh yeah, I'm Ian, I am iDubbbz, the big manly strong guy who isn't a cuck, and my goal in life is to bully people on the internet to be edgy, cause that would make me cool and edgy and a masculine role model for the youth. That's fucking retarded. He was never about that. He, if anything, he found other people who were like that and applied that standard to them. That's why he bullied Leafy. He didn't bully Leafy and say, I'm perfectly fine with bullying. The reason he said, I'm perfectly fine with bullying is because he was using Leafy's own moral framework, his shitty moral framework, against him. That is why he did what he was doing. He was working within Leafy's moral framework, and the reason he said that is he was establishing to any Leafy fans that, well, I'm not here to say, oh, Leafy's bad because he bullies people, because that's something that's not rhetorically effective. But I guess the more rhetorically effective approach that he was using wasn't rhetorically effective enough because people don't remember the actual points he was making.
A joke or can't take somebody taking the piss out of his wife, that his wife genuinely, purposefully makes an ass of herself.
When? Where is this happening? What did Anissa do to, like, deserve so much backlash? I guarantee you, if she wasn't Ian's wife, no one would give a fuck about her, right? She would just be labeled as, oh yeah, she's just like another generic Twitch thought, right? She would get less shit than Pokimane. Like, way less.
All the time, and publicly has all these accounts where she says shit. At one point he says,
what shit? Can you give me an example of this horrible shit that she was saying? Or is she just vaguely annoying sometimes?
Is this like sexist because Sam Hyde was buying her fucking OnlyFans?
Did he say that? Or is it because of the clips that he showed?
The only good point iDubbbz makes in this entire shit-filled video is that it's not his wife's fault that he's a pussy. He's absolutely right. It isn't Anissa's fault in the
Well, congratulations. A broken clock is right twice a day after all. Yes, this is correct. Asserting that, oh yeah, Anissa's this evil master manipulator is fucking stupid. Now I personally believe, based on how awkward Ian is and how quickly he changed, I think maybe he went through something, but to assert that, oh, his wife is, like, abusing him, I think is unfair, because if you're gonna make an accusation like that, you better have some real good evidence. And the only evidence people have is, yeah, well, she's abusive because, well, you see, one time in this one clip from a 2-hour episode of the H3 podcast, she interrupted iDubbbz and was speaking for him, because he, and then it's like a clip where, like, Ian is, like, doing a bad job articulating himself, and it's like, oh, she was, like, autistically chiming in. Thank you. Hey, thank you for the $5 donation, Mutated Cutie. These people don't realize that they're the reason why he changed how he does things. Most commentary folk can't even correctly describe what iDubbbz was. This guy is raging in the mic like a retard. This is why I can't take most of these people seriously. Exactly! That's what I'm saying! These points are the exact points that iDubbbz used to make fun of. He was using their own logic against them, and they interpret that as him being in agreement with their logic. They think that he's in favor of bullying people for no reason because he bullied Leafy. No, absolutely the fuck not. What he is in favor of is using people's standards against them to show why those standards are bad in the first place. Okay? To show how it can be used against the person who has those standards. The goal is to get people to either change their standards or to at least be consistent with them, right? but he never took a consistent pro-bullying position. Yes, I think he was never one of those people who was like, I think we need to bring back bullying. Bullying is good for the youth. He never said that. He bullied Leafy because he was using Leafy's own shitty moral framework against him. That was the point. He was showing why it is such a stupid moral framework to work within, and how it can be used against anybody. And it's more of a, yeah, you don't like this very much, Mr. Leafy. Hey Leafster, do you like it when I do this? Oh no, you don't like it when I make fun of your putrid, malformed chin? Then why do you do this to literal 12-year-olds that have 14 subscribers and get 2 views for video? Why do you, like, you know, something that's genuinely kind of shitty, right? But him saying, yeah, by the way, this is kind of shitty, guys, don't do that, is not going to convince any Leafy fans. But apparently, he didn't get his point across as well as I thought he did, because he got it across really well to me, but I guess I was just smarter than the average iDubbbz fan, okay? Because maybe it's a rare thing to be smart enough to understand his content or some shit, but I thought it was pretty straight fucking forward, right? And I still agree with the points he was making and the points he was trying to make. But that doesn't mean that the standards he was using were the correct ones. He was using other people's standards against them. That was the whole point. That was why people ended up shitting on the other person, because, like, oh yeah, they're a hypocrite. But it's like, I guess nobody understood why those standards were bad in the first place. And that was the point he was making. But yeah, no, look, I don't hate Grimsy. He's okay. What Grimsy is best at, and I've said this a million times, he is best at autistically rambling and just on the spot and just saying a bunch of dumb shit, okay? That's what he's good at. He's funny. He has a talent for just saying dumb shit, and considering the amount of effort that takes, it's very good content for how low effort it is, I will say. In fact, I think he should consider live stream, because when he's just talking off the cuff and just saying a bunch of shit because he feels like it, because it's funny, I think he does a good job. When it comes to his opinions, though, it's just, you can't make content that's this lazy and just not be good at thinking about your opinions and just be like, yeah, he used to believe this, and then a thing he advocated against or clearly said that he was applying somebody else's standard to them, but he didn't say it directly, or at least not as directly as I say it, so they think that... okay, let's just continue watching this dog shit video, alright? I don't know. Maybe Grimsy just says, I'm just kidding, guys. I don't actually... I was just making fun of other people with this opinion, but I doubt it.
Fucking slightest that iDubbbz became the biggest bitch on the internet. It's completely and utter...
You think iDubbbz became the biggest bitch on the internet? Really? You don't think it's the thousands of people who are still to this day bitching and moaning over the OnlyFans thing, which, like, besides making jokes, what utility does it serve to even think about it, right? Unless you're gonna subscribe to the OnlyFans, I guess, maybe. But it's like, okay, yeah, we've already made the jokes, okay? It's kind of stale at this point. Maybe sometimes you can make one or two. It's kind of funny. I don't think Ian has a problem with that. I don't know why people think he does. He had a problem with people, like, genuinely giving a shit, kind of. I mean, he was making fun of people that were genuinely upset over it. And then people were accusing Ian of being the one that's upset over everything, which is absurd. It doesn't make any sense. But I think that he got so frustrated with people not understanding the what his work actually meant to him and what it was supposed to mean to other people, that he just stopped making it. And not to mention the amount of pressure that there is with being considered a YouTube god, let alone YouTube god for all the wrong reasons.
Literally his fault. I know I try to limit these down and talk about these drama videos and try to get them, like, shorter so more people can see them and it's not as big of a waste of time, but whenever I say that
okay,
iDubbbz is just bitching about people calling his wife a whore, that's what happened. And I understand.
Well, you see, if you really think about it, you are also iDubbbz bitching about people bitching about his wife. So at the end of the day, you can do this infinitely. You know that, right? But I understand that, yeah, okay, maybe, yeah, optically, Ian took an L here. He shouldn't have kicked him from the event. It was an L. It just gave more attention to Sam Hyde. I don't think that anyone was going to be uncomfortable because, oh, Froggy Fresh is in the event, and Froggy Fresh made content with Sam Hyde this one time. Okay, yeah, sure, he did. You want to know who else made content with Sam Hyde one time? Ian made content with Sam Hyde. I mean, sure, it was a while ago. It was like whatever, a year ago, and it was with different intent, but still, it's not a matter of intent. I mean, come on. And ultimately, Sam Hyde wasn't going to be at the event no matter what, right? It wasn't like Froggy was like, okay, I'm bringing him to the event, or I'm not showing up, or I'm gonna like, you know, he's gonna give me a piggyback ride when I walk in. And then it's like, no, you can't do that. And if you do that, you're banned from the event. Okay, fair enough. That would be reasonable. It's like, no, he just wanted to make content. Do I think it was good that he wanted to make content with Sam Hyde? Nah, maybe not. I don't know. I don't think Froggy Fresh is a good person either. Not because of that. I'm not a guilt by association type of person, you know. I'm more of a let's judge people based on their actions and not the actions of people they associate with, and just that.
Understand, like, you have a wife and, like, you don't want people to mistreat her, but your past,
you think,
given your past and given your stance on free speech and given your
what stance on free speech? What? Okay, can you point to one part in iDubbbz's response where he was saying that Froggy Fresh, or fuck, even Sam Hyde should be censored? No, not a single time did he say that YouTube needs to step up and ban Sam Hyde, or that they need to ban Froggy Fresh, or that Froggy Fresh shouldn't even be able to retweet Sam Hyde? Elon Musk needs to ban Sam Hyde. Nowhere did he say that. I think he's been fairly consistent. Okay, he takes the same approach I take, which is, yeah, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want until there is an obvious and direct and objective measurable harm, right?
Stance on bully people, on do whatever the fuck you want, you can't.
No, his position wasn't bully whoever you want. His position was it's okay to bully people who are bullies. That was his actual position. The reason he said he didn't have an issue with bullying, it's not because he thinks that it's good to harass people and that bullying is fun. That wasn't the point. It's this thing, and you may not know about this, Grimsy, because you just say a bunch of shit and you don't put any effort into your content. It's this thing, and get this, it's this thing called framing. Okay, it's called the framing of a video. Okay, when you make a hit piece on somebody, one of the most important things is the framing. Okay, now what's the most effective framing? If you're going to, make a video that you know that millions of Leafy fans are gonna see, it is to apply Leafy's standards as the standard of criticism. That was the point. He was using Leafy standards against him because Leafy fans, they're not gonna disagree with Leafy standards, but if Ian arbitrarily asserts his standards, even though they're the correct ones, they're the more morally correct ones or whatever, they're not going to listen to that. They don't give a fuck if he thinks bullying is wrong. They don't know who Ian is. Why the fuck would they listen to him? Oh, yeah, I know you think bullying is wrong, but I think Leafy is funny. But if they think iDubbbz is even funnier than Leafy, then they're going to side with iDubbbz. And the only issue is, I guess people are dumber than iDubbbz thought they are. And frankly, dumber than I thought they were. I mean, these are the other iDubbbz fans and ex-iDubbbz fans. I thought they were just as smart as I was, but apparently not. Hey, thank you for the $3 donation, Mutated Cutie, you absolutely legend. If I was in your chat, I would just call him retarded. Or, sorry, in your chair, I would just call him retarded. I don't know how you can watch this dog shit video. Hey, I'm trying my best here, okay? I'm trying my best. But yes, thank you for the $3 donation, Mutated Cutie, you absolute fucking legend. Holy fuck, coming in with all the donations, god damn. That's a lot of money. Holy fuck. I really appreciate that. But yeah.
You don't have that privilege anymore. On top of this too, he spends a lot of the video bitching about Sam Hyde, saying he doesn't want Sam Hyde in his life.
I can't possibly imagine why. I would also like to mention the fact that I don't think Ian has an issue with people bullying or harassing him specifically. I don't think he gives a single shit. I don't think that affects him emotionally. But my guess, and maybe this is just pure speculation, but I'm guessing it affects his wife. I think it would affect the mental health of most people. So he does care when people do it to his wife, because he can be edgy and disaffected and still have empathy. But the reason he's not acting edgy and disaffected is because now he feels like he has created an audience where in a way where he has inadvertently enabled certain behavior that isn't good without realizing it, which is really unfortunate because I like edgy humor, which is why I'm very I make my politics very overtly transparent. Okay, I'm very transparent about it, but I also make edgy jokes and don't have an issue with that, right? Though I guess the main focus right now isn't comedy. I guess it's politics. But I have no issue making jokes that are seen as whatever bad optically, which in a way is good optically in some regards, in some circles, and bad in others. It's a weird thing. It's a weird way of getting right-wingers to end up changing their minds and agreeing with me, which is ultimately what, in a way, that's kind of what iDubbbz was doing, in a sense. And I guess it worked for some people. I mean, it worked for me. I mean, in a way, you know, I stopped watching people like Leafy and started watching a lot of iDubbbz. And, you know, I was a huge fan of iDubbbz, so much so that I actually listened to his argument points and understood the logic of them. And, you know, I built a lot of my moral framework was built off of that. And look at where I am today. It's not even that my moral framework is that different. So I think that what iDubbbz did was overall a good thing, in my opinion. I do think he's wrong when he says that his content was really negative. I think that in a weird way, he has influenced my moral framework for the better, okay? Because if you actually listen to his arguments that he makes in Content Cop, they're actually, well, kind of similar to a lot of the things I still say today. A lot of it, my arguments are based on a lot of the basic logic he lays out in those videos, because I apply it equally, right? I don't just apply it whenever it's convenient, right? But people think he did it just for the sake of an aesthetic. Oh yeah, it's fun. Oh, he's just doing it to prove that he's the edgiest, so he's out edgying all of the other edgelords. Like, that wasn't the point. And the fact that people fail to understand this is absurd.
Ian, you reached out to Sam Hyde to get a documentary on him whenever you would try to make him look like an asshole. That's a...
Sure, I mean, I don't think it was smart for Ian to go do that. I don't know what he thought he was going to get out of it. But I don't think that automatically means, oh, what's that? You made a mistake in the past? Well, now you're no longer allowed to defend your wife because you made a video, a documentary on this guy a year ago. Therefore, they're allowed to say whatever they want about your wife and be exempt of all criticism, and you're not allowed to say shit back because you platformed him. What is this stupid fucking argument? Yes, he platformed him. That doesn't mean that he is automatically exempt from all criticism, you dumb piece of shit. Oh my god. This is basic, common fucking sense. Holy shit.
100% what happened, and you failed. You brought him into your life, and now you have to deal with this, but...
So, because Ian made a mistake, that means that Sam Hyde is 100% in the right? Do you not understand why this standard is fucking retarded? Really?
But instead of saying, fuck, I should have never done this, you blame it all on everyone else.
You mean that he blames Sam Hyde for the things that, the things that Sam Hyde says? Oh, God, I can't possibly imagine why he would do that. You mean to tell me that he holds people accountable for the words they say? Oh, God, the horror. He's anti-free speech. He's pro-censorship. He's trying to censor everybody now. He wants everybody to be deplatformed. What is this shit? Grimsy, no, I'm not gonna, I'm the off chance, you know what? No, I want to get monetized. I'm struggling not to say the Keffels word, okay? I really fucking want to call him the Keffels word right now, but I am refraining, okay? I shall abstain, okay? I shall be a good little worshipper of the YouTube algorithm, okay?
Oh, poor me! I made a video where I platformed somebody that...
No, it would be poor Anissa, and he took accountability for that later in the video as well. Like, yeah, I probably should have prevented this from going this way because, yeah, this affects my wife. Not, all the bullying towards me really gets to me. It's all the shit that people are saying about my wife is fucked up because she does care. She's more sensitive than I am. And while I may not be sensitive to the things people say about me, what I am sensitive to is the emotions of my wife because I love my wife, and seeing her in distress is one of those things that makes me distressed. I think that is a very reasonable thing from iDubbbz. I think it is a reasonable thing to not want people to constantly, say really awful and hateful things about your wife. Isn't it like shouldn't conservatives be like all like siding with iDubbbz and oh yeah, like he's defending his wife, he's being a man and standing up for his wife, like a man should, he's wearing the man pants now. Maybe soon she'll stop doing the OnlyFans too if he wears even more than man pants. I mean, obviously that's fucking stupid, but they might go there, right? Rather, it's like, the most masculine, the traditionally masculine thing to do is to just let people say a bunch of shit about your wife and do absolutely nothing about it. Yeah, just be a complete pushover. That's the manliest thing you can possibly do here.
Probably is gonna treat me like shit, but I did it anyway. Like,
no, it's not about Sam Hyde treating Ian like shit. It's about him treating his wife like shit. There is an obvious distinction there. Come on. Don't be fucking retarded. You watched the video. Did you not? Did you not watch the video? Or
dude, shut the fuck up. You're such a bitch. And
I mean, I don't think you're any less of a bitch for making this video. I'm not gonna lie, Grimsy. Now, I'm not somebody who is gonna hold this against you for the rest of your life. You've had so many shit takes. Don't get me wrong. But Grimsy, I don't hate you. I am consistent when I say I am against cancel culture. I think people can have plenty of bad takes before they get canceled, okay? Or before they deserve to get canceled. But that applies to iDubbbz as well. I don't think that there's a final nail in the coffin because, he did one mildly bad thing. Oh, he was vaguely in the wrong here. Okay, I don't disagree. Yeah, what he did was wrong. But the reason I think he was in the wrong is not for the same reasons that you people think he's wrong, okay? I think he's wrong because, one, he's rhetorically ineffective and is making the problem he's trying to prevent worse, and two, that's the main thing. Two, I don't think that guilt by association makes a whole lot of sense, right? And I don't think that it's effective for him to, but the main criticism is, yeah, he is morally grandstanding a little bit, and he's doing it to a conservative audience. It doesn't work.
I absolutely love how now he tries to, handle this thing like, Sam said some really sexist things. I don't want him associated with my event. Whenever.
Hey, hold on. Wait, hold on. I need to. Hey, thank you for the $3, mutated cutie. Holy fuck. You absolute legend. I got a feeling if these guys had a partner, they would let them get harassed. Caring for your girlfriend is cucked shit. Abuse them like you're Steven Crowder. True! True! That is a fair point. Yeah, conservatives will defend Steven Crowder. The only ones who aren't are the ones like Candace Owens who are just being petty and have personal beef. Femyoz say uwu. Uwu? Dude is playing unmodded I4D2. I don't even know what that is. Slamming each other against the wall. Hey, thank you, your friendly hood, for the $5. You absolute legend. Hello, friend. We should do a stream sometime. Hell yeah. If you want to come on, I think, yeah, you could just, like, call me on Discord if you want to, preferably when I'm not doing a segment, but, yeah, I could have you on my show again, absolutely. We could talk about, you were the, Christian fundamentalist that I debated, right? I had fun with that, I love a debate that's, like, heated, but not too heated, you know what I mean? It's, but yes, thank you for the $5, I really appreciate that. Anyways, we gotta continue with the segment. This is a, stream about iDubbbz. I'm taking forever on the Grimsy video, holy shit.
Sam has donated to the neo-Nazi Daily Stormer, and that.
Wait. You don't think that's a bad thing?
Handle this thing like, oh, Sam said some really sexist things. I don't want him associated with my event. Whenever Sam has donated.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that is, I would agree. But again, Grimsy. Yeah, well, you're actually saying something I agree with now. At least out of context, right? I don't agree with your narrative here, but. Yes, this would be a better argument against Sam Hyde. I don't know why Ian doesn't harp on this instead of, oh, well, you see, the reason I banned Froggy Fresh is because I vaguely alluded to not liking Sam Hyde, so he knew that he probably might have gotten banned, I'll bet. Like, I think this would have been a good thing to start with, okay? It would have been like, okay, for those of you who don't know, yes, okay, one of the main reasons is he refused to not associate with Sam Hyde. Now, for those of you who don't know, Sam Hyde is just blatantly a Nazi. And I'm not saying this because of his sense of humor. I don't care about the jokes he makes, okay? But if you don't believe me, he donated $5,000 to a legal offense for a neo-Nazi organization, okay? That's not something you do as a joke. You donate $5,000 to a neo-Nazi organization if you yourself are also a neo-Nazi, okay? You don't do that ironically, all right?
To the neo-Nazi Daily Stormer.
That would have been a good thing to start with. It would have been strong, and it would have had a lot of oomph to it, you know what I mean? But no, the only time you ever mentioned that was in the middle of a documentary, after he'd already kind of gotten clowned on a little bit by Sam Hyde because Sam Hyde kind of knew what he was doing, and yeah, again, I'm not saying I'm a huge Sam Hyde fan or anything, but to be fair, Sam Hyde, at least rhetorically, is more effective in the certain situations than iDubbbz, okay? Ian is just really fucking awkward sometimes. That's just how it is. So I don't know why he would think it's a good idea to put himself in that situation to begin with. I thought it was really fucking stupid.
Stormer, and that
the points he made against Sam Hyde, the things that made Sam Hyde look bad, had nothing to do with him actually meeting Sam Hyde. He should have just made a fucking content cop on him. At that point, it would have been more effective.
Didn't stop you from making a video with him. So, what is even your point here? On top of this, too, Ian, I don't know if you, how many times you need to hear this, but you spent years making a toxic fan base.
Okay, kinda, but, I feel like that's the fan base's fault for being toxic. That's not his fault. that you were too stupid to understand the arguments he was actually making. It's this thing called charitability, right? It's assuming your own fans are intelligent enough to understand the obvious logic of what you're saying. I guess he maybe was wrong to assume that people would take the actual logic of what he's saying and his actual points to their logical conclusions, and understanding why he was arguing the way he was and what he actually meant and cared about. I feel like I'm the only, like, one of the only people that understood that. Not one of the only people, but, this is why I defended him with the OnlyFans thing. It's like, no, he never presented himself as this big, tough dude. He was a comedian who, when he would shit on other people, he would use the other person's standards to do so. He wouldn't use his own standards for his personal life. He obviously is going to have completely different personal life standards, right? Especially when it comes to, intimate relationships.
You profited off of.
So he's going to have a different he's going to have a different, like, obviously, he doesn't care if people are talking mad shit about him, right? Him specifically. If people call him ugly, call him a nasty, goblin cuck, I don't think he cares about that. What he does care about, though, is people saying shit about his wife. Because his wife, let's be real, she's a little bit more sensitive than Ian. And that's okay. She never claims to be, like, this huge edgelord either. Right? And nobody should be locked into one niche forever and ever, right? It's like, yeah, okay, maybe he used to fulfill the niche of being edgy, but he can do other things. And that shouldn't, like, be something that, like, he's constantly reminded of over and over again, right? But I do think that he used to make really good points. It's just people were too stupid to understand them, even though I thought it was rhetorically effective, and I think it changed the minds of many people for the better. But you got to understand that not everybody is nearly as smart as I am. Not everybody is smart like me and the people that watch me, okay? Some people are stupid as fuck. For example, Grimsy, right? That would be an example of someone who was an iDubbbz fan who clearly didn't understand what iDubbbz actually meant when he said the things that he said.
That toxic fan base and you liked it. Or, simply put, you grifted towards these people to get them to, enjoy and subscribe to your channel.
Or maybe he just assumed that people were smarter than they actually are. You think that might have something to do with it? He assumed that somebody like me, all right? And I'm not saying this because I'm biased towards, obviously I'm biased towards myself, but when he thought of his fan base, or the fan base he was trying to get, when he made the points he made and said the things he said, I was his target audience, not you, Grimsy. We are not the same, okay? I am not the same as a toxic fan of his who genuinely holds alt-right beliefs, okay? He wanted to attract people like me, or people that could become like me. And anyone who was smart enough to understand what he's saying would ultimately come to similar conclusions that I've come to. And ultimately, they are progressive, left-leaning ones. And they do use the same logic that he used in his content cops a lot of the time. Whether you realize it or not, he was never defending the standard he was using. He was using the other person's standard against them. That's it. That would be an argument for why the standard doesn't make any sense. Here's an example of your standard being used against you. So why the fuck is this your standard? It's fucking stupid, right? And it should be very obvious that he's making a case against bullying when he bullies Leafy. But bullying the bully is not the same as bullying a random 12-year-old who made a vlog and has 12 subscribers, but, like, I don't know, they look kind of silly because they're wearing crooked glasses or something. It's like, okay, and they have a speech impediment or some shit. I don't know. I guess that's. I mean, come on.
Now that you've changed and they haven't, you want them all to change or to leave you alone. Whenever you've purposefully created a fan base that will go out and attack people, harass people.
Did he ever tell them that they should go attack people? Was that ever his intent? Or was his intent to create a fan base of people like me who base their worldviews off of facts, logic, and reasoning the same way he does? I think that the latter would be the more correct answer there. I don't think he wanted to create a bigoted audience who hates women or whatever the fuck. Okay? He was never genuinely hateful, and he never wanted his fans to be genuinely hateful. But ultimately, intent does not equal outcome. But just because his intentions were good does not mean that the outcomes were good. And I'm assuming, at least, that that Ian is drifting away from making judgments based solely off of intent and is taking a more consequentialist type of approach. Now, I don't think he's a consequentialist, not yet. He still clearly cares a lot about intent as well. I mean, he made that very clear with one of the points he made in the most recent video of his, where he was making a judgment of intent with Froggy Fresh. He said, well, I'm not going to give you a second chance if I think you have bad intent. So he cares about intent still. He's not necessarily a consequentialist, but he is moving...
As well as just go after anybody that you say is a bitch. What did you expect?
But he didn't call people a bitch for no reason. There was always a valid reason. It wasn't, go call this person a bitch because they made an OnlyFans and I think that that's icky and weird. He never did that. If you go back to all the old content cops, the criticisms were this person is either greedy, it makes extremely terrible content and is lazy as fuck, is just a bad person with no moral standards. So here's what happens if you apply their logic to them. You're overly petty, like Tana Mojo. You're annoying and have a huge fucking ego, and you sound stupid, and you don't understand how easy it is to criticize you. And like, he made specific videos catered to specific people. So yeah, obviously he's going to apply a little bit of a different standard to each person because he's using their standards against them. That is what people fail to understand. But when it comes to actually deciding who his next content cop is going to be on, I mean, I'm still waiting for the Garfield content cop. I mean, I think a lot of people are waiting for that. Let's be real. He announced that years ago, I think, at this point. But yeah, it was, I think the decision-making process was based off of, well, a standard of whether or not this is a good person, not based on just the criticisms he made in the content cop, but he decided this is a bad person, they're doing something wrong that is immoral and it is fucked up or just shitty in some way, so I'm going to make a video where I shit on them. Because I think that should be fairly straightforward, right? And just because, he doesn't frame it politically doesn't mean that there's no, like, let's be real. People like Keemstar and Leafy, and, even Rice Gum, to an extent, were widely enjoyed by way more people with conservative values than left-leaning ones, let's be real. I guess the only person who would break the mold is Tana, who just started shit with iDubbbz, so.
People aren't just gonna move on because you became the exact opposite of what you were 6 years ago.
If you think he's the exact opposite of what he was 6 years ago, you know nothing about the guy. Is he different? Yes. Is his newer approach ineffective? Abso-fucking-lutely, okay? It's so ineffective to the point where it makes me mad, okay? I made an entire stream where in the first half I was shitting all over him because he was saying things that sound stupid. And ultimately, he framed his arguments in it did such a piss-poor job that, yeah, it makes him look bad. And even I couldn't tell if he was in the right or not at first. I'm like, I think he's in the wrong. And then it's like, well, now at this point, I think that both of them are in the wrong. Now they both look bad.
It's never going to happen. If you want people to stop bullying you,
Like, a pattern I started to notice in that video was he was saying things that, like, are, like, almost agreeable, but he was saying them in such a rhetorically ineffective way that he may as well just not say it.
then leave the internet. It's insane how much every victim...
So wait, he should leave the internet because he doesn't want people to harass his wife? The fuck? What kind of stupid-ass logic is this? First of all, this would be an argument for him, whatever, forcing his wife to leave the internet or some shit. I don't fucking know. Which obviously he's not gonna do, because his wife is her own autonomous human being, right? She has her own agency. That's her decision. He's not gonna leave the internet so that people stop harassing his wife, because let's be real. The only thing that would get people to stop harassing his wife is, I guess, if she left the internet and he left the internet, right? They'd both have to leave.
Of a content cop, or everybody that has ever had a content cop made on them has handled it better than iDubbbz has ever handled his own personal drama.
Rhetorically, maybe. I think that they're all rhetorically ineffective. I used to think of iDubbbz as a rhetorical genius, but that's because he would spend months and months scripting shit and using people's own standards against them, which is a whole lot easier than establishing a moral framework and why your moral framework is correct, and why a moral framework that contradicts it is incorrect, right? And establishing axioms that everyone watching agrees with, right? It's easier to just be like, well, fuck, that's what they believe already. I'm not gonna argue with it. I'm just gonna use it against them, right?
I just want to say, like, for everybody saying stuff like, oh, you know, iDubbbz is in there somewhere, he's not, all right? He's a different...
He's the same person. He's just rhetorically less effective now, because he learned that, okay, this wasn't effective the way I wanted it to be. Okay, I was attracting the wrong people. Now, frankly, I don't think that means it's obligatory for him to change his content. If he wanted to keep posting the same content, he would be well within his rights. I think that would be perfectly acceptable. There was nothing inherently wrong with his content beforehand. However, I understand where he's coming from. Like, he's coming from a position of, I'm attracting the wrong people. They're too stupid, really, to understand what my actual message here is, so I'm gonna try expressing it in a different way to make it very fucking clear to the retards in my audience who have these awful opinions that I don't agree with them. Okay, I agree with these other opinions. I just present them a little bit differently. Okay, but I think that he needs to learn how to present things the way he used to present them, but in a way that makes it clear that he takes a leftist approach. That is why inserting politics into it, even though it seems like it's bad optics, no one will ever agree with you if they know it's political, whatever, blah, blah, blah. If you can start doing live streams or whatever where you establish specific opinions that are very clearly left-wing, right, but you also establish a rhetorical approach that you like, that you think is funny and effective, sort of like what I do, for instance, you can go so much further than Ian with this. I think Ian is struggling more than most people would with this because he, you know, if he was just starting out, if he had never made videos before, or he was never famous before, and let's say he was like me, or let's say he's me, okay? It's me, but with iDubbbz's brain, okay? And he never had, you know, that many subscribers or viewers, right? It'd be easy, right, to change his rhetorical approach over time, and to get better. It's like, yeah, there's nothing on the line. If I debate a Nazi, it's like, yeah, whatever. It's gonna be a shit show, but who cares, right? It's like a small audience, and no one knows who I am. There's no expectations, blah, blah, blah. You get the fucking point. But now there's expectations, very high ones, or there were. And I think that, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Ian even engaged in a little bit of self-sabotage at times. If he's trying to be rhetorically ineffective, he's doing a very good job. And maybe that's a form of self-sabotage, getting rid of all the expectations. And you know what? I don't blame him. I might do the same thing. I have no idea. But that is why I establish what I genuinely believe, okay? I don't hide my beliefs. I don't just allude to them anymore. I make it very fucking clear that, yes, trans people are, you know, valid, obviously, and that transphobia is bad, and that racism is bad, and that gender-affirming care is good, because people committing suicide at higher rates is bad. I establish all these positions right from the get-go because I know that if I don't, people will expect me to be right-wing because I'm inherently more edgy when it comes to my humor. And people, for whatever reason, think that that's a right-wing thing. It's not.
Guy now, and that's not his wife's fault. That's his fault. And I think that he should be fucking crucified for it.
You think he should be crucified because what? He made a one video that you don't like? He should die on the cross because he made a video and you watched it and you didn't like it. Therefore, he deserves to be crucified. By what standard does he deserve to be crucified? Has he caused so much suffering with this one situation that he deserves to be nailed to the cross? Or are you just blowing an optically bad situation where iDubbbz was kind of in the wrong, but not exclusively in the wrong, out of proportion, right? That's what it seems like you're doing. Ultimately, what is the ultimate outcome? Sam Hyde gets a bit more clout, and Froggy Fresh is kind of inconvenienced. Oh, no. Yeah, the world is going to keep functioning, my guy. It's not that big of a fucking deal in the grand scheme of things. Let's be real. Most of the people making videos on this, myself included, by the way, do not give a single shit about boxing, okay? And it's very obvious.
Because you can't just take the opposite position on everything that you stood for and
What did he stand for that he is saying the opposite of now? Did he used to say that sexism is good? Did he used to take the position that OnlyFans is bad and that you should force your wife to not do OnlyFans? Did he used to take the position that you should never ban someone from a charity event? Did he ever say those things? Did he ever say... I'm not even saying that he should have banned someone from the charity event either. Again, I think it was ineffective. It had the opposite outcome of what he was looking for, and that is one of the main issues I have. It's ineffective because there wasn't really a good enough reason. There are no good outcomes is the point I'm making. It produces zero good outcomes, and I understand Ian is developing more of a moral framework over the years, right? He's starting to think the way I am. Maybe he changes slower over time than me, because he's taking his own positions to their logical conclusions, right? But I did that first because I'm younger, so I did, yeah. So I changed faster or whatever. My mind is more malleable, right? But I think that ultimately what Ian should do is he should take a more consequentialist approach. Start watching multiple hours of Vosh streams every day, all right? And that watch my streams as well. That would be pretty sick. iDubbbz, if you want to say something in chat, if you're watching this, I mean, come on, man. That would be pretty sick. I don't think he would care about some random femboy talking about him and saying that he's wrong, but only kind of, right?
and then stand there from your fucking ivory tower shitting on anybody else that tries to do the same thing you did to get...
What did he do that he is currently shitting on? Did he specifically call other women sluts and like unironically, by the way, unironically call women sluts and talk mad shit about their physical appearance and talk about how ugly they are and how they're a whore and how because they do OnlyFans? Did he ever take that position? Or is this just something that you've made up in your head? Because to me, it literally just seems like this is a position you have created for him in the past that he never said. But you believed that he believed that because it's what you believe. That, my friend, is called projection, okay? But you projecting does not automatically mean that iDubbbz abiding by those opinions that you have decided to project onto him, deliberately or not, are somehow obligatory. Those opinions are not obligatory because he never stated those positions in the first place. And even if he did, it would be better if he changed those positions and was hypocritical, quote unquote, rather than sticking with the same incorrect positions. I don't understand why this is a difficult thing to understand.
Get rich. It's pathetic. And like I said before, I understand that you don't like people talking shit about your wife. Then why
Yeah, I wonder why.
is your wife publicly involved with anything? Get her
What? You do realize that having a wife who chooses to be a public figure and not wanting your wife to get harassed are, well, I don't know, not mutually exclusive. I know. That is crazy. You would have... Yeah, I can't believe that. That is insane, guys. Oh my goodness.
out. You know, she's publicly on the internet. And
So that means that it is perfectly acceptable to say anything about her. You know, if somebody puts her IP address, well, she was a public figure. You know, no one would have been looking for that if she was just a private citizen who kept quiet. No one would have doxed her, and then no one would have cared. It's like, so it's your fault. And it's like, no. No. You cannot blame somebody for the actions of others simply because they're a public figure. This is fucking stupid. What you should do is you should blame the people who actually take those actions, right? Now, I know I was being hyperbolic by saying, it's your fault if you get doxxed because you're a public figure, right? But I think it illustrates my point fairly well. Just because you are a public figure does not automatically justify anything happening to that public figure simply because it wouldn't happen if they weren't a public figure. This is the most stupid fucking logic imaginable. I don't know how this guy used to be an iDubbbz fan, and I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, he clearly doesn't have the brain capacity to take things to their logical conclusions or understand basic points that iDubbbz has made, direct, like, with the target audience of edgy teenagers, right? He assumed that people like you were smarter than they actually are.
if you think that that's a bad thing, this is the shit that you cultivated.
Wait, what? You think it's yes, it is a bad thing to harass people. Oh my, wow, it's bad. It's bad to harass people for no reason, guys. Holy shit, that's crazy. I don't think iDubbbz was ever in favor of harassing women. If you can find me a clip of him being in favor of harassing women who do OnlyFans, feel free. Show me the clip. But until you can provide me with that source, I'm going to assume, Grimsy, that your source is just, you made it the fuck up. That is your source. You made it the fuck up, and now you are using this imaginary stance that iDubbbz never had against him, and claiming that he is a hypocrite because of this non-existent stance that he never believed in, that you have ascribed to him, because it's convenient for your argument, I guess.
This is your fault, okay? Nobody went out there and made your videos for you of you saying the hard R and
if you actually, I said it before and I'll say it again, if you actually watched the Tana Content Cop, you would know that iDubbbz made it very crystal fucking clear that context matters, okay? Now, I have a decent enough memory to remember him saying something, and that something was, listen up, teachers of America. If you've read Huckleberry Finn out loud to your students, you've automatically engaged in an act of racism. I mean, they said the hard R as well. Is a teacher who says the hard R N-word, do they deserve to have their spouse or whatever, have their wife or husband constantly harassed and have the most awful shit said about them simply because they read Huckleberry Finn out loud? Do you not see why this line of logic is fucking stupid? If you use the arguments iDubbbz made in the past, you will quickly realize that they hold up just as well today, but not in the way that you think. They hold up in support of what I believe.
faggot to get, like, to breed in.
As a certified, you know, as somebody who is a literal faggot, you know, I would be the victim of that, supposedly. But I don't think Ian was harassing me when he said that. He was saying it disaffectedly as a funny word. And it was very clear that his intent there was to reduce the amount of power that words have. Because if it becomes just a funny word that people say, it loses its power, because ultimately you would get made fun of for saying it unironically, right? It's like, oh, you're using the word faggot for its intended purpose. Well, now you look like a retard, right? It's like, yeah, using it to specifically target gay people, yeah, that's cringe. Using it ironically is where it's at, right? That was his position, all right? And that's honestly my current position as well. I think that if words are said in that way, I mean, yeah, their meaning will slowly change over time, and it will lose the original meaning it had. I am perfectly fine with people saying any and all slurs, so long as they're not saying them derogatorily or to deliberately treat someone like shit. That is why it is bad. So, not only is there no reason to be like, oh, well, you can't change, this whole mindset of you can't change, but even if he didn't change, he could still be against people harassing his wife, because he was never in favor of harassing people. What he was in favor of was saying things non-derogatorily. That is the opposite of what Sam Hyde does. He is derogatory. He goes out of his way to do it. When he talks about Anissa, very derogatory, in fact. He's not just saying the N-word as like a silly word, which is perfectly fine, by the way. I don't give a shit. I don't see why you would. So, you are inadvertently making the same exact arguments that you would have made fun of somebody else for making against iDubbbz with the same logic. But you are not smart enough to understand that, Grimsy, alright? You're an idiot. No offense. You can be a lovable idiot sometimes. Alright, I'll give you that, alright? When you're not giving the worst imaginable take, you're actually pretty funny. But funny does not equal good at having the correct opinion.
An edgy fan base. Nobody made you do that.
Edgy does not equal being a bad person who harasses people for no reason. The fact that you think that that's what it means to be edgy is a reflection of you. Either you have a problem with edgy humor, which I don't think you do, or you think that being edgy and being a good person with some semblance of compassion, you believe that those are mutually exclusive characteristics. This is an argument that you really don't want to make, Grimsy. I don't think you realize what you are... I don't think you realize what the logical conclusion of what you're saying here is. I don't think you realize what the actual logic of what you're saying could be used for, and how it can be used just as easily to argue against you, to argue against iDubbbz from the past, etc. Your logic is fucking retarded.
Do that. You did that yourself, so grow a pair of fucking balls. You're...
Ah, yes, because making edgy jokes means that you should be perfectly okay with other people harassing your wife for no reason. Ah, yes, yeah, no, I'm perfectly fine with, edgy humor, but, like, if you're edgy, if you're too edgy, you deserve to have your wife get harassed. Who was in favor of cancel culture again? I thought the left was supposed to be in favor of it. Now, I'm not, even though I'm a staunch lefty, okay? You're not gonna move me on that, alright? You'd have to make a real good argument, and I haven't seen anyone do that. But it seems like Grimsy thinks that, oh, if you were too edgy, you deserve to have certain elements of your life ruined. You shouldn't be able to live like a normal fucking person afterwards. Yeah, no. Yeah, if you said something too offensive, that should be held over your head for the rest of your fucking life, until the day you die, and you shouldn't... And even if he was still edgy, again, that doesn't mean that he's in favor of having his wife harassed. He wasn't harassing other people, unless you consider the leafy content cop harassment, which I think you would laugh at the notion of, by the way. If someone was like, iDubbbz shouldn't have made the Leafy content cop, it was harassment, you would laugh at them, as you should. Because there was actually a good fucking reason for the Leafy content cop to be made. And he wasn't just spewing hateful shit out of the blue. Okay? He was using Leafy's standards against him. Now, if Anissa was constantly talking shit about sex workers, and Anissa was constantly talking about how she hates whores who show off their bodies, and she thinks that OnlyFans models should get whipped by their husbands, but then she went out to do OnlyFans, then yes, what Sam Hyde is doing would be valid, and in that situation, then yes, iDubbbz would be a hypocrite. But that is not the situation.
You're a 30-year-old goddamn man and accept what you created. Jesus.
This is so fucking stupid. Accept what you created? As in, what? It's his fault that other people who watched his content weren't intelligent enough to understand the arguments he was actually making and are as stupid as you, Grimsy, because you clearly don't know what the fuck a basic and obvious logical conclusion of any statement he makes may be. I mean, go rewatch all the content cops, at least the ones that YouTube didn't fucking strike down. You'll quickly come to the realization that all of the logic he uses can be applied in many situations that you wouldn't want it to be applied to. You're just not aware of that. At least not yet. Maybe you become smarter. Maybe you become like me one day. I hope so. I know you wouldn't want to. But, I don't know. I'm just hoping you become smarter one day. Maybe then you could be slightly more similar to me. Not that I'm even that smart, by the way. I'm just not specifically stupid. For example, I'm not like Grimsy, so I don't have a room temperature IQ, right? I have enough brain capacity to use logic and reasoning and apply the same logic to different scenarios.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You are such a bitch.
Says the person that thinks that someone's wife should be harassed because they said the N-word as an edgy joke before. Who's the bitch? Grimsy, come on. You're supposed to... You're a small commentary YouTuber. Aren't you supposed to be the one who's against cancel culture? Or are you against cancel culture until it is inconvenient for your argument to be against cancel culture? Are you against cancel culture as a concept? Are you against it when it's convenient to be against it? I mean, you're not applying a moral standard here. All you are doing is you are saying that you're fine with anything that's edgy, which, fine, fair enough, I agree with that. But that also, being edgy means that you deserve to get your wife harassed, which is a blatant contradiction of that narrative, unless you think that having someone important to you constantly being harassed would never affect you emotionally. I mean, maybe that's what Grimsy is like in his relationships, but that just says more about him. Once again, that just means that Grimsy is incapable of experiencing empathy and that Grimsy wants to go down. If that isn't the route he wants to go down, and he wants to acknowledge the fact that, yeah, having your wife get harassed is not equivalent to making edgy jokes, and also, you know, you can change over time, and also, making edgy jokes isn't bad, and you also acknowledge that harassing people for no reason is bad, then you should come to the logical conclusion that there is nothing wrong with iDubbbz being against his wife getting harassed. This should be very fucking obvious to anyone with at least 0.0005 brain cells, okay?
And overall, I just want to say to all the people that are saying, oh, he's right, he changed, he would call you a fucking... I can't even say it.
A retard, you mean? Is that the word you were looking for? Is retard? No, he wouldn't. He would agree with me. If you showed 2017, 2016 iDubbbz this situation, and then you showed him your video, and especially if you showed him my live stream, let's be real, that would be pretty cool. He would ultimately agree with me, because I am the one using his logic, not just his current logic, but his logic that he has consistently used in the past. Even if he doesn't use that logic anymore, which is up for debate, by the way. The main thing that's shifted is his tone, his style, and his rhetoric, rather than his actual positions, though his positions have, I'm sure, changed to an extent. But ultimately, he's working within a similar framework, I believe. And I think that that's part of why he's struggling. He does care a lot about intent as well. And he thinks, and as a result of that, maybe he used to assume that other people cared about intent just as much as he does, right? So they would care about the intention behind him creating the content cop. But not everybody thinks like iDubbbz. People can be dumber than iDubbbz. For instance, if your name is Grimsy, that would you are dumber than iDubbbz, right? Because you don't actually you never actually watched iDubbbz because you cared about the points he was making. You just saw him as the haha funny edgy man who destroys all the libtards, but he never destroyed liberals. That was never his thing. He was never conservative or right-wing. He never destroyed people because it was fun to destroy people for no reason other than to destroy them. He selectively chose targets that deserved it. Yeah, you ever notice how he would choose targets that either little to no people were shitting on? There was a very good reason for that, and I don't think people bring this up enough. If his goal was just to shit on people for fun, he would have made a content cop on Jake Paul, not Ricegum. He would have made a content cop on whatever people that are already getting shit on, right? People that are already disliked. He would have made a content cop on BuzzFeed. Okay, that was a popular thing to hate on back in the day. It would have been easy content. He would have gotten millions of views. People would have ate that shit up. I mean, especially because it's iDubbbz, but he never did that. Because BuzzFeed was already getting shit on. What he did do is he found targets that deserved to get shit on, that weren't getting shit on, and he targeted those people, and he was very good at it. Either way, I think that ultimately, your inability to understand very obvious argument points and lines of logic is your fault, Grimsy. You not understanding that is not indicative of some sort of hypocrisy or even a change, really. What it means is you're not smart enough to understand content with basic logic that is meant to be digestible for the average teenage person, right? The average young teen is meant to be able to understand that. And as far as I'm concerned, Grimsy, you're a fully grown man. You're like the same age as me. You're like 19, or maybe even older, okay? The fact that you're still incapable of understanding these basic lines of logic indicates that there is something wrong with you, not Ian. You are the problem. Okay, 2016 iDubbbz would make fun of you as well, just as much as he made fun of Leafy and Keemstar and all these other retards that you think are based. You think they're based because iDubbbz hasn't made fun of them in a while. So now Leafy is cool again, but nothing about Leafy has changed. It's just that it's not popular to shit on Leafy anymore. So now, people like you perceive Leafy as God's gift to YouTube that we used to take for granted. When I guarantee you probably shat all over Leafy just as much as the next person for not having a chin as soon as Ian released that content comp, and especially after he released a content deputy. But your opinion on Leafy and iDubbbz is not determined by the actual logic behind certain arguments, or whether or not they are, morally in line with you. It's more of an aesthetic decision for you, when it comes to who you align with. I think that the real reason Grimsy doesn't like iDubbbz is because it contradicts the old iDubbbz aesthetic that is more in line with Grimsy's aesthetic. But an aesthetic or a rhetorical approach, which I'll admit, Ian's rhetorical approach right now is complete dog shit, is not the same as contradicting your actual opinions and lines of logic and basic fundamental philosophy and ideas, which can change, by the way.
I can't even say what he would call you 6 years ago. How he would bully you into a fucking obliteration.
He would have bullied you, Grimsy. He was never the type of person to go onto my stream, for instance. Let's say he was watching my stream, because I'm famous, right? Everyone's watching my stream. Let's be real. And then see me criticize him, even. You know, I criticized him for having a bad rhetorical approach, or, fuck, me criticizing you, for instance. And let's say that it was somebody else in iDubbbz's position, and then 2016 iDubbbz didn't, know it was his future self, right? He would have sided with me, okay? He wouldn't go out of his way to make fun of some random femboy with cat ears. He was never about that. Can you find me a single clip of him making fun of somebody on the sole basis of them being weird? Or is that something that Leafy used to do? That's something that Leafy used to do, obviously. That's why Ian made a content cop. Now, you can say, oh, but he said that he's fine with bullying, so that's not... No. Just because he said he's fine with bullying does not mean that the framing and setup of an argument automatically means that he endorses bullying, okay? That is called framing. That is called setup. He was willing to concede one point in order to make another that he knew would be more rhetorically effective, and it was. Well, to an extent. It seemed to be at the time. In terms of the reception to it being positive, hell yeah, it was effective. In terms of people understanding the points he was making, no. No, it wasn't effective. It was for me. Fuck, I would say Ian influenced my philosophy, but you wouldn't think that by watching me right away, You would just see, oh, well, it's a gay guy, What gay person would be edgy, right? Yeah, that never happens. Let's just pretend like Vosh doesn't exist and that I don't exist, right?
And I would shit all over you because you were a bitch. Now he's
Yeah, I don't think so.
become exactly whatever he said, oh, I hate,
What did he say that he hated in the past? Did he say he hated OnlyFans models? Did he say he hated people that defend their wives? Did he say that it's good to harass people and say really awful things about them the way Sam Hyde did? And I'm not saying that it's bad to make fun of people necessarily. It's, one, the reasoning behind it and the intent, and two, it also matters the extent to which you are doing it. What you are failing to understand here as well is iDubbbz has never been a consequentialist. Unless he was before his YouTube career. He cares about intent. Alright? That is what he mainly cares about. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if he, I don't think he subscribes to one specific philosophy. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of his philosophy is aligned with fucking deontology, right? But, again, you're failing to understand his intent was not to harass people because he likes to harass people. That wasn't the point. It was satisfying to make fun of Leafy, because Leafy made fun of other people. Sure, but that's different. And you not understanding that nuance just proves Ian's point further. This is why he stopped making that type of content. Not because there was anything wrong with the content, but because there was something wrong with the people watching it. Including you, Grimsy, not me, not the minority of people that understood the points he was making. People like me who actually understand basic logic and reasoning. Okay, people like me, again, are the intended result of his content, believe it or not. I know that's crazy. That's hard to believe, but it is true. I mean, it's so effective that now I'm a leftist preaching lefty ideas, but with a similar aesthetic to what, well, not aesthetic at this point. I guess I have a gay aesthetic, but in terms of how I interpret humor, for instance, okay, I'm anti-joke police, and that's rhetorically effective for a lot of reasons, and I'm not going to get into that right now, but at the end of the day, I mean, he did create at least, well, one rhetorically effective leftist. I mean, a lot of rhetorically effective leftists, actually. Watch him. I mean, he wasn't the exclusively, but I've used his logic to come to a lot of conclusions, because it's like, well, this guy's fucking genius. I mean, look at those content cops. Like, dude's a genius content creator. I want to be like that. And one of them, and again, a lot of people miss the point of his content, and it's sad. It's sad. I thought it was obvious, but people are stupid, I guess. Or I'm smart. I don't know. It's one of the two.
Oh, and it's
At the end of the day, it's just another example of me being right, everybody else being wrong, me being smart, other people being dumb, yada yada. You get the whole picture. Yeah, obviously we all know that, like, I'm always right. Blah blah blah. I mean, obviously, don't need to repeat myself. I mean, it's just a given. What? Yeah, the sky is blue. I'm always right. It's bad to put forks in the outlet. You get it, right?
it's really pathetic to see, and let him get shit on for it. He's not the great guy that you want. He's just a slimy fucking piece of shit weasel that
Okay, the word weasel I kind of agree with, but that was not for the same reason. Again, he was being weaselly in DMs. What he should have done is said, if you make content with Sam Hyde and release it before the event, yes, you are banned. That includes even just one retweet of his tweets or about him. And if he did that, even though it's a bit harsh, at least then there's no plausible deniability. Now, I don't think that he should have banned Froggy Fresh in the first place, but again, it is from a consequentialist, this doesn't have the outcome you're looking for standpoint more than anything else. It's not because I'm not looking at this from a, well, you see, Froggy Fresh is innocent, 100%. I think I thought that for a little bit, maybe, because I saw other people, but, like, that's because I'm charitable and I didn't see Froggy Fresh do anything wrong for a while, but then, shit happens,
literally is always the victim in everything. So that all being said, guys, fuck iDubbbz.
Wait, are you implying that him and his wife are the perpetrators? Is Anissa the one harassing Sam Hyde and Froggy Fresh? Or is it Sam Hyde who's harassing Anissa? Which one do you think it is? Do you have any evidence of Anissa harassing Sam Hyde, or anyone for that matter? Or does she kind of try to avoid drama, but still get shit because people are, well, shitty, and give unwarranted amounts of harassment over nothing? Let me guess, Grimsy, she's a public figure, so she deserves it. Guess what, fucking retard? We're all public figures here, alright? So if somebody starts harassing your mom, or harassing you or your girlfriend, well, bold of me to assume you would have one. Obviously you don't. Or someone you care about, you shouldn't be getting mad. You're a public figure, and maybe they are aspiring YouTubers as well. So it's okay if they get fucked over, so long as people know they exist. Obviously.
iDubbbz, literally goodbye faggot, and goodbye.
Straight off the bat, I want to let all the newcomers to my channel know that I'm perfectly fine with bullying.
And this is exactly the out of context line that I was referencing, and I didn't even have to see this to know right away why Grimsy thinks, unironically, that Ian thinks all bullying is good and fun, and that's his genuine moral framework in real life, and that he wasn't just saying that to frame an argument. I think maybe he should have said, for the sake of argument, I don't give a shit about bullying, But that wouldn't have, but like a lot of people even then might have turned their brains off. Not that they would be on in the first place. I mean, let's be real. Grimsy never seems to turn his on, but that's, yeah, whatever. But yes, let's take this thing out of context. Yeah, oh, he clearly loves bullying. He just bullies people because he likes to make fun of disabled people, people that are riddled with acne, people that are, you know, whatever. Yeah, he loves that. That he lives for that shit. It's his absolute favorite activity. You know, it's not like people can frame arguments a certain way and concede certain positions temporarily or anything while still having their own moral framework that they use outside of their hit piece that they're making to prove that the other person is a hypocrite, which is the entire fucking point of Content Cop, is using other people's standards against them instead of your own. Holy shit. And then because it's rhetorically effective, and then you complain when he does something less rhetorically effective, when you're the one misinterpreting the points he was making when he was doing the thing that's more rhetorically effective in terms of getting people to dislike Leafy. But in terms of moral framework, I guess no one really changed, huh? Other than a select few people. Fuck, people like me ended up using his logic to come to better conclusions. Now, that's not what made me he didn't make me this far left. But ultimately, I was open to leftist ideas and eventually concluded that they were the correct ones. That was after my all politics are bad phase, of course. We all have one of those, right? Some people have that phase forever, actually. Yeah, man. But yeah, no, it made me more centrist, I'd say. I'd say before then I was more conservative, actually. Now, it didn't change my opinions right away, but it gave me a better framework than just my, this is intuitively correct, okay? Whether or not something is intuitively correct is, well, deceptive at times. Frankly, I think that ultimately, again, I think I've made my point here, and at this point, I'm just going to end up repeating myself. So, yeah, Grimsy, this video was dog shit, fuck you. Eat shit and die. That was garbage. How are you not embarrassed? Uh-oh. Is my Wi-Fi taking a shit? Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Hello? Oh, Wi-Fi. Yoo-hoo. Is it working? Am I lagging? That makes Femyoz look like he had an Adolf stat? Okay. Thank you for sharing with the class. Anyways, if you guys have been enjoying hold on. I think I just need to refresh chat. I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. Lovely. Okay, I'm not lagging. I don't think. Or if I was, it was briefly. Alright, time to read chat, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'll come back and watch another video, alright? Alright. Lovely. You guys like the glasses? I don't know. Or do I just look like the nerd emoji now? I'm guessing I do. Typical iDubbbz fan. I mean, you know what? Fair enough. But this is the iDubbbz fan that iDubbbz was trying to create all along, alright? He was never a right-winger, okay? He you know... Wow, nice nerd emoji. Wow, I see how it is. Well, fine, I'll take the glasses off. There, better. You know what? No, I'm leaving them on out of spite. Fuck you. Just have to be careful to not knock my cat ears off. Fuck you, Lord Fuckington. I'm gonna fuck your mom. Yeah. So basically, you're saying all of these people are dumb, and the reason people like Leafy now and hate iDubbbz is because it's cool now. Just more rambling sheep. Yeah, exactly. Literally, yeah. No, it's because it's like they don't have any moral arguments. Grimsy doesn't have a moral framework he's working within. He's just like, well, yeah, if this, like, seems, like, intuitively, like, something I kind of like, sort of, that, like, is edgy, because aesthetically, then I like it. So, but like if it's aesthetically liberal, then I dislike it. So he would probably he probably wouldn't like me because of my physical appearance. But if he saw my old content where I'm exactly the fucking same person, except even more weird, because I wasn't wearing clothes like this, he probably would have found it funny to an extent. But also, if he were to hear my arguments, he would actually probably agree with a lot of them. If he heard them in the context of not knowing what any of my positions are, I'm obviously a leftist, so he's probably going to discredit me for that. Or you know, if you were to just hear my voice and not see what I look like. Bro, you even got the Hunter glasses. Yeah, I know. I look like Hunter Avalon. I act like him. I'm literally femboy Hunter Avalon. I know. But Hunter Avalon is based, so I take that as a compliment, alright? I'm like Hunter Avalon in that, like, I'm still doing my debate bro arc. Remember when Hunter Avalon was, like, okay-ish at debate? Like, sometimes he was effective rhetorically, other times he was kind of bad. Hunter, I support your transition. Yeah, maybe I am Hunter Avalon. Maybe I'm like the alternate reality version of Hunter Avalon. You know, maybe that's what this is. I don't know. Man, what a world we live in, huh? But yeah, oh man. What a world we live in. Bro just called his audience retards. He called his old audience of not his entire audience retards, but I think that it's fine to call, like, for instance, Nazis retarded. You know, if nothing else, it's all in good fun, right? I mean, y'all love that. Am I allowed to dislike both of them? I'm not a fan of Leafy or iDubbbz. Well, yeah, no shit. You can dislike whoever the fuck you want. Now, whether or not you have a good reason to dislike them is a different story. I think there are plenty of criticisms you could make of iDubbbz. If you want to watch me tear him a new one, okay, go watch the VOD for my previous live stream, okay? That's literally the first half, was me shitting on him. Because, yeah, in a sense, I hold him to a high standard, but I'm also reasonable, so I criticize everybody else as well. So I'm harsh towards everyone. Well, there are Nazis around? Well, yeah, no shit. Yeah, obviously. But that's not his intended audience. It never was. I don't think people realize that his logic that he used in sex. I said a funny word. The logic he used in 2016 and 2017, 2018, even in the Tana Content Cop, right? Let's be real. Nobody seems to understand the points he was making. All right? People are like, oh, you shouldn't get offended over people harassing your wife because you said the N-word in a non-derogatory context. You're using the same logic as Tana. You are as stupid as Tana in that situation. You are Tana right now. You just don't realize it because it's not currently the unpopular opinion. I don't care for Nazis hot take. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I think that ultimately people don't even realize that when they apply this standard, this is the same standard that Tana applied to iDubbbz, and they don't realize it. They don't realize that the framework that iDubbbz has set up is actually way easier to use in favor of left-wing ideology. Why do you think I was so open to, let's say, I don't know, Hunter Avalon's arguments? I mean, sure, he makes good arguments. But it didn't take that long for him to win me over, right? Because it's like, you know, I have a certain moral framework that I work within. I believe, at least in logic and reasoning being something important. Whether or not it's for the same reason as other people, that might be different. But being called femboy Hunter Avalon is pretty flattering. Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah. I call myself that sometimes, though, so it's like, okay, how much of that is influenced by me? Is it because other people see me that way, or is it because I called my... To be fair, everyone says I remind them of Hunter Avalon, and I also am clearly a femboy, so I guess, yeah. No, all of his content is still active and viewable. If he was really sorry about his irresponsible, misguided content, he would have taken it down. Yeah, true. I don't know. Well, there are two things. Yes, I agree with it being stupid for him to say that, and I disagree. I think that his content did more good than bad, ultimately, just because there were Nazis in his audience. I mean, fuck. No matter how large, if you become a certain size, there's gonna be bad people in your audience that are very loud and annoying. But there are also leftists that were iDubbbz fans that may have even become leftists because of iDubbbz, or that might have influenced them. I use a lot of the same framework that iDubbbz set up for a lot of my arguments. I use a lot of the same logic, and I can do it on the fly now. iDubbbz can't even do that, right? He needs to, which I don't blame him for. Most people can't do it spontaneously. You know, he doesn't publicly speak live. I do. So I've learned how to make good arguments live, because not only have I seen, scripted arguments that Ian has made, and things that are rhetorically effective. If you think I've just watched his Content Comp series once, nah, I've watched all those videos multiple times to understand why he's so rhetorically effective, and maybe I end up making a video about it, right? Because I was always fascinated. Why are his content cops so godlike? So if anyone understands why he made the videos he made and what his arguments are, it would be me. And those arguments, a lot of them, stuck with me. They stuck with the way I present arguments. They stuck with a lot of the way in which I frame arguments is more similar to past iDubbbz than current iDubbbz, because I think it's more rhetorically effective. A lot of the logic he uses, the whole concept of be consistent, cunt, that's his approach, right? It's like, be consistent, right? That is ultimately the approach he uses. He uses people's inconsistencies against them. That is his strong suit. And I've learned a lot from that. I've learned how to point out hypocrisies. I've learned how to make other people look stupid and how to criticize them. All of those are good skills to have, but people don't understand why he used to value those skills. And people also don't understand why he stopped giving a shit about Content Cop, right? It's like people have the wrong perception of it. People don't understand the arguments he made. I do, and that's why I'm saying he's not even a hypocrite in instances where people are accusing him of being a hypocrite. He's actually being more consistent than people will give him credit for. Now, there are things he's done that I think are bad, not in a moral sense of it being, never kick anyone out of your events. But if you understand the context of the situation and ultimately what the outcomes of said situation are, and it's very apparent that yes, kicking Froggy Fresh out of the event because of Sam Hyde is going to give Sam Hyde power, whether you like it or not. It's going to make him, look like, oh yeah, he's the based funny comedian who trolled iDubbbz so hard that he needs to, ban everybody who doesn't, who is like vaguely associated with him. Yeah, based Sam Hyde and cringe iDubbbz. iDubbbz L, Sam Hyde W is gonna be what they believe because of that, and ultimately that is the negative outcome, and that is why I was so harsh on iDubbbz. Maybe some of my arguments might have even been uncharitable to an extent, but I think the reason I was getting mad wasn't because I disagree with him necessarily. It was because I disagree with his framing and the way he presents arguments. It's just so fucking stupid. It's like he's asking to get shit on, right? Like, because ultimately, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Being correct is the easy part, okay? I do it all the time. In fact, I would know because I'm always correct, right? But framing your arguments in a way that is compelling enough to convince a broad audience is the part that requires a lot of skill. So, ultimately, I think that that's what a lot of people fail to realize. That's been my piece. in favor of iDubbbz. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'm probably gonna watch Xanderhal's take on the situation, because he did another thing, and I'm sure it's gonna be a dog shit take, similar to his last one, and I'm gonna be shitting on that too. Oh, you think I'm only willing to shit on one side? You are sadly mistaken. I mean, I did shit on a Haldyn video, but that I spent way more time shitting on anti-iDubbbz arguments than pro-iDubbbz arguments. So don't you worry. I will be shitting on pro-iDubbbz arguments as well. For different reasons, of course. Alright, we're back, boys. Alright. Hell yeah. Anyways. Before we start reacting to more bad iDubbbz opinions, I am hungry, so I eat snack, alright? But I won't even be reacting to content. You guys just get to watch me eat a snack, because that's the entertaining part. That's the main thing Hassan does wrong. You know, he should zoom in. If anything, he should, zoom in. Oh, wait, wrong button. Zoom in as he eats. That's a good protein bar. Only snack I see is Femyoz, true. Oh. Do a girl voice? I can try after this. I don't know, it's probably not very good. Glitch Foul, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. No one gives a fuck if you're alive, okay? Everyone saw. They're not clicking on your stream because they don't give a shit, okay? Stop self-promoting, it's annoying. Thank you. Shut up. Yeah, okay, I bumped into the microphone. Shut up. Who cares? It's a mic. It can withstand the sheer power of a femboy like me. Come on. You know, I might be powerful, but come on. Oh wow, now it's lagging. Uh-oh. Good one. Well, that's nice. Well, of course it's lagging. Alright, hold on. I'll try turning it off and on again, okay? Okay, so. It's still lagging on my end. Okay. Just give it a moment. Just give it a moment, alright? Alright. Alright, and I'll drink some water. Okay. Alright, it's starting to work again. Okay, there we go. Now it's fine. Now, where was I? Do a girl voice? Oh boy. I'll try my best. Make it worse, I know, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh my god, yes, Slay Queen. I can't do it. I cannot do it at all. I can try, but I don't know if it works. Okay, so you know how your voice sounds different in your own head? Oh fuck. I look, I know a few basic things about doing a girl voice, but I don't. It's good? Oh, really? That's gotta be fake. No way, that's really good. Really? Yeah, just relax into it. Yeah, I'm better if I, like, know what I'm gonna say, too. Like, it's better if I do the, oh my god, yes, a Slay Queen, as opposed to just talking off the cuff. I mean, I can talk off the cuff, and, I mean, I'm trying to make it sound natural, but I have to sort of, like, think about it. Otherwise, I sort of just, you know, I can try to, femboy lessons. I don't know. I mean, I'm struggling to do this voice. The differences between girl voice and boy voice are more audible than people make it out to be. Yeah, true. Talking randomly, you still sound good. Aw, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying my best. It's something I actively have to think about. Oh, wow, my voice sounds really loud and rumbly in comparison now. Oh my god. It's a fine line, kind of arbitrary law. That's really convincing? Is it? Yeah, maybe it is convincing. I'd have to hear it. Maybe because I know it's my voice, and I know how much effort goes into it that it feels unnatural. It's like, oh, it's obvious I'm doing a voice acting thing. I guess the few I have watched a YouTuber called Trans Voice Lessons. I've watched a little bit of their content, and I did a little bit of practicing in the car. I didn't think I was that good, but wow, you guys are making me confident. Yeah, yeah, record. Yeah, I could play back the stream, but it's like I don't even know. Like, okay, let's say I did a good voice there. I don't know if I could even be consistent with it. So like I start out by saying something I know how to say in a girl voice mostly pretty consistently. Like again, I always start, I don't know why this is, but it's easiest if I start out with oh my god, yes, a Slay Queen. And then then I sort of get in the mode, and then, I don't know, I just sort of do this, and, I don't know how convincing it is. I mean, you have to sort of pay attention to, a lot of factors. For instance, you have to, it's not just a matter of pitch. You have to pay attention to, resonance, weight, and all sorts of different things that are fairly important if you want to be good at voice acting in this way, in this particular way. I see it as a voice acting thing because I think I think it's a fun thing to do. For example, Keffel's voice isn't that different from yours, and she talks in a similar way, but it's still unmistakably a girl's voice. Yeah, true. I guess there are probably some tendencies that trans people are gonna have with their voices, but to be fair though, they're not gonna be exclusive to trans people. It might be something along the lines of sorry, hold on. It might be something along the lines of, oh my god, I'm losing. Oh my god, it takes so much mental power to do this. It takes so much mental energy. Oh my god. Oh. All right, I need a break. I need a break from girl voice. You see, no, you know what I want to do? Maybe I should do girl voice by default, but then in debates, I do man voice. Imagine trying to talk like that all day. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Maybe from your perspective, if I do it well, even if I'm doing it well, it's still hard. Like, from your perspective, you might just hear, oh, they just magically make their voice different, It's like, they do the thing, But what actually goes into it is it's not just that it's, physically intensive, It can strain your voice, if you don't practice enough, which I really don't. But also, us Aspies are always going to pick up vocal mannerisms from others in a very distinct way. Yeah, true. But yeah, talking like that all day would be so mentally draining for me right now. But if I were to... Wait, hold on. What's your pronouns? I use any and all pronouns. I don't know. I'm gonna go on estrogen eventually, probably, I'll bet. I haven't yet, if you haven't noticed. That's why I don't have boobies. Because I've never been on estrogen. I'm sorry. But, that's okay. Vocal training is like weightlifting, yeah, true. For me, it was a slow transition. I just let my voice naturally rise more and let it take on more of a musical, what does that say? Lil T? Lift? I assume that's, wait, what? I'm bad, I'm illiterate, okay? I'll give you mine. I have no need for them. Please, yes. Oh my god. I want titties. I want titties, and I want to have facial hair not grow back faster than it would for the average woman, okay? Now, now, I feel like a closeted trans woman, though, would probably be jealous of me, because compared to other guys, it doesn't really grow very fast. Most guys would be like, what the fuck, why don't I have a beard? It's been, 5 weeks. I have this, scraggly-ass, Shaggy from Scooby-Doo looking-ass mustache. But that's still too much for me. Sometimes I still talk how I used to, similar to how I used to, but there's a subtle difference. Okay, so if you talk in your whatever, your feminine voice, and yeah, for a long time, is it draining and something that requires effort to use your masculine voice again? Can you just go back to your masculine voice, or is that difficult? Because right now my voice is I'm trying not to have my voice crack. It's a weird thing. the way I talk didn't change as much as the tone, and it just became more expressive. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, the intonation is something that's often overlooked. Um, but yeah. But yeah, like, it's weird to go from, like, this to, like, full on, oh my god. Oh god, I can't even. Oh my god, yes, Soleil Queen mode, because, like, if I go into that, I don't even know why that's what, sort of makes it easier for me, because I guess it's, like, saying a consistent thing. I kind of want to find, a different, quote that's, like, more normal to say. Bro, can you say, it's over 9,000? It's over 9,000. I just said it's over 9,000. Why do you keep requesting that? I can make myself sound, more masculine at any time. It can be fun. I just don't have a reason to want to most of the time. Yeah, that's true. For me, it's just, it's convenient in debate. Femyoz about to make me act up. Am I gonna make you act up? Do you like my voice? What if I did some hot mommy dom ASMR? What if I pretended to be your mommy? I bet I could I bet I could do that effectively. You know, have like a slightly androgynous but still feminine voice, with a very soft intonation. Please say, it's probably just, oh wait, first I'll read this other one. It's probably just years of training vocal cords and our muscles, and they need to be strengthened. Some VAs do whole panels in character. It's like the Olympics of vocals. Same for 4-hour operas. Please say, this is a bucket. Dear God, there is more. All right, well, I just said it. Hot damn. You guys like the mommy dom voice? Do you like it when I assert my dominance over you? You little slut. Are you my slutty, are you my little slut, my subby boy wife? You need mommy to take care of you. Maybe if you're a really good boy, I'll let you out of your chastity cage. Was that good? I don't even know. I don't even know if I'm good at that. If I'm not good at that, it's a mystery. I don't know. Maybe it was convincing. Maybe not. Mommy, I mean. But I mean, it's hard to so it's hard to so it's still hard to focus on and switch back and forth, because obviously you know, it's easier said than done. And if I'm inconsistent, or there are moments where I'm not sure if I sound like I don't know, convincing, like I don't even know, like there could have been a few words there at the very least that weren't very convincing and sounded like a guy trying to sound like a woman. I have no idea, because I can't hear myself live, and if I did, that would be even worse and more distracting. And honestly, I don't know, it's a weird thing. And I don't know, ultimately yeah, it's a weird thing. And I don't know, guys, has it been like consistently convincing, or is it like realistic sometimes, but then other times it's like kind of obvious? Like I genuinely can't tell if it is like a consistently consistent thing when I do it, and if I sound consistent, because it, you know, I ultimately, whether or not it's convincing is probably going to be more obvious from an outside perspective, because you know, I have a bias for my own voice. I know what goes into it. Please say this in a very serious French gentleman voice. I don't know how to do a French accent. I like comedy and it's hard to do funny with the girl voice. Yeah, true. True. That is the one thing I like about having a deep voice, is it makes me funnier. Even though there's like a disconnect between this voice and me and mentally, it's still good for comedy, so I don't care. It's worth it. It's worth being funny as fuck, all right? Now my voice is cracking. Now it's time to God. I want to get masculine voice training as well, so that I have an even wider range. But now my voice is cracking, so I can't even do that properly yet. It seems very consistent. Might drift when you struggle to think of what to say next. Yes, that is true. Now I'm trying to do a deep voice, which I'm normally very good at, but it keeps cracking a lot, mainly because I just spent the last however long doing a woman voice, and it is very important in voice acting to be able to go both ways if you want to be a comedian, because your intonation is very important. And anyways, that had me laughing my ass off. You acting like a mommy dummy is a funny bit, and yeah, it sounds pretty natural. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say because I mean, one of the things I have to do almost, and I don't know if this is like a mental thing, but like I sort of, it's like I move my Adam's apple in a weird way, and but it's not just that. It's obviously the intonation, and the, I don't know what it is. I literally could not. I think I'm good. I'm naturally good at learning. So I'm naturally good at learning voice acting, but I'm terrible at teaching it. So, and again, I don't know if I'm doing a good job right now or if I'm getting worse at it as I get tired. But I mean, you guys are saying it's consistent, and if you guys are saying it's consistent, then I guess I can't really argue with that. So, you know, if I'm consistent, and even though my pitch goes up, I oh man. All right, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. Literally tired. All right, I'm sorry. That was a whole side tangent. Uh yeah, the line between what a woman's and a man's voice is pretty fuzzy and entirely arbitrary and can easily be informed by context if it's somewhere in the middle. Yeah, and that is why intonation is important. That's why women with deep voices still sound like women, even though there are men where, in terms of, not just pitch, but also weight and resonance, their voices are lighter, and it's like their vocal cords are smaller. I think it can happen, but they talk like men. Their intonate. Oh my god, my cat is trying to leave. Catboy, let's real cat exit. That. Oh my god, I always almost trip over some sort of cord or whatever on the way out or the way back. I think we can tell it's taking effort, but I definitely agree it's convincing. Yeah. I might just guess here, seems like you're mostly using your head voice. If you can, try to raise your palate, give it more body and less strain. That's what I'm trying to do, though. Like, it doesn't even, it's not even a matter of whether it's straining. Like, hold on, if I go, but... Oh my god, yes, Soleil Queen. If I go up here and, I don't think I'm using, just my head voice, but, if I, if I, um, if I use my, chest voice a little bit too much, it can mess with the resonance. So I'm using my, chest voice right now. Uh, I don't know if you can, tell or not. Is it audibly different? Because to me, it sounds like, it sounds deeper when I do this, and And it makes it harder to breathe. Oh my god. Man, it's difficult. Yeah, there's almost like a breath control element to it. It's like you have to breathe less almost. It's kind of whistling. It's easy to people who know. But remember, trying to learn it, it was hard in the beginning. Yeah. Sounds a bit more natural, though. Does it? More it sounds, but a bit natural. Okay, so it's more natural, but it's deeper. Or more manly. So, okay. Wait, hold on. I mean, ultimately, I can only do so much to change my... Well, yeah, the reason that I would make it, whispery is because, even though, resonance and... Even though there's a clear difference between resonance and weight, they are intertwined in a sense, intuitively at least. So when it comes to the way you think about your voice, the muscles you're using, I don't know. Let's ask this: what type of girl or woman are you going for? I don't even know. I'm going for me. Probably submissive and breedable. What does a submissive and breedable woman sound like? Oh, fuck. Now my voice is cracking. This is why I don't do this on stream. Sorry. As I was saying, fuck. God damn. Anyways, I'm sorry. I hope that people, watching this are, well, not annoyed. Man. Ugh. Okay, now it is time to sound manly. Oh, yes, I am peak mass. I don't even know why that's the first thing I think of when it comes to manly voice. Grammar Nazis that are also actually Nazis? Yeah, I don't know. I think being a grammar Nazi is based, but if you remove the word grammar, then it's kind of cringe. I don't know. And yeah, a lot of people don't even remember to breathe in using all their chest muscles. This is very fun, just please don't hurt your voice, yeah. Remember, people, full deep breaths are good for your health, yeah. Well, to be fair, I am trying to appeal to a more general audience with this stream specifically, because I know a lot of commentary people are going to be watching this, and they may be listening to it as a podcast. I guess they get to learn a little bit more about me, but at some point, practicing a voice becomes redundant, and then it makes the rest of the stream more difficult. Though there are timestamps, but still, some people might want to listen to the entire thing, and maybe they hate me practicing my voice. I don't know. Maybe I think I'm just overthinking it. Now try middle scream. Yeah, no. I don't even know where to start. Anyways. Anyways, yeah, alright. Now I think my voice is starting to be... Okay, and I think the most natural voice is like an in-between one. After doing a woman voice, I feel like I do an in-between of like... No, this is still... Well, not in-between as in like androgynous. Like, this is still a masculine voice, but it's higher than how I normally talk. It's a very weird thing. Actually, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know. Fuck. Anyways, what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be watching more iDubbbz video, alright? So, next one we're gonna be watching is from Xanderhal, alright? Anyways. So, the next video, yeah, alright. So anyways, you've all seen why, the vast majority of criticism about iDubbbz is complete and utter garbage, but, I'm about to be showing you why, the people defending him, are aren't really that much better, to be honest, okay? And maybe Xanderhal has changed his rhetoric a little bit since the last time he talked about iDubbbz, but from what I remember, I mean, I did a stream on this. His take was pretty bad, mainly in terms of his rhetoric, especially. Like, he's not going to convince anyone who doesn't already agree with him, and that was my main criticism of him, is who the fuck is he trying to convince to change their, like, the only people who are gonna that type of rhetoric he was using is gonna resonate with are people that already agree with him and have sided with iDubbbz. Not to mention he said a lot of other shit that I think is kind of stupid. So, he uploaded an hour-long thing. I don't think we'll be able to watch the whole thing, but we'll watch a good portion of it, called iDubbbz breaks his silence, okay? iDubbbz break his silence, alright? I'm so excited to watch this video, alright? It is very good video, I'm sure, alright? I don't know why I'm doing an accent. Also, sorry, I'm sorry if my voice is all fucked now. Now my voice is, like, cracking a bunch because I was practicing my girl voice. I want it to be one of those things where I can just, like, turn it on and off, you know? Like a light switch. But, like, with my voice. It's really hard to do, though.
Alright everybody, so recently, and by recently I mean literally hours ago, iDubbbz just dropped a new video about the drama that happened around the Craetor Clash 2
Oh wow, he must have been streaming this during or after my stream. So not that much after.
event, with Froggy Fresh getting kicked out of the event just a few weeks before it happened, and a lot of the controversy that came from that. And he was responding to it, right? But before we get to that video, I want to go ahead and read you guys an article. It's a few years old, but I think it is quite relevant at this time. I think it is very relevant.
I wonder
From
what
the
the
Los
article
Angeles
is.
Times, neo-Nazi website raises $150,000.
Okay, yeah, we already know about that.
Right,
It's the Sam Hyde thing. I
Far
don't care.
right.
I already told you guys about the. Yeah, he donated to help a Nazi organization. We don't need to repeat that.
Who want through the
I
welcome
already
to
agree. Sam Hyde's kind of a shitty person for that.
fundraise on my properties, Johnson.
Okay. Yeah, I already know this.
A previous holder of office in like a university.
I don't care. I already know this
Example of how people who aren't far right can end up falling into defending far right culture war issues.
Okay, so using this as an example of that, okay, I sort of get it, right? Yeah, defending Sam Hyde in a way is defending an alt-righter. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's alt-right. I don't think there's any denying that. I don't think any leftist would donate $5,000 to a Nazi organization. To be completely honest, not like but what I will say is that I don't think that makes the people who defend him guilty, right? I mean, Zen acknowledges they're not aware of it, but that would include Froggy Fresh. I don't think Froggy Fresh is that political. I think he's stupid. I don't think he's I think he's got a room temperature IQ from what I can tell. I mean, you can kind of just tell by the way he talks that he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, right? You can tell that his cognitive as I fucking stumble on my own words, but we can tell, or I can tell, that his cognitive abilities are not the greatest. Let's just say he's he's kind of there, but I don't know. He just doesn't seem very smart.
Or the far right on these culture war issues without even realizing it. And so yeah, let's watch the iDubbbz video. Let's hear his take on all of this, because this really all stems from the fact that iDubbbz just doesn't want to associate with a neo-Nazi.
Okay, but this is already fallacious, okay? And I'll explain why. There's a difference between associating with a neo-Nazi and associating with somebody else who isn't a neo-Nazi but associated with a neo-Nazi sometimes. I think there's a very clear distinction there. Now, I know that you want to paint a narrative. I understand that. The narrative you're trying to paint isn't necessarily wrong, but when you do this, it makes you look dishonest, because, well, it kind of is. You're just ignoring nuance. You would think that, by being overly simple, it would improve your rhetoric, but I beg to differ. And I think that a lot of people would disagree with that, especially if they're not sure. It's like, yeah, they're going to be thinking about what you're saying.
That's literally what the core of all this drama is.
It's like you came back.
Well, no, it is not wanting to associate with someone who is apolitical, but then also that person also is friends with a Nazi. So there's a distinction there. A better way of framing this argument, and even though it may seem on the surface less rhetorically effective, which maybe it is short term, but ultimately I care about intellectual honesty as well, is the main issue Ian had was he didn't want to associate with someone who was friends with a Nazi. There's a distinction there. I'm trying my best to not be mean when I do this, because I actually like Xanderhal. I don't want him to, see this and then, think I, hate him or anything. So I'm starting out real charitable, right? Even though his last thing he did on iDubbbz was pretty bad.
And you were a pawn in some game of 4D
Hey,
chess.
Harley.
I think you found out that iDubbbz and Anissa don't play games.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. Brief update. I am healed from Craetor.
Oh, also, basically, okay, I'm going to summarize why people are mad at iDubbbz, okay? Here's why people are mad at iDubbbz.
Alright. Alright, I'm so excited to hear about why I'm mad at iDubbbz, okay? Well, I'm not even mad, I'm just mildly annoyed. I don't really care that much. I mean, I do, because it's like, okay, this is somebody I've always looked up to. So it kind of does matter. But it's like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. But there are legitimate criticisms that can be made. Okay, I do like iDubbbz, but I think that I'm well within my rights to criticize him, of course.
They're mad he won't break up with his wife.
I don't know. I don't think, well, I mean, I know I'm not. I think maybe there's some people that are, but that's not my criticism. I've never said he should break up with his wife.
And he doesn't say the N-word anymore.
I don't even think that right-wingers have, I mean, I've looked at so many different positions people have on iDubbbz, and not a single person I've seen so far has said that iDubbbz should say the N-word more often. I don't think that there's this, I don't think they have this arbitrary criteria for the number of times that their favorite content creators have to say the N-word, hard R, within a certain time frame. I don't think that they give that much of a shit about that. I mean, Zan, if you can find me a clip where somebody who, not somebody with 25 subscribers, but somebody with a large platform is saying that the real reason that iDubbbz fell off is because he doesn't say the N-word anymore. If you can find me that, please. I mean, my DMs are open. My Discord is in the description. Send it to me. But I don't know if you have a source. I mean, do you have a source? Or is your source just you made it the fuck up because you're too lazy to watch what people actually have to say when you disagree with them because you don't engage in opposition anymore? You don't engage with the opposition. If somebody disagrees with you in chat, you ban them, even if it's one of your fans, which is fucking stupid, and you haven't done a debate in fucking ages. My guy, I don't have anything against you personally, okay? Seriously. I like you, I like your content, but this isn't effective. This does not benefit anybody. You may think that it's easier, and I would agree. It is the easier thing to do. But long term, it's not. It is a detriment It is a detriment. If the left acts this way, like with this refusal to engage with the actual arguments being made, an unwillingness to engage with nuance, I think that makes us look bad. Now, I don't think optics are everything, but if the reason why you're going to frame something a certain way is you care about rhetorical approach, then, well, that's why you would care about optics to an extent, right? And clearly, Xan is saying certain things because rhetorical approach matters, right? It's like, okay, some of the stuff he says is rhetorically effective, and I think that's the intent. But at the end of the day, a lot of what he's saying here isn't as rhetorically effective as he thinks it is. Because I think the issue is he's created an echo chamber for himself. Okay, he doesn't, subject himself to opposing opinions anymore, because that's difficult. It's draining. I get it. Okay, I argue with Nazis all the time, and fuck that. Yeah, that shit tires me out, and I'm just getting started. You kidding me? Yeah, that shit sucks sometimes. Sometimes I don't have the energy to do debates. Fuck. That's why not every stream is a debate me live stream, right? But at the same time, you should engage with the opposition at least a little bit, okay? Come on.
That is why they're mad at him. Let's not pretend it is for any other reason than that.
Well, the reason that I'm kind of mad at him is, ultimately, and I've already explained this, but for people that have skipped to this timestamp for whatever reason, I'll explain it briefly again, all right? The issue I have with iDubbbz here is not even his intentions, okay? The issue I have is banning Froggy Fresh from the event does not benefit anybody. It benefits no one. Absolutely no one. You want to know why? Well, it doesn't, aside from it not benefiting Froggy Fresh, actually, it does benefit someone. It benefits Sam Hyde, but that's a side tangent, okay? It benefits Sam Hyde, but everybody else, okay? It doesn't benefit Froggy Fresh, okay? Waste of his time. But I don't like, Froggy Fresh is cringe. I get it. I don't like him either. Okay, fair enough. So he doesn't count either. But it also negatively affects Ian and Anissa, because now they're getting a shit ton of backlash for it, all right? Anissa's gonna get way more shit than she would have gotten had they just not done anything about Froggy Fresh until after the event, in which case what they could do is just not invite him to the next event, and then they could have just, not talked about it publicly, not done anything publicly, have a smooth transition. I mean, did they think that Froggy Fresh was just going to get kicked out of the event without a fight? Are you fucking kidding me? You think that he was going to be like, okay, I'll just stay silent about it? I mean, come on. And did he really think that it was going to be received well when he did that? No. All that he has done here is he has given Sam Hyde and all of the Sam Hyde fans the power that he desperately wants them to not have. Okay? He is basically holding a sign over his head that says, Sam Hyde lives rent-free here. And then it's an arrow, it's 3 arrows pointing down. Okay? That he may as well do that. So, a lot of my criticism for iDubbbz, and a lot of the reason why I'm mad, is quite different from other people's. Part of it is he's so bad rhetorically in this video. I don't know why the fuck. I mean, I think it's just obviously different subjects require different skill sets at some points, right? Like being rhetorically effective in a content cop where you're just shitting on someone, using their own standards against them, proving that they're hypocritical or whatever, is a lot different from applying your own moral framework, because you have to almost establish why your moral framework is correct, right? So Ian never had to do this in the past, because all he had to do was show why someone is a shitty content creator or person according to their own moral framework. So he just sort of, for the sake of argument, presupposes what they already believe. But if he presupposes his worldview, even though his worldview is more correct, most of the people watching his content haven't come to that conclusion yet. Because ultimately, it's not a matter of whether or not iDubbbz is right. Okay, being right is the easy part. The hard part is being rhetorically effective. And iDubbbz fucked up big time. And not only was he rhetorically ineffective, but he also made a terrible decision when he kicked Froggy Fresh from the event. Interpersonally, I understand where he's coming from. I don't think Ian had bad intent. I can understand on a personal level why he would do that. But consequentially, and Zan, you're Vash's son, so you should know a lot about consequentialism. Okay, it's consequentially the outcome of Ian not even just making this video, but like kicking him out of the event from the first place, just causes him and his wife to get more backlash, and it causes less money to go to charity. Who benefits from that? Seriously. This whole thing just puts a giant spotlight on Sam Hyde. Because now Sam Hyde can go around saying, iDubbbz is obsessed with me. He cares about me so much. I'm living rent-free in his head. And, I punked him so hard that he won't even let people that associate with me near him or his event. And, even though Sam Hyde is an asshole, there would actually be some truth to that. I mean, in a way, he does live rent-free in iDubbbz's head. It's very apparent. Now, I don't blame iDubbbz for being mad at Sam Hyde. I mean, that it is a justifiable thing to get mad at somebody for, being really saying horrible things to somebody's wife, that things that are kind of cruel, actually. He definitely crosses a few lines. But those are the actions of Sam Hyde, not the actions of Froggy Fresh. And people don't generally like the idea of guilt by association. So, even if guilt by association was a valid thing to go off of, which it's not, by the way, it can be a reference point, maybe. Like, if someone's like, oh, I don't condone something, I'm against this, and then they're friends with a bunch of people that are, in favor of it, like, oh, yeah, racism is bad, and then they're friends with a bunch of, KKK members, and they know that they're KKK members. Okay, yeah, then they're hypocritical, right? But if they're just like, I don't know about stuff, man, I guess the people just think differently, and they don't think about it because they're dumb. And Froggy Fresh is very dumb, by the way. It's hard to say. Either way, the point I'm making is it felt like Ian took an L here, all right? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying he was morally wrong. I'm not even making a moral argument. But strategically, huge L. I don't know why the fuck he thought it was a good idea to do that. I'm sorry, I'm rambling, but I just wanted to explain my thought process behind this and why I am so critical of iDubbbz and why I criticize, I criticized him very harshly on a separate stream. Maybe I tore apart his specific wording a little bit too much. I was very harsh in the beginning as well. But yeah.
Clash 2, it was a success. Alex Wasabi beat me up. He won his fight fair and square, and I have all the respect for Alex. He's a good competitor, and I have respect for all the other fighters.
Yeah, sorry, iDubbbz, I had to go hard on you there. I trained for months, but I had to go all out. Thanks for giving me the shout-out, though. When he said Alex, I knew he was talking about me.
Craetor Clash card. And thank you to all the fans who came. It was an amazing event. I'm very happy. Very happy, very emotional. Awesome experience. I'll never forget it. Having said all that, you guys are here for the juice and the grease. So I'm going to give you guys the grease and the juice.
Oh, yeah.
And that all has to do with Froggy Fresh. The reason I didn't address any of this sooner is because I was terrified of jeopardizing the success of the event, because there are a lot more people involved in this than just Anissa and I.
Yeah, that is true.
And I didn't want to fuck it up for them.
That is true. As much as these drama tubers and whatnot.
To be fair, though, I don't think that it benefited anybody. I don't think that Froggy Fresh simply going to Craetor Clash and participating in the event was going to negatively affect anybody. And then the person that replaced Froggy Fresh, who fought Chris Raygun. It was a completely unfair match, by the way. The dude was like, whatever, half a foot taller than him and weighed more? Like, the dude was massive compared to Chris Raygun. I don't know much about boxing, but what I do know is that shit is unsafe. That's not a safe fight. That shit is dangerous. Okay? I don't know much about boxing, but I do know that that is dangerous. That was, if nothing else, for the sake of Chris Raygun, they should have kept Froggy Fresh in the event. I know it's not as satisfying to just, like, not invite him to the next one, but it serves way more utility, and it actually gets the results that are more desirable, whether you like it or not. I know it's not satisfying, same way as, I hereby declare that you are kicked from the event, is. Obviously, that's more satisfying, but just because something's more satisfying doesn't mean it's a good idea, alright? That's one of the reasons that punitive justice is bad, alright? Reformative justice, gang on top, okay? Yeah.
Not that are super invested on like the Sam Hyde iDubbbz thing may want to pretend like it's otherwise. A lot of the YouTubers who are like competing in the event have like big fan bases and are like their foot is in massive niche communities way.
I don't think that Froggy Fresh simply participating in the event would have done anything. I think that more controversy was sparked over the event because Ian made it a controversy. If Ian had just ignored the shit, whatever, the few tweets, basically, that Froggy Fresh, made about Sam Hyde, like, what, it was like 4 pictures with Sam Hyde, and he retweeted, like, 3 tweets about him and or Sam Hyde, or whatever. Like, come on. That's not enough to kick somebody from an event, and at the very least, appear to be reasonable. I don't even think that that's a good reason in general. Even if optics weren't a factor there, I think that's still fucking stupid and illogical. It is his event, yes, but that doesn't mean that the reason he kicked Froggy Fresh for it was logical.
Way outside of, like, the weird bullshit Sam Hyde is involved in. So, the idea that, like, iDubbbz would be concerned about his personal, like, getting harassed by some Nazi online might have...
Do you think that banning Froggy Fresh from the event might increase the amount of harassment that him and his wife get from Nazis? Do you really think that banning Froggy Fresh is gonna make the Nazis think, oh shit, I'm not fucking with those guys anymore. They're serious. They don't fuck with that shit. No, they it only feeds into it. They do it more because they now know that it gets under Ian's skin and Anissa's skin, so they do it as much as possible now. If he didn't react or give a shit, if he at the very least gave the illusion of sincerely not giving a shit, I don't think Sam Hyde would still be harassing his wife if they just were like, okay, yeah, fucking, it's Sam Hyde. I don't care. Yeah, Sam Hyde is kind of irrelevant now. Whatever. I gave him his 10 minutes of fame in my documentary, and I don't know. He just kind of, whatever. He's kind of a random. I hardly know who he is. That's why I made the documentary, so that I could know slightly more about him. But he's still a random.
Have an effect on this event that a bunch of big popular creators are getting involved with. Like, he does have a responsibility to make sure, like, Sam Hyde doesn't do some shit to try to ruin that event, which is...
What do you think Sam Hyde would do? Did you think he was gonna mind control Froggy Fresh and like make Froggy Fresh do some weird shit? Because the video is not about why he banned Sam Hyde. I can understand banning Sam Hyde, though I personally wouldn't. I would genuinely, even though Sam Hyde has shit politics, I will admit he's funny as fuck. And honestly, I would let the dude run my event. I'm not gonna lie. I think it would be fun, alright? The whole point of an event is to have fun, not to do boring politics stuff, okay? When it comes to a charity event, just, I don't care. You could be like you could like bomb orphanages for all I care, alright? As long as you're not bombing the event, alright? It's like, if you're gonna make the event fun, it's like, well, just let him be there, right? But that's a different thing, okay? Personally, what I personally do and what I would want, but that's because I like the chaos, right? I like that level of unpredictability, and I feel like Sam Hyde would make the event really fun. Even if I think, yeah, he's probably not a great person, it's like, well, no, but he's funny and he's fun to. He has interesting ideas. He would make the event more fun and eventful. But I can understand not wanting him there. So banning Sam Hyde, fair enough, I guess. I can get behind that, I guess. I'm not opposed to it. Now banning Froggy Fresh, what exactly was Froggy Fresh gonna do? I don't think that. I mean, sure, Froggy Fresh does like to suckle off the teat of Sam Hyde, but that doesn't mean that he is just gonna, ruin the event on behalf of Sam Hyde. That's not how it works. I don't think that Froggy Fresh is smart enough to ruin an event. I could see Sam Hyde being smart enough to ruin an event, but even if Froggy Fresh was given a plan by Sam Hyde, oh, here's a step-by-step tutorial on how to ruin the event. I mean, he could only do so much before getting kicked out, escorted out by security, and it's just like. But then that's a bad reflection on the image of Froggy Fresh, so I don't think Froggy Fresh would do that. I don't think his own fans would want that to happen, so I don't think he would do it. Because he's more predictable than Sam Hyde, believe it or not. I know, that's crazy. It's almost like they're two entirely separate people. It's almost like the actions of Sam Hyde are something that Froggy Fresh should not be personally held accountable for, even if he's friends with Sam Hyde. Wow, that's crazy. Who would have fucking guessed?
What he's been trying, he makes jokes and boasts about how he's gonna show up to the event with a bunch of body doubles, and he's gonna dress in drag so they can't kick him out because he'll accuse them of being transphobic. He'll fantasize on.
Yeah, he makes jokes, but that's Froggy Fresh's fault that Froggy Fresh is involved with that. That has anything what does that have to do with banning Froggy Fresh? This is fucking stupid. Yeah, okay, then don't let Sam Hyde in. Whatever. I don't give a shit. But banning not only somebody from the audience who, okay, fair enough, maybe they were gonna make a scene. Okay, I get it. I mean, it makes things more predictable and boring, but I understand from iDubbbz's perspective why he would do that. But banning one of the actual people boxing because they're friends with somebody who did something, that's fucking stupid.
On stream about a million different ways he would try.
Now there are going to be things that iDubbbz says that are correct and that I agree with. The framing of his arguments are kind of piss poor though, so I still think that he was wrong to frame certain things in a certain way, and I'll get into that a little bit later if I watch the entire thing again. I mean, I already did a whole stream reacting to the video itself, and it took ages.
Try to ruin Craetor Clash, and it's if you're the person running it, and this crazy Nazi dude, who has, for some reason, amassed a massive following of normies and Nazis, is, after you and wants to ruin...
Keyword, not just Nazis, but normies and Nazis. Do you think that normies might include people like Froggy Fresh in his audience? Now, I'm not saying Froggy Fresh isn't right-wing or isn't a loser or isn't dumb. I think, yeah, he's all of those things. I'm sure. I can kind of just tell. But I don't think that he became any more right-wing or any worse of a person between, whatever, having his spot on the Craetor Clash card be established and him getting kicked. I don't think that anything really changed. The only difference is, oh, yeah, he wanted to hang out with his friend Sam Hyde. And it would be one thing if Sam Hyde was constantly unironic. It's a different sure, Sam Hyde is probably a Nazi. Let's be real, but But, and I'm not justifying this, but what I am going to say is that Sam Hyde doesn't constantly and blatantly talk about Nazi ideology. Okay, he's not like Nick Fuentes, where you can look at like 5 minutes of his content and be like, yep, that's a Nazi. Okay, you wouldn't know he was a Nazi if it wasn't for the $5,000 donation he made towards that Nazi organization. That's the only real evidence we have of him being a Nazi. I mean, sure, there are instances in which he says things that might allude to certain things, right? But some things he says are actually quite bad. For instance, him harassing Ian's wife is a bad thing. And, he probably sees women in a not so positive light sometimes, let's just say. But just because you and I can pick up on that does not mean that everybody can, right? Some people aren't aware of that. They're not thinking about politics, which is fine. Nobody is obligated to think about politics. That's why we almost have to do things like behind the scenes, right? It's like, okay, we gotta convince these people that are like slightly political so that their opinions are slightly influenced to be more political so that they make their apolitical friends a little. It's like a whole thing. It's like, okay, yeah, obviously there's a whole like, okay, if it's culturally more acceptable to believe in a certain set of ideas, then more people are gonna believe in that, because a lot of the time it's people believe in shit not because they actually believe in anything, but because they like the aesthetic of the ideology rather than the ideology itself.
Ruin your event, then yeah, you're gonna take some responsibility to try to minimize how much damage could be done to said event.
What exactly would Froggy Fresh do to the event? I'd like to know. What was he gonna do that iDubbbz, stopped him from doing? Or was he not actually going to do anything at the event, at the actual event itself that was bad? And Ian just didn't like the fact, and it's fair for him to not like this fact, by the way, that Froggy Fresh was hanging out with Sam Hyde. I can understand why he feels that way, and those feelings are justified. I get that. Yeah, you're hanging out with the dude literally harassing my wife 24/7. I don't like that man. And it's like maybe from the standpoint of their friendship, the friendship between iDubbbz and Froggy Fresh, yeah, sure, that makes sense. But this isn't just a friendship we're dealing with. This isn't just, two people, settling their differences or going different directions, or even having a falling out. It's not even just that, okay? It is something that is fully on public display for everybody to see, in which iDubbbz, whether you say he's in the right or the wrong, you have to at least acknowledge that this, at the very least, makes him look bad. It doesn't. Sure, it's easy to say, oh well, yeah, obviously it's not that hard to be right. I agree. Being against things like sexism and homophobia should be obvious positions, right? But there are certain ways that you have to frame arguments because a lot of people are delusional. They're brainwashed by the disease that is conservatism, right? And you have to be aware of that. But you have to address those people, even if they're subhuman to an extent, like they're people, right? So that they can become actual people that have decent opinions that aren't harmful. Not that having the opinion is harmful, but acting on the opinion is, right? It's like, okay, well, technically, if somebody's homophobic, but they never express it or do anything with that, then they're fine. It's like, yeah, okay, but usually people act on their opinions either intentionally or unintentionally, right?
Because there's a lot of people involved with it that aren't you.
These are people that I really care about, and I felt like it would be very selfish if I was like, I understand public perception right now, guys. I'm just gonna make a quick 10-minute video.
Okay, so you didn't want the public perception to be bad, so you didn't make the video. But you were fine making the public perception bad by banning him in the first place. This is what I've been criticizing Ian for. I don't know, he looks so fucking stupid here. You could have He acts like there isn't a third option, which is to avoid the entire controversy altogether by not actually banning anybody, but just not inviting Froggy Fresh to Craetor Clash 3. Oh my god, that's crazy, guys. Wow, who would have thought that maybe there is, in fact, a third option that leads to less negative outcomes? That's crazy.
And I'll squash all the rumors, I'll squash all the beef. I have no idea what public perception for this video is going to be.
Please tell me Xanderhal at least acknowledges this is fucking stupid for him to say. It's very fucking obvious that it's going to be negative. Okay? If the public perception of him coming out with a reasonable take, like, I don't care that my wife does OnlyFans, who gives a shit? You know, if people are, lose their shit over that, and there are people that still lose their shit over that. Literally, go to the comment section of his video about sex workers and whatnot, and sort the comments by newest. Alright? There are still people commenting to this day. It's really fucking sad and pathetic. And that was a reasonable take that is only possible to disagree with if you're retarded, right? Now, this, on the other hand, is something where it's more reasonable to disagree with iDubbbz. So do you think that having this sort of controversy would really lead to positive outcomes? If your personal beef is something that people are gonna take seriously and care about, as if, like oh, okay, sure, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that makes, no, they're gonna be uncharitable to iDubbbz. And in a way, maybe I am sometimes, but let's be real, it's iDubbbz, okay? He's a large content creator, and in general, broadly speaking, I am charitable to him, right? Ultimately, the only instances in which I'm gonna be uncharitable to him is if, one, I'm talking about why his rhetoric is ineffective, in which case I will give the most uncharitable interpretation and say, this is why you don't say this, you say this instead. As well as, like, I'm sure I've said, I don't know, when I was reacting to it for the first time, I know I was harsh for the first half, but I don't know. I think I was mostly reasonable.
That's why I'm doing it now, right?
Not good. The video has more dislikes than likes.
Astute observation, Xanderhal.
I want to be clear here, by the way. iDubbbz fans are literally mad he won't dump his wife, start saying the N-word again, and become friends with a neo-Nazi.
No. The reason I'm mad is because this entire controversy could have easily been avoided. Okay? You don't have to play 40 chess to understand that kicking Froggy Fresh the way iDubbbz did was going to be received negatively. And you have to have even less brain cells to not realize that a video like this would be received negatively. It's not like it's a secret as to what type of people are ex-iDubbbz fans. Again, if you go to the video where he had a completely valid and reasonable take about sex workers and sort by newest, yeah, I think it speaks for itself.
That is what they are mad about.
No, I'm mad about bad rhetorical approach, as well as... I'm not going to repeat myself. Fuck this.
He has gotten ratioed on this video because of it.
I mean, I didn't like or dislike the video.
They'll talk about the Froggy Fresh thing and get mad, like, oh, he was such a dick for kicking Froggy Fresh. Like,
it's not a matter of whether or not he's a dick. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, that's the easy conclusion to come to, sure. But when you actually think about it, it's not whether or not he's a dick, okay? Froggy Fresh is more of a dick than Ian, if anything. But what it is a matter of whether or not it was smart. And the answer is no. No, it wasn't.
Sam Hyde.
I mean, I don't think that associating with and, well, like, defending what about Sam Hyde? What did he say that was in defense of Sam Hyde? What did he Was somebody saying that Sam Hyde is being based for harassing Anissa, and then, or sorry, was somebody being like that? Oh, it's bad that Sam Hyde is harassing Anissa, and then Froggy Fresh is like, no, it's actually based when he does that, lol. Or was he not actually giving a position on it, and just was, wanting to make content with Sam Hyde, which isn't, him defending necessarily. You can make content with somebody without defending them. I mean, otherwise, if you apply this weird standard of anyone you make content with is somebody that you agree with, looks like the camera's working again. If everyone you make content with is somebody you agree with, then iDubbbz himself would agree with Sam Hyde because he made that documentary with him. So, clearly it's not a matter of who you make content with or associate with that determines your opinions, necessarily. Now, it might determine what opinions you deem to be acceptable, to an extent at least, but Sam Hyde does not frame himself as a politically motivated figure. So, it's easy to say, oh, well, he's a Nazi. Yeah, we know. Most people that see whatever, even if they see the thing about him donating to the Nazi organization, they're gonna be like, well, I'm sure it's fake, right? People are gonna write it off. I don't think Sam Hyde would do that, because that's the easiest conclusion to come to. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't want to, find out that the person you've been defending is actually a Nazi, and that the people that disagree with you are correct about the situation, right? So ultimately, I think that Ian should have included here is evidence of him donating $5,000 to a Nazi organization to basically yeah. So for those of you who, so Froggy Fresh is associating, like, making content with this guy who is a proven Nazi, not just someone who's, kind of offensive. I don't care about his humor. What I care about is the fact that he is openly a Nazi. He donated $5,000 to a Nazi organization. That's pretty unambiguous, all right? That's pretty cut and dry, okay? I don't want that associated with my event. Even if he had said something like that, he would have come across as way stronger than saying this shit. And it also, once again, would have helped his case if he had just been specific with what is and isn't allowed. Again, plausible deniability is a powerful tool, and it's one that Froggy Fresh is clearly willing to use. I mean, that's part of the reason why people were siding with him, right? Big part of it. Now, it's not the entire thing, but it is a justification that people use, especially people that are closer to the center who aren't exactly sure.
And appropriating, like, the Sam Hyde talking point shit. So, like, if you're going to attack iDubbbz for kicking out Froggy Fresh, you have to add for not wanting to associate with Sam Hyde.
No. I don't care if he wants to associate with Sam Hyde. What I do care about is him kicking out Froggy Fresh based on the standard of based on the standard of guilt by association. That was it. What exactly was Froggy Fresh saying that was bad before he got kicked? Now, I don't dispute that. Yeah, he is a fucking retard in general, but before he got kicked from the event, he was no worse, when he was, gonna, like, training for the event than before he was training for the event. Same fucking person. It was fine when you invited him to participate, and nothing about him changed. Hang out with Sam Hyde. That was it. He wasn't talking differently. He wasn't acting differently. At least not as far as I'm concerned. Surely Ian would have included evidence of that if that was the case, right? I mean, he had plenty of time to make the video. Though, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there.
The event is now over with. I can risk it, I can air my grievances, and we can see where.
It's because she has an OnlyFans where apparently she posts lewds.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's the even more dog shit criticism, which is people asserting that Anissa is abusive. It's like, all you're doing is speculating, and then saying that that's definitively the truth. I mean, I've speculated that, but I never came to any conclusions. I'm like, yeah, sure, I guess it's possible, but I'm not gonna, hold a lower standard of evidence for Anissa because other people don't like her. I don't like or dislike her, but let's say I disliked her. Again, I'm not gonna hold her to a lower standard of evidence. The standard of evidence consistently is going to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the standard of evidence that I will always use. Maybe not always, okay? We're not all perfect, okay? Generally, broadly speaking, that's what I try to go for. I try to be charitable, right? Even if I'm an asshole about it. It's like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're a bad person. It was because it ruined the aesthetic for them. It ruined that edgy, ruthless edgelord aesthetic that they had set up in their mind, when that was never the intention of iDubbbz. So, but now people hate iDubbbz because he's like, okay, well, they misinterpreted that, so I'll present myself a little bit differently. It's kind of like how George Lucas intended for Darth Vader to be like a really tragic character, right? But when people first saw Darth Vader, it was a scary, bad guy, right? Like, there was no more depth than that. And George Lucas really didn't like that. So, and he ended up having him have a redemption arc, which I guess people were fine with. But he wanted to add even more depth, just to reiterate, hey, by the way, just so you know, it's a complex character. It's not just this evil badass, At one point, he was an immature kid and an immature teenager, right? Here's what he was like before he was evil. And a lot of people really didn't like the prequels for doing that. I think it ruined their false perception of what Darth Vader was intended to be. Though there are plenty of people who I'm sure loved it because their perception of Darth Vader was always the correct one. I don't know. But that wasn't the majority of people, of course.
The videos I make. But the problem is, the videos I make, I sort of avoid speaking from the heart. I'm just gonna focus on a piece of content. I think I have bad associations with sharing my life on the internet. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be my thing. Like, leave that up to the vloggers. But I think it's important to share where I'm at. So none of what I'm talking about in this Froggy Fresh video feels like I'm being hypocritical or, I'm misleading.
Doesn't matter.
He's hardly being hypocritical. Like, you can still be wrong without contradicting yourself, blatantly at least. But his rhetoric is different. The reason people perceive him as a hypocrite is not because he's contradicting himself. It's because his style of rhetoric, his new style of rhetoric, contradicts his old style of rhetoric. But that's not a contradiction in terms of what he actually believes. That's just a different style of delivery. And his fans really don't like the newer style of delivery. They want the old style of delivery back. And frankly, I think he should have played into that, but he didn't. Fuck, even I play into that when it comes to arguing with Nazi ideology. I'm not gonna, like, I think a perfect example of, okay, the idea behind this is technically correct, but the wording makes it really easy to misinterpret what you're saying, and nobody's actually gonna listen. So, for instance, if I were to start talking about, toxic masculinity, okay, the first assumption that someone would think of is they would think of like an SJW in 2016 talking about how all men are evil and should die, and how manspreading is the worst crime ever committed to humanity. That's what pops up in their mind, right? But what toxic masculinity is, at its roots, at least, at its core, is something that is, well, it is technically a correct thing to criticize in a sense, right? All it really means is not that masculinity is toxic. All it means is there are things that are toxic that people do in order to overcompensate for a self-perceived lack of masculinity. It's basically just a way of saying, oh, you're like too obsessed with trying to appear masculine, but it's like really obvious that you're just insecure, and it just makes you look like kind of a bitch. And there's also unhealthy expectations that are put on men, like, oh, you're never allowed to cry or have emotions. It's shit like that, right? So it actually hurts men just as much as it hurts women, right? It hurts everybody. It might hurt men even more. I don't even know. I mean, suppressing your emotions has been proven to be really bad for people.
Matter, they'll call him hypocritical.
leading you in any way.
True.
I think a lot of the content I've made has been
I
irresponsible.
actually saw a really good example of the like warped perception that a lot of these people have on this from Optimus.
Okay, yeah, Optimus's video was dog shit. I saw part of it. It was awful. It was just him reiterating the popular opinion and making it sound somehow even stupider.
Optimus tweeted some really stupid shit that I think gives us a really good
Oh, I didn't even see his tweets.
idea of how these people like perceive this drama. This is a tweet from Optimus from today, okay? In response to this video. iDubbbz. So it's in the format of like a green text for some reason. iDubbbz. Spend years of your life making content centered around edgy humor, racism, shitting on other creators, etc.
Again, this goes back into the argument I was making against Grimsy earlier, okay? It's just another example of people not actually understanding what iDubbbz's content actually was. It's like they never watched iDubbbz. It's like they saw, like, 2 clips of him saying the N-word and then calling it a day in terms of their research. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Nothing about his content was inherently racist. It was maybe offensive, but he wasn't, you know, sending the message that one race is inherently superior or any shit like that. It had nothing to do with race. All he was doing was saying shit because it's offensive, and his goal, and he made this very fucking clear, was not to normalize racism. It was to decrease the power that those words hold. Because if people just agree collectively, and I still agree with this mindset, by the way, but it's easier said than done, right? Even iDubbbz couldn't pull this off, right? But if somehow we were to get everyone to collectively agree that all of the worst slurs are just silly words now, okay, then they stop holding any weight, and then anyone who uses them for their intended purpose just looks retarded, right? They look fucking stupid when they do that, and then they get made fun of, and hoo-ha, the whole world works, right? Now, that was his intent. But it seems like a lot of people don't understand. Like they're just like, oh, he used to be racist and now he's woke. That's the narrative that's being pushed by a lot of people. It's like, no, and it's being pushed by both sides actually. It's like, oh yeah, he used to be a racist, but now he's woke. And it's or not. They I guess the lefty wouldn't say he's woke now, but like, they would say he changed. But they would still accuse him of being racist in the past. But anyone who used to watch him and actually paid attention to the arguments he was making, like I did, would know that he was never racist or even right-wing. Not even fucking close. He was never a right-winger. And all of the logic he used in his arguments wasn't logic that could be used for whatever, bigotry, right? Because there is no such thing as logic that justifies bigotry. It doesn't exist because bigotry is inherently illogical, right? So there was nothing bigoted about his content. It was just offensive for the sake of being offensive, and, well, I already explained the other intent behind it, right? And iDubbbz is somebody who strongly cares about intent, you know. He even made that clear in part of the most recent video, right? And ultimately, what Optimus fails to understand is that Ian wasn't just like edgy and then is now saying that being edgy is bad. If you actually paid attention to the arguments that Ian used to make, they actually don't contradict much of what he says now. And even if they did, people change over time, right? But considering how much he's changed aesthetically, in terms of his moral framework, like his actual logic and moral framework, it hasn't really changed that much. All that's changed is his rhetoric and his approach and his aesthetic. That's it. That's the only thing that's changed. And ultimately, I think his old style of rhetoric and his old aesthetic was more effective because ultimately it's like, okay, if right-wingers watch it, right-wingers watch it. They're going to be Nazis no matter what, okay? I don't think that it's going to send as many people down a pipeline as some people might think. Because ultimately, if somebody is like a super big fan of iDubbbz, like I was back in the day, well, usually, if you use his moral framework or some of the framework he uses in his arguments, such as applying people's own standards to them, avoid being hypocritical, obviously, just overall caring about things like logic, facts, and reasoning, etc. And you get the point, right? Like, he was never somebody who just liked to randomly shit on other creators for no reason, okay? He was very strategic with who he picked when it came to the content cup, and I already explained this. I'm not going to explain it again, but he was very strategic for a reason, all right? But people, I guess I'm the only one who noticed that, or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, no, my mindset, or one similar to it in terms of my actual opinions and framework, is probably what iDubbbz had intended. But I guess Sam Hyde fans and Nazis were the result, maybe. I don't know. I don't think that it would be a direct result, but there definitely has been overlap in their audiences, at least in the past.
Gain millions of subs plus huge reputation in creator scene. Mind you, they don't have an issue with like the anything so far. Repeatedly defend yourself in said content over several years. They have no issue with this so far. Times change. So here's where they start assuming.
Hold on.
The anything so far. Repeatedly defend yourself in said content over several years. They have.
Did they? Well, he never said you couldn't defend yourself. What? Yeah, no. Yeah, Xan is actually right.
No issue with this so far. Times change. So here's where they start assuming shit. Times change. YouTube suddenly cracks down on edgy content slowly over several months.
So is he not allowed to change his content and make more money? Like what? Even if he's a grifter, that doesn't... Wait, what? I don't think he's a grifter. I mean, ultimately, I don't think that that's why he changed. It could have had an influence, but if anything, that would have an influence on his style of rhetoric rather than what he actually believes. And you'll notice what he actually believes is kind of similar to what he used to believe. It's just he presents the same information and the same lines of logic differently. And he does a kind of a poor job at it now, especially if he wants to convince any right-wingers in his audience. If he wants right-wingers to absolutely despise him, he's doing a great job. Right-wingers do despise him, but the problem with that is this also affects centrists. And even though I like to shit on centrists, they are key. They are vital. They are extremely important whether you like it or not. Shit on them all day. I do too. But just because it's fun to laugh at, oh, wow, you just like to stay in the middle of the Overton window because you don't actually have any moral framework. Haha, that's funny. I'm going to bully you for it. In good fun, of course. But their takes are going to be important. And their takes can be influenced by the takes of right-wingers. So if Ian says something that is easy to have an extremely bad faith interpretation of, then, he's going to inevitably, take an L if people aren't aware of how rhetoric works, right? Somebody like me can look past that and be like, okay, I agree with what he's saying, but this isn't effective. And that's a lot of what I've said.
And much of the content iDubbbz was popular for is now going to the wayside and not as profitable. So now we've got, they're making the claim that this was
Also, iDubbbz, I don't think he ever said that you're not allowed to change your content to make more money. Maybe he said you're not allowed to make lazy content, or not allowed, but, maybe you shouldn't make lazy content that's really bad and actively detracts value from the platform to make more money. Maybe, he was against Jinx because he was uploading 1 billion reaction videos where he stole other people's content, but he wasn't criticizing Jinx on the sole basis of Jinx doing something to make money. That wasn't his argument. His argument was you're stealing content. That was his argument. But yeah.
iDubbbz changing his type of content to grift because, he's afraid YouTube's gonna ban him if he keeps doing his old content. Suddenly disavow content immediately after dating new chick, Anissa.
He was dating Anissa for years before he changed or whatever, so...
insult previous fans. By that, like, when they say insult previous fans, they mean, like, there was a clip of iDubbbz where he talks about how, like, a bunch of his fans were weirdos that would, like, go up to him in public and, like, say, hey, what's up, my N-word F.
Yeah, well, I think it also depends on the context in which that was happening. Like, if it's in public, like, and he's, like, trying to, like, go on a date or some shit, or he's, like, trying to just chill and people... I think, okay, to be fair, though, it's not even that they're saying the N-word. It's that they're approaching him when he's trying to just chill, right? Just... I think a lot of people just need their space, right? So even if they didn't say anything offensive, it's still weird to, like, go up to them and act like they owe you their time, right? It's like, you shouldn't do that to a creator. If it's very clear that they're not in the mood to interact with fan, and usually it's pretty obvious. Either they're, you know, wearing headphones, or maybe they're talking to somebody. You don't just, like, interject and be like, oh, yeah, and then you introduce yourself and shit, okay? You don't do that. Even if it's exciting, you see your favorite content creator, assuming that it's not a lookalike, by the way. I've seen a lot of lookalikes. I'm like, yo, is that? Nah, it's somebody that looks like this YouTuber. Okay, it's like, okay. You know, it's a whole thing.
Slur, and he'd be like, why would you do this? Why would you think this is a socially acceptable?
Yeah, well, and the thing there is also something that iDubbbz fans have failed to understand, and I can understand the frustration that Ian has, is one of the main arguments that he made in the oh-so-controversial Tanamangu content comp is that context matters, okay? The context of being out in public to it, and it will make people genuinely mad in a way that they can't avoid, then ultimately, yeah, don't do that, because you just randomly saying it in public. Well, nobody knows what the context is. No one knows if there even is or isn't context. They're just going to hear words that they weren't expecting to hear, whereas if you go on the iDubbbz channel and watch one of his old videos, it's like, well, yeah, no shit, that's what you expect. If you don't like it, just click off, right? It's pretty simple, right? I don't know. Seems pretty obvious to me. I think there's a distinction between going up to somebody in public. I guess it's. I mean, is it that different? To be fair, though, I mean, he did that at TanaCon, right? He did that in TanaCon. So I guess and I guess there is similar content. I don't know. I don't think iDubbbz is perfect, but it is weird to be fair, I guess it was weird that iDubbbz did that with Tana. I don't know, but the reason it wasn't was because he knew that how Tana was gonna react. Tana being predictable justified it. So yeah, I guess yeah, I don't know. It makes sense to an extent.
Thing to do in public when you meet a YouTuber you watch. Like, he very quickly started to realize he was not having a good impact on his fans, so
I guess. I don't know. I just think it's weird to go up to people in public when they're clearly doing something. But, like, if let's say there's, like... it really depends on the environment. I don't know. Like... Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. That is tough. I don't know. It depends on who else is there, I guess. But, like, let's say somebody meets iDubbbz somewhere where iDubbbz is cool with talking to fans, and hypothetically there's, like, no other people around, then I think it's fine. It's like, okay, everyone there that's present is in on the joke. I don't see an issue with that. But I'm guessing that wasn't the case, right? Then again, Tanamangu wasn't in on the joke either. Look, I don't know. I don't know. I personally don't think it's that big of a deal that his fans did that. It's like, okay, but do they have bad intent? Are they trying to be racist? I mean, they're just repeating what iDubbbz said. I mean, are they saying it to people that aren't iDubbbz? And if so, under what context, right? All of these things are important, but they're being overlooked here. And I guess there is no way to know definitively. I mean, did these people go on to, call black people the N-word? We don't know. I doubt it. I don't think that they would do that. But, well, I mean, I'm sure maybe some fans do, but oh well. That's gonna go for any. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Please, pretty, please. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Please work, please, 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 Please work. Please work. Please work. Please work. Please. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello? You gonna work? Please? Please, 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 please? Oh, I think we're back. Oh my god. Okay, well, my Wi-Fi is, well, really good, as you can tell, considering the fact, that, you know, I was offline, or not offline, but at the stream was not
Figures,
working.
how he finished the video.
Just, yeah, let's just say, yeah, the stream wasn't working. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. If you weren't able to pick up on that, even, yeah, or for those of you who are watching the VOD, yeah, you might have picked up on that by the sudden, you know, cutoff point where I randomly stopped talking and then was panicking over the thing not working. Maybe I don't know. But anyways, yeah. Anyway, cat ears back on and the headphones back on, and we can resume. Man, I was making really good points too. I was like, oh my god, the cat ears always fall off until I put them on correctly. Almost like you should never put them on incorrectly. Isn't that crazy? Anyways, I'm sorry. Okay. Is everything working?
But he didn't say it with like a hint of irony or like it was a joke in his voice. These guys unironically saw iDubbbz, Filthy Frank, and that like trio of edgelord YouTubers from back in like the 2015-2016 days as like stand-in father figures. I grew out of like that era of like.
Shut the fuck up, Zan. No. I grew out of edgy humor. This sounds retarded. What? This only works under the presupposition of edgy humor being bad. Why is edgy humor bad? Are you trying to convince... Who are you trying to convince to side with you, Zan? Are you trying to convince people that already agree with you, but are like, you know, woke scolds, so they're even more annoying? Or are you trying to convince right-wingers who don't agree with you? I think it's important to remember who you're trying to convince here, okay? And you're not going to convince anybody by morally grandstanding and being like, oh, I'm above edgy humor. You just sound fucking stupid. You sound like you're virtue signaling, because that's what you're doing, okay? Look, I like you as a content creator, but not when you do this shit, okay? This is fucking stupid. What is this rhetorical, like, why would you make this your rhetorical approach? It looks awful. It looks stupid. You're not going to convince anybody to agree with you if they don't already. What is the point of doing this? Is your goal to create an echo chamber? Because that's all you're doing. And yeah, I guess echo chambers are fine, cool and dandy and all, but surely as a political streamer, your goal would be to change the minds of people that disagree with you. But no, that would cause too many positive outcomes, of course. So we don't care about those around in these parts, all right? We don't care about the outcomes of actions anymore.
Content, but a lot of these dudes are now in their like early to mid to sometimes even late 20s and early
I'm 19.
30s, and they haven't grown out of it, and it's really embarrassing.
Well, I'm 19, so I'm younger than iDubbbz was when he made that content. Grown out of what? A sense of humor? Dude, I still find poop jokes funny. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay? Nobody is too old for poop jokes. No one is too old for edgy humor. What is this whole, like, oh yeah, let's have humor be gate-kept by this arbitrary measurement of this humor is acceptable for this age demographic, and this humor is acceptable for this age demographic. Why? Why is this necessary? And why are you making this argument? What are you trying to convince people at this point? That edgy humor is bad? You do realize that the more edgy leftists are usually the ones that convert people to the left in the first place, especially young people that will be voting eventually.
It's why they
Please work, please work, please work, please work. Okay, thank you. Finally! Holy fuck! I don't know why my headphones random... You know, I love when my headphones randomly decide... You know what would be really funny? Is if I turned off for no reason. Why, you may be asking? I don't fucking know. Anyways, I'm sorry. I've had way too many technical difficulties in one stream. It is very annoying, I must say. I don't like technical difficulties at all. It's, very, very sad. Very annoying. Very not good, okay? Very bad. Alright. Anyways, I don't even remember what I was talking about. Let's continue.
see like the return of Leafy is like the return of Jesus Christ himself. It's like, oh
No, it's not. Leafy is a bad example of edgy humor because he's unfunny. So, yeah. It's not about being edgy. It's about whether or not you're funny. That's what actually matters here, all right? That is what I care about, at least, okay? Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm, like, too reasonable or some shit. I don't fucking know. But edgy humor is based, if it's done right, at least. Like, it's like any other style of humor where there are people who are edgy that are unfunny. There are people that are funny. There are people that end edgy at the same time. There are people that are like, they're funny sometimes. It goes for any type of humor, by the way. You know, it's goes for absurd humor. It goes for dad humor, etc. It applies broadly. Okay.
Oh my God, the Messiah has returned. Oh.
You know, Leafy is cringe, repetitive, not that funny. Sometimes he'll say something funny, but for every funny thing he says 10 unfunny things. So, there's that.
My God.
Responsible and misguided. And I think I've hurt a lot of people with...
Oh my God, the Messiah... Hold on, let me do my Leafy impression. Oh my God, the Messiah has returned. I'm literally coming right now.
My Leafy impression is better, alright? Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new video on this goddamn potato that we call the internet. So, today I decided, I decided to look for some, quality content, and, I was scouring, the internet, dick in hand, about to, insert my dick into a pencil sharpener, as I do, but then I saw this video that changed everything, okay? So, without further ado, grab a dildo, grab your penis, and play it! I can't do that. It's so cringe. I cannot. I hate my life. Leafy was an interesting fucking person.
That's my Leafy impression.
The content I've made, despite many people being entertained by it, I'm not trying to take that away from you. If you feel like you've learned important lessons, you have grown as a person because of the content I've made, I don't want to take that away from you.
Hell yeah.
Good can come a lot of bad. And
I think that's a very broad, vague statement that doesn't actually mean very much, but I get what he's going for, but I don't know.
And I think I've done a lot of bad, and
you've done more good than bad, my guy, okay? I'm just saying.
The bare minimum, I've just put a lot of negativity out there in the world.
Like what? Giving people valid criticism and being funny?
And I'm working on...
So, this is literally him, like, disavowing and arguing against the old shit that he said. They're literally...
Yeah, well, this is... Yeah, and this is why this isn't even the reason I say that the hypocritical argument or whatever, iDubbbz is a hypocrite is fucking stupid, okay? I've always been against... Not always, but in this entire situation, I think that argument has been completely fucking stupid. Okay, I don't care if he has a different opinion. Now what he is disavowing here is not his old opinions necessarily, unless you're talking about his opinions on what rhetorical strategy he deems to be really good at literature, or vice versa. You get the fucking point, all right? I'm sorry. That was a whole useless, I don't know. That was a tangent. Well, I don't know. Sorry.
Literally
I'm
just,
distracted.
they will find any excuse to take somebody doing, like taking accountability. Like, they...
Well, okay, the issue isn't taking accountability. It's you see, the issue is taking accountability when you did nothing wrong in the first place, okay? That's what I have an issue with. I don't think iDubbbz did anything wrong. You know, there's nothing wrong with his old content, okay? Is it really his fault that people were so stupid that they misinterpreted his content? Like, what is it his fault that he... I guess in a sense, maybe, like, oh yeah, he assumed that people were of at least a reasonable level of intelligence when it came to watching content. I mean, that's what I thought too. Fuck, that's how... But maybe me putting myself in the shoes of the audience is nothing to go off of, is what I'm starting to hear, you know. iDubbbz's style of rhetoric was something I was able to understand. I was always able to understand why he made certain points and why he said certain things. I understood the logic of his arguments. I thought it was really obvious, actually. I thought his arguments always made sense. They were logical. They weren't based off of what is or isn't socially acceptable, not based on, you know, he wasn't being... The reason I always liked iDubbbz wasn't just because he was edgy, okay? He was never edgy for the sake of being edgy. He did it in a way that was funny. It wasn't just him tryharding, the same way Sam Hyde does, okay? Sam Hyde is a fucking tryhard. Now, he's funny sometimes. He's kind of good at tryharding, but let's be real. Sometimes he just says things for the sake of being edgy. Because sometimes there's this mindset of edgy equals funny that gets reinforced. But that's besides the point, okay? It's not a matter of edgy equals funny or unfunny, okay? It depends on the individual jokes and why you're saying them, okay? Edgy isn't something that's bad or good. It depends on how you use it, whether you use it as a tool for good, bad, or neither, both, whatever. Doesn't matter. That's not what... Ultimately, it's not an inherently good or bad thing, okay? So even when it comes to saying slurs, okay? Yeah, that's edgy, but if you're saying them to, you know, either quote somebody else who said them and then explain why it's stupid, and that, oh, well, it's not a matter of me getting offended, here's me, but, like, you know, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, well, you said these words, and it's like, but then also, I guess I could understand why he wouldn't say them anymore, because, you know, because YouTube TOS might be a little bit different now, and it's like, okay, you gotta make money, that's why I don't say certain things 24/7, but, I swear to God, what is my Wi-Fi? This is absurd. This is what like, you know, you would think that, you know, first time, fine, whatever. Randomly took a shit. Second time, come on. That's absurd. But I guess I'm back, probably, until the Wi-Fi randomly takes another shit. I'm sure it will, because we don't want it to work properly now, would we? Oh, that would be too good to be true, of we wouldn't want that. Fucking whatever. Alright. Well, the Wi-Fi be like... okay, anyways. So, either way, where the fuck was I? Before the Wi-Fi stopped working. Okay. We'll just continue where I left off. I don't even remember. Sorry, this is infuriating. Okay. Alright.
Like basically taking the Sam Hyde side of everything, is that not, like, pretty indicative of the shit that Froggy Fresh was engaging in that probably got him kicked out of the event?
Wait, what? What was he engaging in? I don't like Froggy Fresh, but, I don't know. being kind of an asshole. Is that worthy of all of this drama? Come on. It was obvious what was going to happen and what the reaction was going to be and what the reception was going to be like. Okay, I don't fucking understand why iDubbbz was like, oh, I have no idea how this video will be received. Either he's fucking stupid and doesn't know how the internet works, or he knows how the internet works and he's just saying that. I don't fucking know why. It's like, yeah, I have no idea.
Like, he just upped it to 11 after getting kicked out, but he was already at like a 5 of that stuff before getting kicked out of the event.
When?
So I feel like...
Wait, what do you have an example? Like, look, it would be great if there were specific examples of this. Look, I don't like Froggy Fresh. I don't even want to defend him. But these arguments are terrible. Just saying that Froggy Fresh is bad and did bad stuff probably isn't going to cut it. You have to show him doing bad stuff, okay? And what did iDubbbz show? A text conversation where iDubbbz was being weaselly and not clarifying whether or not something would get him banned from the event? Oh, wow, that makes iDubbbz look real good. That's wonderful. Or what about the screenshots of Froggy Fresh retweeting 2 Sam Hyde tweets? Oh, God, that's basically the same thing as, making content with Sam Hyde. Like a full-on YouTube video, which is what he actually meant when he said content.